Hi. My stream deck is working again. I'm so excited. That's wonderful. All right, we're gonna head towards that skin chest. Ah, it's great. You never, like, you do not realize how much you rely on something until it stops working. Like, having to tab through and, like, switch scenes and mute things, and I mean, it just, holy cow. It is so much more work than I remember it being. Like, oh my lord, I was shocked at just how much more difficult everything became when my buttons stopped working. So that's good. Great, fine, wonderful. How are we all? What is happening? Follow the link in chat, log in with your Twitch account, drag and drop your units to the battlefield, come join the Fiarmy in our epic fight towards cosmetic skins, because that's what we do, we collect all the things. It's hello, hi, have you met me? Us, the community. Brilliant. All right. Black, red, golden, yellow. I own it. It's a ground mount. And I'm, like yesterday and now today, I'm like, I'm feeling this. The dark kind of, ooh, yeah, Goth Fair approves. And I can't smile with my teeth because I'm afraid I'll have red lipstick on them. Good! Let's play. Let's half the garrison. Good! Sounds wonderful. Let's get cracking. Well done, Shiva on first, Zam with second, Yori with last, but it didn't go off? Odd. It is working. Qualatron is functional, so what? Odd. I don't know what happened there. Interesting. It must have been like a really quick transition and it couldn't think fast enough or something. I don't know. Weird. Weird. Can be too long, but totally fine. Sheep's not a worry where I'm awake on this cold and dark Monday morning. It's a Fia stream! Because Fia is live. That's it. That's it. Because that's how much energy I exude. You can survive the cold, dark mornings because Fia. Let's be honest here, shall we? I'm so glad that you're here though, Zam. Like, I understand how many of you are up at like the crack of dawn or up really, really, really late at night just to make streams, and that's just far out. That is such a huge responsibility and such a huge privilege on my part, so thank you for being here. I really do appreciate it. Let's go, Erica, let's smash this. Hello, NVA, welcome back. Enjoy that spreadsheet. Welcome back, Jai. Hello, Sheba, oh, hi. Update recently, I just might have had an update yesterday. The stream deck? Yes. However, I was supposed to have received a beta version of that update about a week ago, but it turns out that because of the way it was attached to the email that they tried to send to me, the whole email failed to send and they didn't realize. But as of yesterday, the update's gone live, which was the beta I was supposed to have access to, which would have fixed the issue. So yes, that is why it did manage. They managed to get the beta through to a handful of other people. They confirmed it worked, so they pushed it live. So, yay! That's a good thing. But yes, it is that update that fixed it. Yesterday, Blackwall Raptor. No. Hello, Nurse. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. You got a vibe going on. It's like vibing. I'm vibing. Dark vibes work for you. Thank you, Erica. It's because I'm so goddamn pale. Like, I feel like that's what it is. I'm also, actually, I'm wearing an additional makeup product today that I don't usually wear. And I'm wondering if you guys can, like, not necessarily tell, but if there is anything, like, actually noticeably different about my makeup. I don't want to tell you what I've used because that will lead you to see something maybe you're not seeing. So I'm really curious to see if you can actually see a difference in my makeup today. But like, no harm, no foul. It's something I've had in my drawer for a very long time, and I'm like, I should use this. So like, it's not like I've shelled out $700 on something and it's like, I hope it works. It's totally not that. So it's fine. But yeah, like, I would like some feedback because I had not been using it because I was afraid of how long it would take me to use it, but it didn't take too long. So if it is a positive shift, I might as well use the product up. Even if I don't buy a replacement down in the future sometime, like, I might as well use the product up before it dies, right? Because that's the thing. We don't like wastage. We like We like using the things up. Finally completed the Shadowlands campaign. I don't know how I feel about the ending. Yeah, same. Same. No, I didn't like it. Personally, I didn't like it. I could see it coming from a mile away. Like, I could see it coming from basically the start of Zereth Mortis. But it just didn't feel right. It didn't feel right, but that's okay. You know, some people absolutely freaking loved it and loved where it went and all that kind of stuff, and that's great. It just wasn't my vibe, but that's okay. Hey, you got it. Fantastic, Yuri. Yeah, I don't know. Qualition must have had a brain fart. It happens. I mean, come on. It happens. Good time zone to you too, Mara. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. It's midnight time for fear. Good lord, that is dedication. Holy cow. Well, good news is that when, like, for the couple of weeks after the Dragonflight launch, I'm going to be streaming a fair bit earlier. So hopefully it'll mean that you get a chance to, like, rest and stuff, you know? Ooh. Oh, yeah, frame XML, okay. Hello, BC, welcome back. Hello, everyone. Hope everyone is well today. I'm doing quite well, thank you, Zaren. Hope you can say the same. You have tea? I'm good. Wonderful. I have iced tea. Even my hydrates are goth today. Welcome back, Sam. Hello, Yeet. Are you Australian? I am too. I am. Well, it's not bubble tea, but it is still iced tea, which is, you know, like, it's pretty close. It's pretty close. Not as much sugar in. This is actually completely brewed from, like, I had a box of tea yonks ago, because apparently loose leaf tea, once you open it, it's best stored in the fridge. I don't know, like, that's really interesting to me. But so I had this in a tub in the fridge, and I saw it when I was doing a fridge clean. I'm like, bugger this, I've just got back from Singapore where I've been drinking approximately 7 liters of iced lemon tea a day. I want more. So I have a 1.2 liter icing jug and a 2 liter icing jug. So I made both of them up. And it's just, yeah, so I had, like, the jugs of tea, and then I had a bit of sugar in them as well when it was hot to help it dissolve, and then I pour it out, and I give it a squeeze of lemon juice from a bottle, and I'm done. Like, it's super, super easy. Really tasty. Really tasty. But of course, you know, not for everyone and all that. But yeah, I was so confident my Black War up to guess. How dare you? Well. Goblin Turbo Track? No. Red Crochet Battle Tank? No. Eyeshadow! Boom! Hello, Psychic. How are you going today? Hope you're doing well. Warforged Nightmare? No. It is a great man. Is it bluish? Cheeky's looking a little different. Interesting. Let me... Cheek's looking bluish. That might, you know what, that might actually be some black eyeshadow that's fallen onto my cheeks and I've tried to get away. If it's like here, then it's shit I failed to clean up properly. Oh god. I'm getting my teeth whitened soon and it's very exciting. Part of my Invisalign, part of the first steps is to get everything cleaned up. So, it's not cheeky. Well, it is not a cheek product, no. Looking bluish. Interesting. Okay. No, that's a good, that's good information. I can use that. That's really helpful information, actually. I'm gonna let people keep guessing and trying to figure it out for a little bit, before I actually say what I've changed in my makeup routine. But, that's really useful information, like, genuinely. Because I've been noticing some stuff lately, and I've asked Jas, and he just kind of looks at me like, I don't know. So, yeah, no, it's helpful. Helpful. Swift Red Hawk Strider, no, like the bit with, well, that's upsetting. Every other time I've dropped into there, I've actually managed to land before it's dismounted me. So clearly my ping is doing better at the moment. Liked the bit with Sylvanas. You would have preferred either the other two ending types. This feels lazy. Yeah, like, not so much lazy. Whoopsie. I do understand that it cleans up, like, it ties up the loose ends. It doesn't, like, it gives everything an ending. They did say that Shadowlands was the ending of this particular story arc, so things were meant to wrap up, and we're heading into a brand new story in Dragonflight. So I can see what they did there. I just didn't like their choice of character, personally. personally. Just woke up, it's just after 7, and normally the cats would have woken me up 2 hours before. Finally listened to me when I asked them to let me sleep. Yay! Feel very unprepared for the day. I know the feeling. It's like, that's fine. I've only slept through my alarm for approximately 15 minutes. 2 hours later. Yep. I feel you. The Crimson Primal Direhorn. No. I'm naturally awake at night, usually go to bed until around 4 to 6 a.m. I used to be like that. It got to the point, like my sleeping pattern was about 26 to 27 hours long. Like my actual whole sleep cycle was 26 to 27 hours rather than 24. So I would be going to bed a little bit later and waking up a little bit later and then later and then later and then to the point where I was actually sleeping during daylight hours and awake all night when I was in university, and I was very unhealthy. I was like, not saying you are, not at all saying that you are, but I've had experiences with that, like just the totally weird sleeping patterns and stuff. But yeah, I was not good. Passing all my classes and everything, but just not well. And so then I pulled an all-nighter, got a few assignments done, and fixed up my sleeping pattern. And then since then, I've kind of tried, even if I ignore the alarms, I still have them go off. So it shakes me out of asleepness. I may doze back off, but I don't fully go back to sleep again, just to try to keep some semblance of cycle there. Otherwise, my body just rebels like hell. I mean, it already rebels. Hello, autoimmune condition. But it does it even worse if I don't like shake it out of its stupor every so often. Singapore was amazing and lovely and fantastic. Thank you for asking. Hello, Relenth, welcome back. Swift War Strider, new. Been drinking too much of this tea. I want more. Correct. Sounds about like how much tea I make at a time. T2, if you have T2 where you are, they do some really good tea wares. Like their tea itself is delicious and amazing. Quite expensive, but good stuff. But for this one, I just used, like, it was like a box of loose leaf Lipton black tea. Like, nothing fancy. But the jugs were from T2. They do some really good, like, tea making implement stuff. Really, really nice stuff. And some really basic, like, I quite like my minimalist aesthetic for items, you know? I'm not the kind of person who has, like, a bright pink embellished mug and a big fluffy cushion on the couch, and like I just don't really like. I like my minimalism stuff, black, whites, and greys with a pop of color maybe. So yeah, the jug has got a white handle and a clear base, and then the little jug has got a black handle with a clear base. But they're similar sort of style. They're just so easy to use and designed specifically for iced tea as well, which is great. Don't know if I've had them for years though, so I don't know if they still have them, but they'll have something similar, no doubt. Got Ravenlord today. Congrats, Handle. Well done. Said it doesn't fly. Yeah. Some of the older ones, hey. So, appears to deny from too much. Well, look, I wouldn't put it, I wouldn't put it past me. Why are you evading? Stop that. At some point today, my doorbell's gonna go off, because I got 3 emails today saying that 3 orders I have made are being delivered today at some point after 4. And I'm like, thank you. Well, wonderful. So and they do require signatures. So in order to avoid going to the goddamn post office, I actually have to go and get those items. So there may be like, depending on it, they did say like anywhere between like 4 and 6. So if Jas is home, he can handle it. But if he doesn't get home in time, then I will need to handle it. Otherwise, they'll take it to the post office, and I will be a sad fear. I guess setting spray? No. I always use a setting spray because I have to wear this whole face of thing for like 7-ish hours. Always use a setting spray. I'm also super oily, so the setting spray is kind of almost a necessity. Depending on the hydrating setting sprays do jack shit for me. They do absolutely nothing. But the mattifying ones just leave white specks all over your face. But like the good ones, the decent setting sprays, make a world of difference on my skin. So I always use one of those. He's all stressed about makeup, bless him. Funnily enough, the one thing I always miss about your streams is the eye makeup. Aw, thank you, Jai. Thank you. Yeah, look, there was a period of time there where it just was not working. Like, I had no time, or I didn't have the spoons, or like, I had no energy, and it literally was a choice between, do I stream, or do I put makeup on? Like, this is like, I have enough energy for one of two. And I figured streaming was more important than having the makeup on, because I could put all the makeup on and then go to bed. That's not really, yeah. So yeah, no, but I'm glad that I'm sort of getting back to a level of normality. It feels really good. It feels really, really good. I don't know, I live with you and I don't want to die if I give the wrong response. No, and I didn't ask him about the makeup thing. It was literally like, it'd be too much of a clue. So I asked him about a specific visual thing and he just kind of looked at me like, oh, I don't think so. So yeah, you know, it is what it is. Hermione Warband, no, isn't Jess colorblind? No, I'm thinking of someone else. I think you might be thinking of someone else. As far as I'm aware, Jess isn't colorblind. He might be, and he just hasn't told me, but as far as I'm aware, he is not. Flassian Warhorse, no. Black War Mammoth, no. We had a good tea store called Tivana. Starbucks bought them out and closed them. Of course they bloody did. Can't have anything better than shit. Sorry. Starbucks is not good. Like, I'm sorry for those of you who love your dessert drinks and all that kind of stuff. Bubble tea is better, firstly. But yeah, no, Starbucks is just trash. That is, of course, coming. I mean, I don't drink coffee, but Australians and specifically Melburnians, if you have trained as a barista in Melbourne, you can pretty much walk into a coffee shop anywhere around the world and be hired, because it's just, we have, like, Melbourne in particular has such a high standard for coffee. Like, Starbucks stores smell like burnt coffee and burnt milk. All of them. I've never been into a single one that didn't smell like burning product. So I don't know how anyone likes that crap, but it's probably because of all the sugar and syrups and sprinkles and shit. So, but if you like that stuff, try bubble tea instead. So much better. Holy cow. So much better. But of course that is just my opinion. Oh dear. Wrestling Hellbourne, no! I still think it's a bit silly the Ravenlord doesn't fly. I mean, I get it, not every man has to fly. It's a flippin' big bird, isn't it? So where is the logic in that? I'm sure there's probably some storyline behind it, but it's also likely to do with the fact that it was a Burning Crusade mount. Like, it's old as hell. Before flying was really this super valuable thing that everyone expected to have. Back in BC, it took one hell of, like, you had to literally be a gold maker to be able to afford the cost of flying training. So if it was a flying mount, I know now, like, mounts are flying and ground and stuff like, but like, look at Ashes. You just fly along the ground. You never actually land. And the mounts were kind of like that back then. So it's, yeah, it's a historical marker type deal. A symbol of the times, if you would. I guess you could say they're keeping you posted. They are. Ha ha ha. Love that, Psychic. Love that. Crimson Shard Hide. No. Hello, Coin. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well as well. I am. Thank you. Thalassian Charger. No. Bubble tea is better. I've never tried it. Well, maybe. Maybe this is your sign that you should. Maybe this is your sign that you should. One day we will do like an open poll of, you know, how many people have tried bubble tea because of fear and maybe now potentially spend a little bit too much on it. Crimson Water Strider, no. Can't polish a turd, some guy, yeah. Aussie take a crazy amount of pride in their coffee. We do. We do. It's a little bit excessive sometimes, 100%. But like, if you're gonna spend that much on something, maybe don't burn it. just personally. Hello, Gilsey. We're doing quite well. Well, I can't speak for chat, of course, but I'm doing quite well. I hope you can say the same. Welcome on back. Dreadsteed, no. Ravenlord's wings are too small to fly if we want to be technical. Fair. Goblin Turbo Trike, no. Creeping Tarpet, no. I thought this one was gonna be like over in a matter of seconds, to be honest with you. I'm a little surprised. I know why it's taking so long, but I'm not gonna say that because then it'll give you too much of a hint. I've been in Melbourne traveling overseas a few times a year. Have yet to find anywhere that does coffee better. You know what's really funny? Finding a Starbucks in Melbourne. Like, people still go to Starbucks in Melbourne. They do not go for the coffee. They go for the frappes and the milkshakes and all that kind of stuff, like all the dessert drinks, you know? And again, totally fine. I drink how much bubble tea? I get a dessert drink. I get that. But I don't know, I feel like you can get so much better quality from a bubble tea store for like a similar, if not better price. But again, personal opinion. If you're wanting to transition from like your Starbucks with your ridiculous whipped cream up to here and all that kind of stuff to something like bubble tea, what I would recommend is something like a chocolate milk tea with pearls and pudding. Some places will do like what they call a not 3J, you don't want to do 3J because that's got wheatgrass chili in it. Wheatgrass chili is actually really good, especially in an Earl Grey tea, but it's not like, that's a big jump if you're not used to those kind of flavors. If you want to take a little step from Starbucks to bubble tea, there is a particular one that Gong Cha does, but most chains will do something very similar, where it's like the base is a chocolate milk tea, it has crushed Oreos, it has pearls, and it has pudding in it. Pudding is like if you've ever had the little tubs that you get of like creme caramel from like grocery store or whatever, and the idea is you have the little plastic thing and you peel off the foil, you flip it over and there's a tab on the bottom, you snap the tab, which lets air into the bottom and it goes out, and all the sauce in the bottom kind of spills over the custardy stuff. It's like a sweetened custard with like a caramel sauce thing. When I'm making pudding bubble tea at home, I use that. I like slice that up and then just dump it in my cup kind of thing. But yeah, so chocolate milk with crushed Oreos, pearls, and pudding. Usually that's sold as like a combo. That would be like a good transition from your Starbucks sugary to your bubble tea sugary. And then you can kind of start exploring from there on the menu, depending on the flavors and textures that you like. If you're looking for something from Bubble Tea Club to match it, because I know Bubble Tea Club doesn't do pudding and that kind of thing, you can literally, they have a chocolate milk tea. You can order it with pearls. You can buy the creme caramel tub from your grocery store, and you can buy a pack of Oreos and get a rolling pin. Bash. Dump. Enjoy. I do recommend going through the Oreos and pulling them out and like eating the cream separately and then bashing the dry cookies and not the cream, because the cream goes a little bit funny in the drink. I don't know, I can't quite put my finger on how to explain it, but the texture doesn't dissolve and things seem to kind of get stuck to it. And it doesn't get up the straw. If it does get up the straw, it gets jammed up the straw and you can't clean it properly. Like I would advise taking the cream out of the Oreos before you bash them. And the Oreo minis, the cream's easier to get out. To pull the biscuits apart and then peel the cream off is a lot easier than it is on the bigger ones. The bigger ones, it tends to stick and break apart. But because the minis have such a little dollop of cream in the middle, it's just easy to sort of peel off. It's about the size of a 10-cent coin in Australia. So yeah, there you go, advice. Now you got me fiending for bubble tea. Yes, one of the 3 orders that's arriving today is my Bubble Tea Club order. I'm so excited, so happy. Haven't ordered for a little while. Great Sunwalker Kodo, no. Dark Water Ram, no. If I have accepted my Black War up to guess, it would have been done. Yeah, because that was wrong, Shiba. I'm not just gonna accept it because it's the first one somebody says. The sugar. Hello, Rika, welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Hi, how are you? You can take a doubt. I'm back to playing. And are you using Curse or WoW Up for the add-ons? Thanks. You can take a doubt. I'm not sure what you mean by you can take a doubt. However, I can answer the rest of your, the question I'm using WoW Up, but I'm using the version of WoW Up that has access to CurseForge. They've released a new, I don't know how new it is, it's probably a while old at this point, to be honest. It was only brought to my attention recently. There is a version of WoW Up that has an ad panel and contributes to add-on creators who are on CurseForge. So CurseForge have like opened the API to them with certain caveats. So yes, there is a version that can access CurseForge, and that's what I use. But welcome back to Azeroth. Hope you're enjoying your stay. Don't know how anyone who goes to Starbucks for the coffee, most of the stuff is espresso creations. Yeah, that's it. That's it. And look, I know I'm coming across sounding really, really judgy, but I promise you I'm not. Most of the drinks that I ingest are full of sugar or artificial sweeteners because that's how I roll. So I'm definitely not judging that. I just want people to get their money's worth. Always. It's why I only put my name to affiliate programs and stuff that I believe in, all that jazz, because it's so important to me that you guys don't waste your money. And the Starbucks stuff, it's not great. It's not great. I've had iced teas from, because iced tea is kind of my jam. I've had iced teas from Starbucks, bubble tea, not just bubble tea club, but bubble tea places that do the same flavors of tea. Like, they're just so much more flavorful with a lower sweet. Like, it tastes less like sugar and more like fruit, if that makes sense. Whereas for me, the Starbucks stuff just tastes like artificial everything. Not to say bubble tea stuff doesn't taste artificial. Of course it does. It's all syrups. It's fake, you know? But it just, to me, it tastes better. But all our tastes are different as well. So, you know, you gotta do what feels right to you, but I would encourage you to try if you haven't already, if that's your kind of jam from somewhere like Starbucks. If I drink coffee, it sometimes makes my tummy hurt. I don't drink coffee at all. I don't like it. The taste is no bueno for me. It's too bitter. I've tried mocha, don't ask. Like, it's still too bitter. It's like adding sugar to dirt. It still tastes the same. It's just sweeter dirt. And I was having little baby mini bottles of vanilla Coke with no sugar, like the no sugar vanilla Coke version. But I noticed that I was starting to feel really groggy, like, all the time. So I'm trying to not do that either, trying to just dodge the caffeine for a bit entirely and just see, like, I mean, the caffeine that's in a thing of brewed tea is not a whole lot. But just trying to avoid the higher doses of caffeine for a bit and see if my body sort of rights itself, or maybe it's a symptom of something else. Yay! But we'll see. We'll see. Only one way to tell, and that's to just kind of give it a crack, hey? I'm doing better than I have been. It's been a tough few days. Oh, I'm so sorry. My condolences, Gilsey. Yeah, look, sometimes people don't quite grasp the severity of a situation because they've never experienced something like that before, but I hope that you've got a support network you can reach out to, even if that means professionals or a one-off call to a helpline or something like that. We've got a mental health channel in the Discord as a space to vent or to ask for help in looking for resources and things like that. But I hope you take care of yourself. Take some time to just make sure that you're okay, you know? Hogris, swine of good fortune. No. If you bring it yourself, try sprinkling some salt on the grounds before brewing. Interesting. Interesting. Waste warp, Deathwalker. No. Makes like a film when dissolved. Oh, the cream from the orange. Yeah, right. It's like, I think there's the oils in there, there's just too much of it to make it work in a drink thing, unless you completely blend the hell out of it and make it like a frappe. But I don't tend to do that. Frappes have too much ice, and then because I nurse drinks, they get so watery so quickly. Ugh, it just doesn't taste good. I tend to avoid frappes most of the time. Not always, you know, sometimes, but sometimes. Bash, dump, enjoy, good motto for the street. Look, that's not, no bash the fear. Please and thank you. Great Brewfest Kodo, no. Ironhoof Destroyer, no. Crimson Primal Direhorn, no. Lothian Prowler, no. Trying to learn Fire Mage, I don't think my brain is ready for this. Look, Fire Mage is very, very, very reactive. Having a weak aura or two that will alert you when your combustion is coming up, like coming up to come off cooldown, is good because it allows you to hold some of your shorter cooldowns and let them stack, like your Phoenix Flames and your blasts and stuff, just so that when you pop your combustion, everything's at max, ready to go, and you can pop off. But for the most part, unfortunately, I'm not great at giving advice with Fire Mage because for me, it just flows. And so if it doesn't flow for someone else, I'm not going to understand how your brain works because mine works so very differently. But look, practice. And if you don't enjoy it, if it gets to the point where you're just frustrated with it, then it's okay. Don't be a Fire Mage. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. I've lost couple streams, feels so weird. Watching you play not a paladin. Yeah, I know, right? I know, right? Midnight. No, the tea from Starbucks is nothing like it was before Starbucks. Oh, so Starbucks bought out their supply chain. Yeah, don't do that. There's a reason you go to them, and it's because they know what they're doing. Just let them do their thing. Or you buy them and change nothing. They are the reason you are successful. Don't touch them. Just let them continue operating and just providing you with the same stuff for free. Not hard. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. Did you get the mount from Korok? Is that the same one that they had last year and I think the year before as well? If it's been, yeah, I don't think there was a new one introduced this year. So yeah, I got it at like a year or two ago or something, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Red Crashy Battle Tank? No. Ruby Panther? No. Frostwolf and Ram. I'm pretty sure it's one of the ones where if you get one of them, it gives you the other or something, right? Where's DFA? Let's ask the website, shall we? It's Korak, isn't it? Korak's Revenge. Ooh. Okay, well, Korak doesn't come up with anything. Neither does Core. Frost. Oh, it's because I've only got not collected tick. Maybe that would help. Yeah, Korak's Revenge is the Frostwolf Snarler and the Stormpike Battle Ram. And yes, I have both of those. Yeah, from Alterac Valley of Old. Yeah, perfect. Yes, I have both of those. And it is because I only did it once, so it's definitely you get one of them and it unlocks both, which is very nice. I like when mounts do that. Makes me feel like they care. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Brilliant to hear, Gilsey. Wonderful news. Vicious Wartrack, no. Illidari Fellstalker, no. Sunreaver Dragonhawk and hello, no. Oh, Sunreaver Hawkstrider, no, still no. Resto Druid, Affliction Lockmane, a bit different, yeah. It's definitely a bit different. And there is nothing wrong with it not being right for you either. Just keep that in mind. It's just like, it's just like how some video games just they're not fun for some people. Some specs are not fun for some people, and that's not wrong. It's okay. It's quite excited to get the Frostwolf from Magpie, same previous years. Yes, perfect. Yes, then yes, I do. I got both of those. Ooh, Hydrate. Black Steel Boar. No. What is taking so long with this battle? Oh goodness. Oh, it's all the chests. That's what it is. We have to kill at least 3 of those chests in under 2 minutes, or we're gonna lose. How much health do they have? It doesn't say. But they're epic. Oh, this will be fun. Run! Run faster! Go, Meaty Bones the First and your little crew of misfits. Away! Go! Faster! Oh my lord, this is... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Alright, at least they die fast. That's a good thing. 1 hit and gone. On 2 of them are meat, 2 out of the 4 are meaty. Well done, look at this. That's great. And a fade and an insufferable. I was about to say, can you go over those bricks? I don't think so. I think you gotta go around. Yeah, I think we're good. I love the very cool. Yay! Go team go. Floundering and Zem, congratulations to both of you on your bonus shit. Well done. Well done. Battle Gargan Vrednik. No. Lightforge Runestrider. No. Reigns of the Illidari Fellstalker. No. Here, all these mount names, I'm pretty sure I don't own like 99% of them. I have so much to do. Here's the trick, Mara. Half of these, I don't, like, some of them I'll recognize and be like, oh, I remember that one. Vast majority of the mount guesses people make, I don't remember what they look like. All I know is it's not the one that's in my head today, and so I just say no. I don't know. I don't know. All right, so I'm gonna go place your units. Link is in chat. Log in with your Twitch account. Drag and drop those units to the battlefield. I'm gonna turn this on in and see. Why does it say placeholder? I mean, it's not, the letters aren't the right way. It should be PLHDR if it's placeholder, I guess. Right, so I need to place a barbarian for our skin chest. If you want your skins, now is your time. That's a berserker. I wanted a barbarian, this one. Plonk. Perfection. Okay. Blood Knight Charger, no. Primal Flame Saber, no. I'm just guessing anything. Europe Paladins of Battle Rise now, sweet. Thalassian Charger, no. Guessing Rogue died. Oh no, that's right. All my units die like instantaneously. Well, all my unit dies instantaneously. It's great. It's great. I just love watching your stream. It's so cozy with good vibes. Yay, Jake! Thank you so much for that feedback. That is precisely what I try to do with these streams, is like cozy, chill, but also like a little bit happy and chit-chatty and just like welcoming and stuff. Like that's the vibe I'm going for. So to hear that that's what you feel, that's fantastic. Thank you so much for that. Sun-warmed Furline. No. Doing the best I can. You are, Meaty. You smashed that. Go you. Carry all of us, correct. Grinning Reaver. No. Warforged Nightmare. No. Prestigious Bloodforced Courser. No. Do I? I don't think I actually have that one. Do I have that one? Probably. Maybe? No. I know it's a PvP one. I think that's the one I'm supposed to be working on next. But it could also be the one I got You know what? Don't know, don't care. I know it's not that one. I know it's not that one. I'm so confused. This makeup seems like it would be so simple. And it is. And it is. Just going up the mount list looking for the right palette. Perfect. Sure, it's already been asked, but what is your actual main class and spec? Of course, Relance. Look, it has. But the thing is, just because I've said it before doesn't mean you were here for it. So it's fine. I'm a fire mage. Her name is Fiamma. Just like mine. But yeah, Fiamma is actually Italian for flame. So it's, yeah, it's an appropriate moniker. Can we have a clue? Was that the second battle? No, that was the first battle. You get a clue after the second battle. Mission accomplished. Thank you. I appreciate that, Lander. Great Red Elec. No, the ones I've mentioned you have. Brilliant. Fantastic. Dreadsteed. No. Elusive Quickhoof. No. Cool. Can't get into mage personally. Totally fair. I'm hearing that a lot lately. Lots of people struggling with playing mages, and that's okay. Totally okay. Means that if mage becomes a hot thing, I'm in more demand. Kidding. I'm never in demand. I'm shit. I'm terrible. Thalassian Warhorse. No. Dark Iron Corehound. No. Death Charges Reigns. No, not sure if it'll get picked for sure. The only guess I have in me. All I know is your makeup looks awesome. Thank you. That's so kind of you. I was a little bit nervous when I pulled them all out and realized I'd picked a whole, like they're all matte. There's no shimmery kind of, sometimes when you do a look that's all matte shadows, it can fall a bit flat. You know, the shimmer really gives it a bit of oomph sometimes. But then I was like, bugger it, let's just go with it, see how it looks. I put it on, I'm like, oh yes. Oh yes. Sometimes all matte works. Sometimes it works. Great Red Elec, no. Warlord's Deathwheel, no. Corehound, no. Great Rufus Kodo, no. I've seen you rage, you're very far from shit. I'm not great. I'm not great. I'm not in demand. But I hold my own. I hold my own. I'm there to do a job and do the job I attempt. Sometimes I get distracted by the jailer's butt and fall in a hole, but that's fine. I'm never gonna live that down. Okay, demand you stop that. Not for high level endgame content, and I'm okay with that. I did my years. I did my time. It's like, you know, when people talk about doing their time in a call center or in retail or something. I've done my time in hardcore raiding environments. No, thank you. I'm good. It was fun while it lasted, but it is not for me anymore. Magnificent Flying Carpet. No, someone's got to get it. There's so many guesses. Illidari Fellstalker. No. Primal Flame Saber. No. All I can do is heal. That is one thing I can... healing. I can tank pretty half decently. At least Jas said I wasn't terrible with my one button macros. Healing, I can't wrap my head around. I think I'm too... I'm trying too hard to keep everyone at totally full, and so I end up spending all this extra mana and doing a ton of overhealing, and I'm not very good at healing. But that's okay, because there are so many amazing healers out there, yeah, so I let them do their job, and I do mine. I burn things. Mechano Hog, no. Ineffable Skitterer, no. Jailer's butt days are the best days. Look, you're not wrong. What about the bat mount you pay for? That one. Which one? I don't know what that one is. There are too many mounts. There are like 900 plus mounts. I have nearly 700 of them, so I don't know. I'm so sorry. I've had a person doing their 20 years in the Navy. Yeah. Yep. Midnight. No. Black Servant of Nazoth. No. Want to make a healer actually go into dungeons to begin with. I have a massive case of feeling like the worst player in the world. I had people yelling at me years ago. I tried dungeon once as a healer before, still gathering up the courage to be more social and wow. Look, one of the things that I tend to think about Mara is that literally, if someone treats me like shit, firstly, I can report them. Secondly, I can put them on /ignore. Fun fact, if you have someone on your ignore list, they cannot be placed in a random group with you. They cannot be placed in a random group with you if you have them on ignore. So you literally have the choice to never run into that player again and report them if what they're saying is, constitutes actual abuse. Like if they're actually yelling at you, they can be punished for that. But yeah, these are random strangers in they're real people and stuff behind a keyboard and things, but you're never going to encounter them again. And it's definitely a reflection on them. If they're struggling so much with this dungeon run and they're putting all of that on somebody else without looking at themselves and saying, what can I do to make your life easier? And so when we did our community raids and stuff like that, it was never about, okay, who fucked up? It was, okay, who made a mistake and how can we help you not make that mistake again? Do we need to call something extra? Do you need a weak aura that we might have handy? Do you have this add-on installed? These are all things that will help you not make that boo-boo again, kind of thing. So it's always from a perspective, I want to help you so that we can succeed. If people are going to be so selfish that they can't even see that, then they're not worth your anxiety or your time or any of that bullshit. Not worth your energy. Warbread Trollus, no, try to do that as well. I tried to do that well, don't know though. Please don't usury, I can link you to talk reasons why short used to make fun of autistic people. Fair enough. Sometimes good healing is subjective. Oh, absolutely. And good healing in different circumstances looks entirely different too. Sometimes good healing is keeping people literally at 12%. Sometimes it's keeping people topped off. Sometimes it's literally not healing them until someone goddamn dispels them. It looks different in so many different situations. How did you do when your quest objectives glow? I'm not sure what you mean by that, Unlimited, but I'm pretty sure that's just base UI. Not glow, obviously. Graphics. No. General. Itchiness. Interface. Maybe interface. Nameplates. Display. Outline mode. Quest objectives and mouse over. In addition to quest objectives, selection outlines can be turned on for mouse over target. Yep, so it's here. So you can highlight quest objectives or a bunch of other bits and pieces there. So it's outline mode is the name of the setting, but it's base UI. No add-ons needed. Yay! Love when you can do shit without add-ons. Such a good feeling. Bloodwing, no. Wandering Ancient, no. Flame Talon of Illustrator, no. Swift Orange Raptor, no. Craghorn Chasm Leaper, no. Red Primal Raptor, no. There's gonna be a lot of healers out there with the evokers. You'd think. I reckon there's gonna be hundreds of thousands of evokers and approximately 7% of them are gonna be healers. Should we get time out in the mechanized lumber extractor? It's gonna be a headache, isn't it? By the end of stream, my head is gonna be the most annoying thing ever. Good. Cool. Crimson Primal Direhorn. No, honestly can't believe how tanky propellers are. I have to actively pay poorly to come even come close to dying. It's pretty ridiculous. Frosty hit DPS in a hardcore raid guild during Wrath and got 25 men LK kill before the nerf after they gravitated towards tanky healing. Love the responsibility. Brilliant! Oh, that's so good to hear. Reigns of the Great Red Dragon Turtle? No. Reigns of the Red Dragon Turtle? No. Skull Ripper? No. How did you do when you're... I've already answered that one. I remember when did show your moves. Oh, the achievement! Show me your moves? Oh god, yeah. That sucked. Gravestone Battle Gargan, no. Ashes of Valar, no. Grand Black War Mammoth, no. Ruby Shell Crowlusk, no. Only those of us who hate ourselves main healers. I don't think that's quite true because sometimes I hate myself when I main a DPS. Fiery War Horses Reigns, no. At least I didn't do the squeaky toy otter. Look, you're not wrong. That mount that looks like Deathwing. Do you mean the Obsidian Worldbreaker? The literal, like the actual Deathwing model mount one? No. Orca Skeletal Warhorse? No. Corcron Juggernaut? No. This is fun. You guys are just so, like, what is going on? What is going on? Ghost Strider Grunling? No. Great Red Elec? No. Turbo Strider? No. This is fun. I like saying no. Maybe you're actually a healer and just don't know it yet. No, I've tried. You don't want me to do that. It's not a fun time for anybody involved. Horror Dreadwing, no. Feck, that's not a mount. Emberworm, no. High-res Wyvern, that's... I'm not sure which particular mount you're talking about, but I know that that's not a mount. Sometimes I know that things aren't actually mounts. Sometimes. Yes, the mount, it's a ground mount. Look at the clues on the screen. Can't fly. Hopefully that'll narrow your guesses down. Just a touch. Just a little bit, just a little bit. Now I want to know how to get Fear to heal. I honest to goodness don't think you want that. Like this is not one of those you think you do but you don't kind of situations. It's genuinely, firstly, it's not fun for me. I do not enjoy it. It is incredibly stressful. Just because the playstyle doesn't work. It doesn't flow for me. I have to like think really hard, which means I'll be completely ignoring chat, which means, you know, triple the work for the moderators and all that kind of stuff as well. And it's just not fun. And I'm bad at it, which means that no matter how hard I concentrate, well, chances are we'll wipe 2 or 3 times on every single boss anyway. So it's just not, I don't think that's actually, like, we're having fun and we're memeing. That's fine. But I have a feeling that that's not something that many people would actually enjoy partaking in or watching. So just as a heads up, when I say I'm terrible, I do actually mean it. I'm not just making a funny. I promise. Oh, that one didn't squish. Oh, scrolling broken again. Oh my god, do it. There we go. This is fine. I like saying no. Stonehide Elderhorn? No. Leaping Veinseeker? No. Loyal Mag Mammoth? No. Hello, Navi. Welcome on in. Hope you're having a fantastic day today. The mount makeup is not the Crimson Water Strider. Craghorn Chasm Leaper? No. They did a high-res Griffin, but no Wyvern. That's lame. Well, it's not, the mount is not called that, surely. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know what mount you're referring to. So I'd need a proper mount name, not just the one that they redid that's now high res. That's what I'm trying to say. They may well have made a new model. I just don't know what it is. Leaving early. Hello, Seeker. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Reigns of the Ice Mammoth? No. Up the shut fuck. I know, right? It's like, come on. Red Karaji Battle Tank? No. Reigns of the Red Drake? No. Sinful Gargan? No. Sunwarmed Furline? No. Reigns of the Black Drake? No. Death Runner? No. Doom, 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 doom. Doom, doom, doom. I'm just waiting for Sheba to figure it out and yell it in chat, because that's the usual course of action here. Are you any good? I'm doing very well today, if that's what you're asking, Bran. I hope you can say the same. Welcome on into chat. If you're asking if I'm talented at the game, that really depends. I don't do like mythic rating and plus 30 mythic plus and all that kind of stuff, but I have a ridiculous number of collectibles, so for some people that's good at the game. Just depends on your perspective, personally. Stop that, you little bugger. There we go. Tiger. That's no. Spring for Alpaca? No. Felsteed? No. Armored Iron Tusk? No. Fear is better than good. She's lawful good. Bugger off, you. I don't want to talk about it. Lawful good is so boring. Black Hawk Strider. Yori's got it. Yori's got it. It's the Black Hawk Strider. You missed the bloody saddle again, Sheba. This is why you never assume something has been guessed already and just say it anyway. We keep having this discussion. Yay, Yori. I will send you a thingy in a second. Give me a minute. Let me get to a place where I'm not gonna die. Sheba is so raging. I know, this is why I love when the game lasts this long and then Sheba doesn't get it. Because Sheba rages and it entertains all of us and I can take a break from being entertaining for approximately 30 seconds. It's lovely. Thank you, sheeps. Oh dear. All right. Where am I? This one. There is way too much red for that. Okay, Nano, you do the eyeshadow look and tell me how easy it is to make red not go everywhere. Thanks. Alrighty. Bam! It's a really good one. Enjoy the hell out of that. I have that game. It's great. It's wonderful. All right, and then I can turn this bit off. Perfect! Awesome. Shall we continue killing things? Yes. You're not lawful good. You're actually chaotically evil, but you're pretending to be lawful good just to lull us all in a sort of sense of safety. Yeah, sure. Headcanon. Done. Let's... I mean, look, why not? I always wanted to do drama in high school and my stepfather told me I wasn't good enough to make a living out of it, so I should do science instead. So, look, let's just say he was wrong. I'm really good at acting. That's why you all keep thinking I'm lawful good, and that's why all I know what to tell the quizzes to get me to get lawful good and stuff. Yep, I like it. Let's go with that. The heckin' saddle. It's always the saddle. Always the saddle. And then we'll have like a week or two of it's the saddle, and then Sheba will, the very next one, I won't include the saddle color, and Sheba will be scouring all the saddles, and yeah, it's great. I really like this game. It's fun. I just wish I had the spoons to do it like literally all the time. Hopefully I'm back at a level where I can do it far more often now. Obviously there are some times where I can't, you know, if it's anything like a sponsored stream or whatever, it's a little not ideal to be able to do that stuff, but hey, we'll do what we can. We'll do what we can. I think it looks stunning. Thank you, Yori. I really love these colors together. I am kind of feeling like the yellow on the little inner corner should have been like a shiny yellow gold rather than a matte one. But having that little tiny bit and then having the red be matte, I think would have been a bit weird. Like when you've got like a shimmery, I could have also found a red shimmer, but I don't have very many red shimmers that aren't pink red. Fear has the shiny. Fear has the shiny. Fear got the shiny. That's it. So many of my red eyeshadows have like a really heavy pink base because it's just the pigments that work for eyeshadows, right? So it's really difficult to find true red eyeshadows that don't just go everywhere like a red lipstick does. But yeah, so it was an interesting one to figure out in terms of product, but I'm really happy with how it turned out. I think it looks awesome. I think it looks really awesome. See what you mean? Perfect. Yeah, the red is the saddle. Yup. That's a horde color, isn't it? Red is a big color of the horde, yes. Not sure. Or do you mean that's a horde mount? Because I think it is, yeah. I think it's one of the base Blood Elf ones you can buy, maybe? Yeah. No, she rage quits chat was clean, was leaving early. Yeah, that's it. Don't remind me that's not nice. Oh, I just got it next to you. Congrats, Jake. 9 years. That is dedication. So happy for you. Congrats. She big ol' nerd. Fierce, chaotic, lawful. Is that a thing? I feel like that's not a thing. I feel like that's opposite sides of the same spectrum, isn't it? But I mean, also kind of true. I am lawful in that I stick to the moral codes, but I am chaotic as to which codes. Ha ha ha. And I just, you know, pick and choose which code I want to abide by. Hour to hour, minute to minute. What was the mount? It was the Black Hawk Strider. Black Hawk Strider. Or at least good at drama. Yeah, that's it. I try to avoid drama as much as I possibly can though, because good lord, it's just so exhausting. It's not worth the time and effort, like good lord. Oopsie. She was excellent at lying when she was with Ariana. That was a lot of fun. It was, I genuinely thought it was written all over my face. It must have been, like, the camera must hide more than just, like, all those little skin things. It must also kind of hide those tiny, like, you know when they talk about micro expressions? Like, you have that little flicker of something that gives your true feelings away? I must, because I have a terrible poker face. Like, face-to-face playing card games and stuff, or anything that requires a poker face, oh no, I'm called out every single time. It must, the camera must help somehow as well, I reckon. And I'm okay with that. Because, it's fun. I like it. It's good. I hope you guys enjoyed it though, that's what matters. Perfect Snack, come on for this. Yes! Sadness, I've received neither Metaros, Tusk, nor Iron Juggernaut this day. That's okay, Psychic. Next week. Next week. I have faith. One day, with persistence, it will do the thing. Chaotic Lawful is a thing. Spirit thing. Oh, sorry. That's why I struggled and I know most of the Alliance mounts. It's all in good fun. It is, yeah. This is what, like, I know a lot of the community use, like, your websites, your Warcraft mounts, and your data for Azeroth, and all that kind of stuff to sort of narrow things down and filter them and stuff. Simple Armory too. Simple Armory is a bit of a dangerous one. I mean, Simple Armory can tell you if I have it or not, but, it's a little dangerous in that the icons very often are not representative of the mount itself. But yeah, there's a lot of options out there for those who don't quite have the extensive mount knowledge that may be required for a game like this. But I mean, it's all in good fun, as you said, so it's not like there's anything dramatic on the line. Isn't that just neutral? Well, that's what I was thinking, because it's two ends of the same spectrum, right? It's not a thing. Yeah, I didn't think so either. I mean, we can make it, like, I can make it work logically speaking. Like, you know, like I said, being lawful so you abide by moral codes, but chaotic in the way that whose moral code, which moral code, when, chops and changes depending on the mood and the feeling kind of thing. But it's not a traditional, it's not one of the 9 traditional alignments, no. But welcome on in, Xylo. I hope you're doing very well today. Morning. Oh, thank you, Slane. Much appreciated. Thank you for the kind words. Went through the ground mounts once and switched characters and was like, alright, try again. Yeah! Love that. That's awesome. No, there's nothing else makes it lawful with good in this. You can be chaotic. You can absolutely be chaotic good, yes. What's it? Robin Hood. Steal from the rich, give to the poor. Incredibly chaotic. Sometimes. I mean, you could also argue that, like, you could argue that he was lawful good because he wasn't the law specifically, but it was his law. But from most things that I've seen have described him as chaotic good because he does everything that he does was for the good of people, like for the good of the, like, equality and all that kind of stuff, but it was hella chaotic and just all over the shop. But I don't know, that might be a bad example. I'm sure people who are far more familiar with both of those works, D&D and Robin Hood, would probably have some of their own thoughts and feelings on that, and that's great. That's fine. So much. I was watching a streamer even at 1080, it meant so much and removed so much detail from her face compared to IRL. Yeah, I mean, but that's not just the quality. There's so many steps to that. Like, first of all, you've got diffused light. Diffused light compared to sunlight will change the way things look. And then you've got the camera, you know, depending on the quality of the camera and all that kind of stuff, there is no loot. Then why does there, what's it? the quality of the camera, then there's the quality of your stream, like your bit rate that you're actually sending things up at. That can vary depending on your internet connection and Twitch's servers and all that kind of stuff. And then of course you've got the quality that the individual is displaying on there, and then it can also, that can, like, even if, you know, got 3 people watching at 1080, depending on the age and quality of the video cards and stuff like that, even that can then show slightly differently. Like, it's a whole, there are so many variables into it all. It's really quite fascinating. So all we can do as content creators is just do as best as we can, and then hope that you guys can manage the rest of it on your end to a quality that is acceptable for your use. This means like a good way. With grain leveling, talk to chat while you do it so it's not boring. See, that's the thing, Zylo. I don't really find leveling boring. I also, like, when I don't ever have time these days, but back when I did have time, I'd do a little leveling off stream too. I have, like, a lot of, oh, these are just my 60s. I need to, there you go. I've got, like, a lot of tunes. Yeah. But no, it is, in terms of achieving super large goals, like, for example, you know, 50 60s, or my stretch goal of 60 60s, it's having the distraction of chat and having that, it definitely does make things move. Feels like they run faster. Even if they're not actually moving faster, it definitely feels that way. But it also keeps you accountable. Like, if I was working on some big goal and then I just stopped out of nowhere, I know for a fact a whole lot of my regulars would be like, hey Fia, what about that thing you were working on? I'd be like, you bastards. Don't remind me. And so then, like, it holds me accountable to actually get it done, which is, sometimes you need that, you know? Sometimes you really want to do something, but you need that extra little push. And Twitch chat can really help with that. So essentially, 60 60s is chat's fault. But they already knew that, so that's fine. That's it. So we're going through simple armory, opening dozen tabs with a picture on where I had decided if it was that or not. Totally fair. Isn't the prize getting sheep to rage? I mean, that's definitely part of it. Absolutely part of it. Eyeball quality nods. Yes. Less of a prize, more the point time in this economy. I know. I've been quite productive over the last kind of few days, which is a really, really good feeling. I really want to maintain it. I have, I got a couple of emails today. Yeah, I'm going to do that thing again. I got a couple of emails today and went back and forth, and there was one particular thing that changed over the last 48 hours, has changed 3 times, and I'm like, oh, what are we, like, is this, well, what are we doing? Come on, I want to get cracking, I want to start this. So, like, between setting up for Subfest, between, like, making the gift notification about the drops, to doing the Subfest stuff and making a Subfest poster, like the goals thing to stick up on stream, and then planning out stuff for Dragonflight launch and all that kind of, and just kind of trying to, there's so much happening at the moment, so much happening, and I want to stay on top of it. I've finally gotten almost on top of everything after the last couple of days of just being entirely too productive for my own good. I'm almost there. I just need to keep it rolling, and I'm so nervous that I'm just gonna let everything slip again and fall behind and be horrible and terrible. So yeah, look, we'll get there. Just gotta give it a try. I'm really ready for EV1 encoding to become commonplace on Twitch streams. Will look super nice. Well, the thing is, they might not, because having the encoding is all well and good, but we need to be able to send up a decent image as well as the, I know sound takes up a lot less bandwidth than video does, but we still have to be able to send all that up. So we have to render everything on our PCs first. So you need a fucking good PC to make sure it renders properly. Then you need to have the bandwidth to be able to send it all to Twitch so they can display it in their top shit encoding. Like, just because the option's there doesn't mean that, I know that my stream is most certainly average quality compared to a lot of other partners out there, because I don't have the tech. I don't have the money to get the tech, but I don't have the tech, and I don't have the know-how to use the tech half the time either. So yeah, there's a lot more to it than just the encoding that can be available. There have been several streams that I've jumped in to watch, and it's like, oh yeah, let's stick this to 1080p, and it still looks like it's at 160. because they're not able to. It's not necessarily their fault. They might be really trying, but their tech is just holding them back, which sucks, you know. So yeah, it's a journey. It's a journey. Created a channel meme, of course, of course. You fear, what about that thing you said you were going to do? Remember the thing with the plays? What? I'm sure I feel like you're making a joke in reference to like nothing in particular, just kind of a thing to have a giggle at. But now you're making me feel like I said I was going to say something and I've forgotten what it was. So I'm not sure. 60s, 70s next back? Probably not, but we'll see. It's going to depend on whether or not I get the X45 Heartbreaker. That's literally the driving force behind the army of max level alts. If there is some achievement for getting certain number of tunes to max or for doing a thing on X number of characters or something, sure. But at this point, it's all about that mount. So I need to see how we go with that first. See how we go with that, and then go from there. That's the main point of AV1. 3,500 looks like 6,000 now. Interesting, interesting. But how can you make it look like that if the bits aren't there? Like, if the data simply isn't there to render, how does it... I don't understand how it can make it look better with data that's just simply not there. But again, I don't have the tech know-how for this, so that's why I don't know. It's just, yeah, it's knowledge I do not have, and that's okay. There's a lot of knowledge I do not have. I'll make a joke. Brilliant. Good. Okay, thank you for confirming. I appreciate it. I lovely. I brought me some freeze dried candy, so made also really good Starburst and sour skin. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. What's my stream for the Twitch shop, so my stream on my end goes off or lagging. Do I lose that time I'm watching, or do I not lose that time, if you may know? I have no idea, Jake. No idea. No idea. There is when you go on to when you start earning stuff from your drops. Let me just double check where exactly it is, because I've seen it before. So if you're on your homepage and you click your little face thing and it says drops and rewards just under subscriptions, and it'll say inventory and it'll say all campaigns. So those campaigns, if you click one of them, it'll tell you what your rewards are and what you have to do. Once you start doing that, once you earn some kind of progress towards it, it'll appear in your inventory. It'll have, like, for example, I've got in progress, see how close you are to completing drops that ask you to watch streams, claim the drop when you've watched 100% of the required time in any eligible channel. We tuned in to someone playing, what is that? New World. We rated someone playing New World, and so I have that in my in progress thing, and it says 0% of 4 hours. So once you start watching it, you can track it there. It's not going to track in minutes, but it will track in percentage. So if it lags for a couple seconds, no idea. But a couple seconds in the grand scheme of 4 hours isn't going to do much. But if you are lagging and you're noticing that your counter's not going up, you need to lower your settings. Switch it to audio only. I don't know. Check the FAQs for drops to see if you can earn them while watching on mobile. I have no idea. It might be a desktop only thing. But yeah, all I know about drops is what is available on Twitch and in their support articles. I have no additional inside information. Well, is there something you should be telling us? No, there's not at this point. Nothing new and fancy on the horizon. Fortunately or unfortunately. Fortunately because it allows me to catch up on stuff. Unfortunately because, well, you know, full-time fair is a desire, so that's okay. We're getting there. Getting there. Oh, for goodness sake! Plonk! Fine. Bye then. You can all just sit over there. I'm gonna go over here. Good. All right. I often wonder how to explain the data lack of something. Okay, which seems Used to be good. Yeah, sometimes. It just depends when it's like high movement stuff. The AI can only work so fast, I think. That's kind of, when you have like games like Stardew, for example, and you know, maybe you don't have a camera and things like that, the extrapolation there of guessing what the missing data is can be quite good. But when you've got something that's super high energy, something that moves very quickly, think Overwatch, where zoom, 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 everything's exploding and the person is like moving around a whole lot and you've got alerts going off everywhere and shit. No, it's gonna look like shit. Because the AI just cannot keep up with trying to guess what's in all of those gaps all the time. Yeah, so it really, like, you can watch streams on lower quality. It just has to be a little more chill. At least from my experience and from the facts that I have, like the FAQs, not the facts, the FAQs that I've browsed. Where's me? Audio only on desktop. I don't know how. It's not an option. Audio only is a mobile only feature. He's catching up with work. Missy must create more work for her. So you're going to get me some more sponsors? You're going to be my agent, Zam? Sphere in 480. Fair. Let's take him out onto good. Send me the thing. Send me the sound. That's a lot of points. Only 100k. Only 100k. There's like so many people who have so many sound commands that they've redeemed because I mean you earn them fairly quickly. We've got like, I think that'll be sound number 43 or something. It's like a lot. We've got so many sounds now. So many sounds now. We're gonna have to do a battle royale and narrow it back down to a number that is reasonable. Oh. Baby tune da 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 da, baby tune da 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 da. That's it. Tier 3 sub, earn them real quick. Yeah, as is Zam tier. Yeah, tier 3. Yeah, tier 2 and tier 3 subscribers earn them faster per Twitch's rules. That's not something streamers can control. That's literally a Twitch thing. But yeah, subs earn them faster. Tier 2 even faster. Tier 3 even faster. Yeah, it's good fun. Cute and fun. I know a whole lot of them. Good. As soon as I win the lottery, I'm sending you all the sponsors. Perfect. So you mean, what you mean to say is you are going to be all the sponsors, not sending me. Once you win the lottery, you are going to be the sponsor. Slowly working on my 0th flight. It's 10 rares is not my jam. Pairing up with someone who has flying, who can zoom you over to the rares, because nowadays, because so many people have them, it was a good plan, but now either you sit there and camp them till they spawn, because otherwise if you try to chase them when you see the announcement, they won't come up, like you won't get there in time. And then when you don't get there in time and then you see the alert go off for the one you were camping and then you try to run back, you won't get them either. So you've either got to camp them, stay in one spot, wait for it to spawn, kill it, and move on, or find someone who has a flying mount who can spare. It only really takes, it'll take under half an hour, really, with the speed at which and how many of those bloody rares there are. That's the way to do it. Not that you were looking for advice, but here, have some anyway. Oh, dang, it's at the same time as you. Oh no! Tier 3 is the first class channel points rate. Just try to check for every fortnight to fear for a grant. Oh dear. I can grab them to sponsor you, I think. But I mean, I guess. Maybe? I wonder what would be more efficient. Like, I guess that would do things like add to my portfolio and add to if I have like a media deck, a pitch deck where I'm like, these are the brands I've worked with before. It means I can add more of those logos to that little area. Rather than I have worked with user Zemnist. Interesting, yeah. Yeah, for me, made it quick. Yeah, it was super quick. Super quick. You were almost, you were halfway there also, Seeker, I think. Which is why I didn't take too long, but if you're at 0, I reckon it'd probably take no more than half an hour, honestly. As long as you've got someone who's watching for the alerts and kind of has the knowledge to open the map and check where they're going and swing around quick and all that kind of stuff. This is a good add-on for rare hunting and shit between camping and coding while I wait. Look, there are a few. I think Handy Notes is probably the one I'd go to because the icons sit on your map until, like, it sits on your map if there's something you can get from them. So if you haven't killed them for the achievement, the icon will be there. If they have a collectible that you can get still, then it'll be there. And if you haven't killed it for the day, it'll be there. But once you kill it for the day, it disappears. And if it has no transmog left for you and no achievements or anything, then it'll just permanently disappear and you won't see it again. So it's quite handy with that. But beyond that, if you have the... Like, when the announce goes off in chat, it often doesn't make a... I'm trying to think if there's a sound... I know Rare Scanner does sounds, but I don't know if it'll trigger off a chat box thing or if it has to be the vignette on the map. But yeah, like just noticing when the chat box pings that, because a lot of them have an emote that's zone wide when they start spawning in. And then you can see that, open your map and you'll see the star and you can zoom over there kind of thing. But again, if you don't have flying, you will not get there in time because everyone else will get there 100% faster than you do, or 310% faster than you do, and they will start laying into it and they will kill it before you can ride there. So if you're not just gonna camp it, you need to get a friend who can zoom you over there. I'll be sponsored when I get my lip balm shop happening. Yes, amazing, amazing. That's so exciting. Is that on specifically for the rares and Zero? There are, yeah, there are. I've only redeemed about 10 of them. One of the TikTokers I watch makes up their own sponsors every video. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Gotta be careful though, because if you say you're sponsored by Starbucks and then McCafe can't sponsor you because you've already had a coffee sponsorship in the last X number of days, exclusivity's a bitch. Well, not even exclusivity. It's not non-compete. It's weird. There's a word for it, and it's in all my goddamn contracts, and I've forgotten what the word is. But yeah, basically, if a potential sponsor jumps on my Instagram and sees that I've done a post for someone in the last 30 days, they won't even reach out because that's a competitor, and they don't want their stuff straight after a competitor, and so they just won't bother. So yeah, it's it can be a bit of a minefield. Unless they're very clearly saying hashtag sponsored, not sponsored. Do the friends thing campaigners? I mean, you have a whole ass community, like literally right here, Joe. We may not be friends, but at least acquaintances. Starbucks. Oh, my makeup and fictitious companies better. Yeah, for sure. That's hilarious. Hopefully, you would like to think that a marketing employee for a company in an industry would recognize when a different company is made up. Like, they'd actually go, wait, is this a real company? They wouldn't just assume it is. That's hilarious. There's so, like... I feel like such a killjoy talking about this kind of stuff, because I think that is a genuinely adorable idea, right? And hilarious, like, depending on what they're coming up with. That sounds like it could be, like, a lot of fun. But... You know, and I really feel like a killjoy outlining why that's maybe not such a great idea. But at the same time, for anyone here who is an aspiring content creator and goes, oh, that does sound like a good idea, I should do that. It would be cute and fun and I'd get more engagement. And then no money. Not that that's the end game for everyone, obviously. But if it is for you, then there's so many bloody things to take into account. It's fun. It's fun. Also, people in rare farm groups typically have someone who's willing to taxi. Yes, that's what I experienced when I was getting the achieved perfection. Can never ask someone to help with something like that, but I drop everything to help another person. I mean, it's give and take though. It's not just give, 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 give. That's how you end up in problematic circumstances. Like, yeah. That's the thing about this community, is that it's all just like, sometimes we give, sometimes we take. It may not be from the same person. It may not be a one-on-one, like they give me something and I give them something. But it's they give me something and I give that person and they 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 give that person, and then it comes back around to the first person. Like, everyone benefits when we need to, in specific ways that we need to, not necessarily from the same people we've helped in the past. That's what I love about this community. Everyone is just so wonderfully helpful. Wonderfully helpful. My own little taxi fare is fun at parties. No, I am not. No, I am not. God. I was going to say it's been so long since I've been to a party, but it really hasn't. Like, PAX was the last time I went to a party. And I managed to not impale anyone with a dart, so that's good.
There it is. There's my artifact. How foolish of me to trust Brack with something so valuable. It's a shame that you're too late to stop me. Surrender the artifact, and I will allow you to escape with your lives.
We will never surrender to you, champion. Now is the time. Use the artifact.
Okay.
So be it. Iron Horde, advance!
"35 kills on my champion's honor." Hell yes. That's why I popped my... Look at this. Look at this. Counting your kills. I wonder what that caps out as. Not even a little impalement. Sounds like a lame party. I know. Well, I mean, look. I definitely impaled the wall a few times. I'm bad at darts. Really, really bad at darts. But, I lost every... Like, I came last every single game. But... I didn't impale anyone. Like, I didn't impale any humans, so that's good. It was good fun, though. The people I was playing with didn't make me feel like shit for being trash, so that was really nice. Oh, I can press the button again. Let's press the button. Oops. Oh, right. I need to wait here. What am I at now? 45. Jesus, am I actually even going to get to Talador? Oh, Talador's right after this, isn't it? So yes, I am going to get to Talador. I think I'll just, like, get them to 50 and then wait for the thing to roll over. I think that's probably going to be the best idea. Because they're all 43 plus now. But I can't afford to just stop and hope that I'll have enough time to get them there. So we'll see how we go. Oops. GCD. Missed exhilaration. Oh well. That's right, I'm terrible. It's fine. It's fine. Keep getting caught. It's 45. I'm still a week behind. Oof. 7th of November. That's okay. We'll If we don't make it, we don't make it, and that's okay. But it'd be nice. It'd be nice.
Before I let you take what is mine, you will not win this war!
The artifact! Has he gone mad? We must restore it. We must get it to safety.
Where's my... What's the thing that...
Brace yourself, champion. The might of the horde is within you.
Release the Iron Stars!
Is soothe based not a thing? Well, not soothe. Was there not a thing? I thought there was a thing that like got them to calm their farm. Maybe it's a talent now.
It is over. Their defenses are shattered. We have won this battle, but without the artifact, we have far to go. Let us rally back at your garrison, Commander. We must plan our next course of attack.
What's the talent now? Oh, okay. I just can't seem to find it. That's alright. No biggie. I do believe that that is Gorgrond Finito. Trank shot. Ah, okay, tranquility shot. Is there a search? Tranquilizing shot. Oh, it's here. I have it. I have that talent. It's there. It's the warlock button. Good. Wait, my spreadsheet just updated and it says I'm up to the 8th of November now. Awesome, so I'm just less than a week behind. I'm like, perfect. That's good. Hi. So if I get it to level 50, it'll kick me out of Chromie time and send me back to Chromie, and then I can just park it there and then log in after patch and jump back into Chromie time and finish off WOD. I think that's gonna work quite well. I think that'll be nice. I still have, like, there's 4 tunes. I've got a 47, a 45, and 243, so that's still gonna take me a while to do, but that's, I can at least, like, if I get that far, that's what I can do. I was doing the Chains Domination questline only for Zereth Mortis questline to open up. Yeah, you can skip Korthia. You can, if you've done Korthia once on one character, you can skip straight to ZM on your future ults. Shadowlands has been pretty in-depth for like catch-up mechanics and things. Like there's a lot of catch-up mechanics in Shadowlands. This is the first time doing Korthia though. Oh, interesting. I thought you had to do Korthia right the way through. Oh, no, I think you have to do Korthia to, like, the second chapter. At least once, maybe. Like, there is a point at which Zereth Mortis opens up. I don't think you have to finish the whole storyline. I think it's just, like, a couple of the chapters. That rings a bell. Or I could just be talking shit though. Look, it's been a while. It's been a while. I also did all of Corthia before Zereth Mortis released because main and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's my memory is not to be trusted. Hello, Kay, welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Oh crap, I forgot to interrupt that. Okay, that should be the... Hello! God, I sound so crackly in that voice clip, don't I? Like, I sound sick or like a smoker or something, I don't know. Just, it doesn't quite sound like me, I feel. Maybe I'm wrong. Chapter 1 of 90 consummation of the Outlaw 3 Ballet Forces there, and the Primus called. Yeah. Interesting. There you go. I guess I've made it even easier to catch up. That's good. Hello, Crow. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Okay, so I didn't sound much better than I have been. Good news. Good news. I know that feeling, and it's such a good feeling when you're like, okay, I'm through the thick of it. Let's get out the other side. Yeah. I feel ya. I feel ya. You're entertaining Moitron. Yeah, I know, but like, still, you know, it's weird. The Noitron is so annoying. Almost as annoying as Julianne. Oh my lord. The reason I'm doing code right now is I'm not flying around Shadowlands. See him can wait its turn. Fair. Very fair. Although, I thought that was a renown-based unlock, so you can just go straight to ZM and do all your renown catch-up and you'll get flying just the same, right? Or am I misremembering that? It's not even a Pathfinder thing anymore. I can't see the renown because I'm not on a tune that can access it. But, yeah, I thought it was just literally a renown number, so no matter where you get that renown from, you can get that renown in Corthia, or you can get the renown in Zereth Mortis, but you will get the flying no matter where it comes from. Flying locked behind ZM story. No, flying in Zereth Mortis was locked behind Zereth Mortis story, but flying in the Shadowlands itself was unlocked during Corthia, just via renown. Yeah, what Water said. ZM had its own achievement to unlock flying just there. Yeah. Yeah. Flying was a little bit, like, it was much, much simpler this time, but also just a touch complex, if that makes sense. Forever ago. I know, right? Oh my god, it's been such a long time. It feels like simultaneously it was yesterday and 7 years ago. Love the passage of time. It's so nice. Flying Shadowlands, not ZM, you complete certain chapters of the 2 campaigns, or the Covenant campaign, I believe, up until chapter 3 of the Chains of Domination, the point Primus returns. Which is when the Primus returns, is when you get sent to ZM, so you can just stop there, can't you? How close it is to Christmas. Aw, thank you, King! Much appreciated. I'm quite enjoying how it looks today. I'm quite happy with how the colours have worked together. Sometimes when I pick out a mount and then it's like, okay, what colors are there? Black, red, yellow. Crap. How am I gonna make this not look like I've been punched in the face? Because these are literally like bruise colors. The only thing, like I'm missing some blue, purple, and green, but these are kind of pretty close to like bruise colors. So if you do it the wrong way, you just end up looking like you've been punched. So yeah, it was, but I kind of worked it and I worked it a little more and then I stopped. And I was pretty happy with it. Open presents as we speak. No, illegal. It's November. Piss off. You're now 144 to unlock Copula Sigil. Ah, that's right. So you get the Renown, which unlocks a step of the chapter, and completing the step of the chapter is what actually gives you the flying. That's right. Cool. All right. Thank you. There we go. We got there eventually. All the little steps have fallen into place. This room looks like Christmas threw up with all the wrapping. I will be back.
Run away, little girl. Run away.
That's 2 out of 3 parcels delivered. Bubble tea is 13.5 kilos. So I'm, yeah. I took the stairs. So, good. Hi, we're back. Did we have... We do! Battle! Fantastic. Thank you for your patience. Eyes under your yeah, the colours under your eyes. Well, I do have a little bit like just on that mobile lid portion rather than like all the way down. Yeah. It took me a bit to learn that was a trick. Packages. I got bubble tea. And I got a package from Mecca skincare because I realized that I have this much of one product left and no backup, and I was like, ah, shit. And then I wasn't at the free shipping cap, so I had to look through my spreadsheet. This is why spreadsheets can be useful. Had to look through my spreadsheet to see if there was anything else I didn't have a backup of, and found another thing that although I've still got like half a bottle of it left, I have no backup. So now I have a backup for that too. I'm only buying things I absolutely need, so no lipstick. No lipstick allowed. Yeah. Christmas music is banned in my workplace because most of us are backgrounds in hospitality or retail. Ah, yep. Yep. All of the yay. Sounds like that drink was worth it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh boy. It's a lot of bubble tea. Well, yeah, it's between Jas and I think it's a 3 or 4 month supply. Something like that. 3 or 4 months worth for the both of us. Yeah. It works out. And that way, like, we know that we blast through the free shipping cap. And yeah, like it's just, and we just get one order, like, every quarter or so. And it worked quite well for us. But, I mean, obviously it's not going to work well for everyone, but that's how we roll. Fell, Slain, and Floundering. Congratulations to all of you on your runship. Well done. Weekly workout done. Oomph. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Love a spreadsheet, as do I. As do I. All right. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Let's go to the dragon. Let's go up to the dragon. Nothing beats a good spreadsheet. Agreed. I've been wearing the lipstick you gave me almost daily. Oh, I'm so glad that it works for you, Seeker. That makes me so happy. Oh, yay. That's fantastic. I had a bunch of like mystery boxes and stuff where I'd gotten double ups, and I kept all of the double ups in a little box and I took it down to Melbourne with me. Gave a few to Mum, gave a couple to Seeker, and gave a few to my dad's girlfriend as well. Just sort of like spreading the love. And I'm sure when my stepsister gets back from wherever when I see her next, I'm sure she'll probably clean out the rest of them. But that's good for me, because then the makeup doesn't get wasted. Like, it doesn't just go into landfill. People get some use out of it, people love them, and I don't have to have too much stuff. I already have too much stuff. Speaking of which, my skin. Yori said that it looked kind of bluish. So asked if it was a cheek product that I did an extra step in my makeup today that I haven't done in a very long time, and I was curious if it made a difference. So just a quick refresher. I'm wearing foundation, not just powder. I usually wear powder because I'm super greasy, like super oily, but today I'm actually wearing like a liquid foundation as well, because I haven't in a very long time, and I have them in my drawers, and I thought I should use these up. Let me try it and see if it's going to add a ridiculous amount of time to my routine. And so I did. But it's interesting that Yori said I looked kind of bluish, because I swear to God, over the last few months, my skin has been going yellow. Not yellow like the liver problem thing. Not, I forgot the word for it, but it's fine. So I'm not because I'm sick. I think it's one of my skincare products. I think it is reacting with a jaundice. Thank you, Kay. That's what I was looking for. Not jaundice. I think it's because when I clean my face, I'm what I imagine is a usual color. But then when I do my full routine of skincare, at the end of it, I'm a little bit yellow. So I think it's something in one of my skincare products that's reacting either with my skin or with the air here or with a different product and is turning kind of yellow. And because I do my skincare and then I put my makeup on it, it can make me look a bit yellow. So the fact that I've got foundation on and I'm looking more on the blue end of the spectrum rather than yellow makes me think I'm right. And that was when I asked, I looked at Jas and I said, have a look at my skin. I'm like, do I look yellow to you? And he's just like, I don't know. So yeah, I figured I'd ask and see. I know cameras and all that kind of stuff is going to mess with things anyway, but I mean, I'm assuming you guys don't tweak your screen settings too frequently, so maybe you might have noticed a difference, but the fact that someone picked up on that it was a little more blue makes me really think that I'm right and that my skincare is making me yellow. But luckily not like staining my skin, just sort of tinting it for a little while. The cat goes lays on the bottom of the shower after you just use it and comes and sits on you. Lovely. Lovely. At least Jas doesn't sit on me with his wet hands. Jaundice, that's what I was looking for. I know, right? Look, I am infinitely quotable. Just not always in a good way. Liver says no. Yeah, no, I have had like almost liver failure before. And I didn't go yellow, funnily enough. Mine, so my liver function test was barely above 0 at one point when I was on some old meds for my autoimmune stuff, and that's why you get regular blood tests when you're on these kind of system-affecting medications, because they can mess things up out of nowhere when they've been working for years and all of a sudden it just decides it doesn't like it anymore. To the point that they, like, immediately pulled me off the meds, asked me to come into the hospital like I was not well. And I no jaundice, no even slightly yellowing of the skin or anything. What I was experiencing was itching head to toe. And the reason we found out that my liver was messed was I was talking to Mum just randomly. Gotta love Mum. Talking to Mum randomly, and she's like, "How you going? How are all the meds and stuff going?" And I'm like, yeah, nothing new, everything's about the same. Itching's a bit weird, but I figure I'm just, something in there. And she's like, "What itching?" And I said, "Well, I've just kind of been itchy lately." And she's like, "Where?" And I'm like, "Oh, I don't know really." She's like everywhere? I'm like, "Yeah, probably. It's like off and on. It's here and then it's over there and then it kind of moves around and stuff." And she's like, "Okay. Go to your doctor, ask for an LFT, and then go get it done, and then call your specialist and ask them if they've received the results yet." And I'm like, "Okay." And so I did, and they're like, "Yeah, we did. Can you come in?" Mums. Sometimes amazing. Absolutely incredible. Sometimes, please stop calling me. You are being overbearing. Yeah, so that was a drug-induced lupus was what I ended up being diagnosed with. Drug-induced lupus. That one time where it is lupus, yeah. But drug-induced is usually it's not a good thing. Lupus is never a good thing, but the fact that it was drug-induced lupus meant that remove the drugs, usually the lupus goes away, and in my case it did, thankfully. But yeah, it was an uncomfortable few weeks of being stuck like a pincushion, waiting for my results to get better. So many fun experiences. I just got my blue light super low monitors. Everything always looks a little warmer for me. Fair. Yeah, I can't really. Oh, my screens do go warm. Usually at about, I think I've got it set to 10:30 at the moment, because that way, the problem is, for me to know what you guys are going to be getting on your screen, I have to have it as true to tone as I possibly can here. So while I'm streaming, it's on like the balanced kind. I have tweaked the profile a bit, but it's on a relatively balanced profile, and then once I'm no longer streaming, it'll switch over to one of those like blue light reducing dealies. But very different situation, obviously. We changed our screen color to match the stream background. Beautiful. Love that. Love that. Evening, dude. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Read who authorized that. Let there be good. Oh, God. Thank you for the biddies. Much appreciated. Oh, it's a raid. Fear and the Matrix. How beautiful are those lights, right? Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Welcome back, Dan. Hope you're doing well today. Blue light kicking in is how I know it's really time for bed. Yep. That's funny. Yeah, my screen's going warm. It's like, oh crap, that's the time. Off we go. I'm so proud of myself for making GIFs. Like, all the little itty bitty useless skills that I've been picking up. I mean, they're not useless, but in the real world, they're fairly useless. But I'm just so proud of myself. So proud. And like it didn't do what I wanted it to do the first time, so I went through and like edited little bits so it did what I wanted it to do, and like I just, yeah, it was nice. It was nice. Buddy is back. I saw, was it the photos, what, yogurt tea? What was it, what kind of flavor apart from yogurt? What was the flavor of the bubble tea you guys got? If you made this neat informative, thank you, Kay. I got two of them. The two of them. The cycle through the WoW, the drop states. That's a GIF as well. I know it just looks like a slideshow, but to get to do like that for the right amount of time, I had to make it a GIF. So I have one GIF and then a blank and then the other GIF, the Subfest one, and then another blank to kind of get it to do how I wanted it. I'm really proud of myself. She's making it really perfect. Thank you, Keg. Thank you so much. I'm quite pleased with how it turned out myself. I'm very happy with it. Glad you like it. Brilliant job. Thank you. I tried. And now I know I can do it. So if I need to do it in future, they're very, very, very basic. But, you know, it's a lower third banner. They're usually basic anyway. The Subfest one in particular reminds me of like a 90s banner ad. It's like, hi, click. Hot singles in your location. But yeah, it's it does the job. It does what it's meant to do. Technically I don't think it counts as tea, strawberry syrup with strawberry popping pearls, and yogurt blended with ice. Ooh, it's like a frappe thing. Delightful. That's fine. Look. It's from a bubble tea place, it's a bubble tea, you'll be right. You'll be right. That's really cool. I definitely get that feel for the Subfest one. I think is what I especially enjoy about it. It's got that retro feel. I mean, when they give us the Subfest thing that kind of does that, that's an asset that they gave us. So all the assets are kind of like that, and they've got that pixely retro kind of feel to them. So I thought, bugger it, let's go all in. Let's go all in. And the yellow in the background was supposed to be kind of evocative of sand because it's summer Subfest. So I kind of, yeah. The colors are a little bit, the neon green and the purple were a little bit interesting to work with. But I think I got a nice balance of readability and not. But yeah, I'm so excited for Subfest. Like, I have zero expectations, but I'm really excited. Like, I'm actually looking forward to hopefully completing all of the I mean, I know I'm not going to hit all the milestones, and that's okay. But they're all things that I would actually enjoy doing if we did get there. I mean, enjoy is in the loosest of definitions. Hot sauce is back on the list, capsicum's on the list, all that kind of stuff. So it's look, some of them are not going to be fun, but I feel like they'll be really entertaining for you guys, and that, like, seeing you guys happy makes me happy too. So I'm genuinely excited for all the things I've got planned, and we'll just see how many of them we end up getting to do. You know, that's up to you guys. The excitement! Looking forward to seeing it. Yes, readability and Doctor's handwriting, natural opposites. Yes. Yes. Agreed. Is that? Okay, it is all of them. Good. Let's... Hey Fair, how did the weekend treat you? Hello, Neke. Quite well, thank you. I hope you can say the same. Welcome back. Yeah, it was really, really productive. I got a lot done, and so I feel like for the first time in quite a while, I almost feel like I'm almost up to date with stuff. I am aware that my social media has been very, very lacking lately, and I get that's fine. It's fine, but apart from that, I feel like I'm getting much closer to being good. So yeah, it's a good feeling. It's a good feeling. Hope you can say the same. Pretty today. Pretty funny today. I got a text messages from Evie. Perfect. Amazing. Okay. Update of Jess and eating Singapore on IG. This meat looks so good. Yes. Oh my god, it was so delicious. Jess had karage. No, like a chicken cutlet curry thing. Chicken katsugo. There's the word I'm looking for. And I had teriyaki chicken. But mine came with like the omelette as well over the rice that his didn't come with. So I got like some extra protein, slightly fewer carbs and stuff. But oh, it was, and those bowls. Like that was not a trick of the perspective. The bowl was like this wide. It was so huge. I didn't manage to finish mine. I couldn't finish it. There was just so much food. And the place that we went to was celebrating its 10th anniversary of being a company kind of thing. And so they had these anniversary specials. We had just missed out on like $10 curry. So it was like a little bit more expensive. But what they did have was an anniversary deal where cans of green tea or cans of Pepsi were 10 cents each. No limit. So we both had Pepsi to drink. So yeah, like it was a whole thing. It was delicious. Really, really good. Monster curry. It was amazing. I do, but I just got a text message me looking at the smartwatch notifications. So did I. My Father's Day here yesterday. Good chilling day. Oh, wonderful. Oh, that's so good. I hope you enjoyed yourself. Lovely cats curry. Hell yeah. Ask for a doggy bag. Take home the rest. Yeah, it was not going to be such a great idea. We were kind of in the middle of wandering around a whole lot. We weren't going to be going back to the hotel for many, many hours after that. So it was just not safe. It would not have been safe to eat. But there wasn't much left, especially after Jess attacked my leftovers. It was amazing. It was so good. It was really, really good. And it was like good food too. That's the other thing. Like it wasn't just like a half decent, sort of dodgy. Like the food was amazing. Really good. This is peaceful in a cave, being poisoned by a bunch of spiders. I'm gonna make it to a rogue. McSneaky, wonderful. Oh, that's so good. So good. Isn't there a whole argument about Tauren not being stealthy enough to be rogues? There was. There was, but then there's also that, like, it's probably a Tumblr meme. I'm trying to think where it came from originally. But basically, a rogue who takes 0 points into stealth, but maxes out on charisma. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Wait, what are you doing here? You don't say thunk. And then continues on. Yep. I love that. It's so good. It was like an ogre rogue or something in that. Like, yep. So good. Zoom zoom! Those are originally supposed to be it's supposed to pull magic users and the arcane, but meh, times change. They do. They do, you're right. Right, so I actually have to get out of here. Ugh, this is the worst bit of this little bonus objective, is getting out again. No, that's not right. Where am I? By the Sunwell. It is this way. No, it's not. That's right, I took a wrong turn way back where, so that's fine. Something, that's it. That's it. Actual hell am I going? Oh, here, for the item, okay. That's fine. I'll drop down there. Supposed to be going out the other way. I went all the way around instead of like going through, so that's fine. Okay, this, ooh, egg. Alright, Thornvine, can't do that. Alright, zoom zoom. Let's go, Serpent. Let's go the correct direction this time. I don't want to go through there. I'll go through this bit. Because I know I can, oh, I still come out the same bloody place anyway. It's fine. It's fine. And then I just missed that turn off. Hallucinations. And then out we go. There we go. Waiting for the hallucinations to kill me. I hate that. I've always disliked that bonus objective. It just, oh, it sucks. It sucks so bad. But that's fine. It's fine. Birds. Birds? No, they're the pale what's-its, the little golem-y looking what's the thingamajigs. I thought I was done with Gorgon, clearly not. Ontogen the Harvester. Oh no, I'm supposed to interrupt the wild ontogenesis. Oops. That one. Although they're pretty easy to kill. There we go, much better. I'm just about home from work. Actual weekend. That's okay. Hope you enjoy your trip. Enjoy the journey. Any Lux for the Vocus? Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be fun. I think it's going to be fun. Dum, 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 dum. Dum, 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 dum. Dum, dum, dum. Dum, dum, dum. Dum. Get a couple more pollen pods. Kill some more stuff along the way. What level are you, Pliz? At the moment, this character is level 46. How are you going today, Taze? Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Great, thanks. Wonderful to hear. Such good news. Do you have the Garrison XP flask? No, I don't bother using them because the price is too variable, and I'd rather not spend the gold on it because, like, I'll get there anyway. Like, it's not going to shave that much time off it, and so it doesn't really bother me that much. But each to their own, of course. If you're someone who wants to use them, then go nuts. Like, have fun, enjoy it. It's just not what I choose to do. I'm not a speed leveler, so I'm all good. About the furthest thing you could possibly get from a speed leveler. I know it's from your garrison. I know. You still have to get them. No, I don't use them. As I said, not my choice. Like, I mean, like, that is not the thing that I choose to use. I'm aware of its existence. I choose not to use it. Need 2 more. There's one. Pollen pots. Looking forward to having a full account. I can't just go and make more toons. Yeah, huh? But then you gotta level them all, Yori. Having the full account is like creating the characters is the smallest little step. You gotta go level them then. I don't know, I'm really looking forward to Wednesday. I can't believe it's like 2 days. 48 hours away. Like, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. I'm sort of planning out Wednesday's stream a little more than I usually plan out streams. Because there's a few things I want to cover off on, and I want to do it all in one stream. But we'll see how we go. See how we go. It's exciting. I'm excited. I hope you're excited. Looks like I am shifting over to Talador now. We just finished that bonus objective with the last kill. Off we go. You two will be busy this week for the drops. Yas. Oh, so exciting. Hey, there we go. Mara, No Mana, Paul, Flandering, Zam, Slain, Erica, Meaty, and Fade. Congratulations to all of you on your bonus ship. Well done. Well done. Hello, weirdo dude. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. I'm excited. I just leveled up a Goblin Death Knight. Ah, congrats. Well done. Well done. Did you enjoy your experience? I very much hope you did. Look, I like leveling. It's my jam. It's one of the parts of the game I'm actually good at. So I do a lot of it, but I know a lot of people out there. Leveling is kind of a thing that's in the way of the rest of the game, kind of thing. But I hope that you enjoyed your experience. Oh my god, I'm not famous Berry. Good lord. Hello. How are you, my dear? Welcome back. How was the rest of your stream last night? It was fun. It only took me 2 days to level to 60 with these buffs. Nice! That's wicked! Oh, go you! Go you! Well done. Well done. You are too. No. Not, look, Berry, if I was famous, I'd be full-time, wouldn't I? Baby steps, my dear, baby steps. It's fine, it's fine. We'll get there. We'll get there.
For the dark spear.
Oh, I still got to talk to Rokana. Okay, Talador, let's go. Take me to my base in Talador. Onwards. It was so adorable. It really is, and I agree wholeheartedly. The art style is just gorgeous. Cell shading is like, it has that. It's somehow modern and nostalgic at the same time, and it just in like when you do it with the right colors and stuff, it just pops off the screen like it's beautiful, utterly beautiful. I'm glad you're enjoying it. That's really good. Hang on a second, I think I broke something. Yep, I have. Give me a sec. There we go. I think I broke my stream chat because everything kind of went bonk. Chat the Evoker. I doubt I will make one, but very much looking forward to giving it a try. Absolutely. Small army level 52 is when you get the 60. Beautiful. Level capped all my crafters. Ah, well done. Go Hughberry. Holy cow. That's huge. That's huge. Okay, let's...
Have you even inspected this cage? It's on the verge of falling apart. Let me out, and I'll show you how to make one strong enough to hold a raging cluster of ball in it.
I think I have to... Hang on. Oh dear. Now the grind for best in slot gear begins. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. When did that? This isn't what I want. I'm trying to, sorry, I'm trying to look for... Maybe I have to do it here. Yeah, I do. Perfect. Okay. Alright. I've just noticed a little notification thing on my dash and I'm trying to figure out what the hell I'm supposed to do with it. It's like an action required thing, but I can't. Look, it's fine. It's fine. And I swear to God, if it starts playing sound, I'm gonna be very unhappy. Okay, look, you should look at the socials. Oh my goodness. What are the socials? Perfect. I figured out how to do the thing. Good. Okay. We can close that now. Awesome!
What is it?
Let's get back to leveling. Alrighty. So we are going to hit 47 very, 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 very soon. So that's nice. Just waiting for, like, I'm going to hit 50 and it's going to kick me out of Chromie time, and then I can stop there, switch tunes. And then once phase 2 hits, put them straight back into Chromie time. Fantastic. If I can get them to 50. I'm sure, look, I'm going to give it a good old crack. I'm going to give it as much of a go as I can. I may not get to 60's, but I can at least get to... I know I'm going to get to 56. Maybe I can even get to 57 or 58, and that's still better than nothing, so I'll take it. I'll take it. So for anyone who's lurking and hanging out and wondering what the hell I'm talking about, I set myself a leveling challenge, predominantly for Lovers in the Air, to try to get the X45 Heartbreak amount, but also because having an army of ults makes collecting in general quite a bit easier. So I was aiming for 50 60's, one full account of level 60 characters. Then, of course, we got our extra 10 character slots without an announcement, without any blue posts, without any sort of notification that it would be happening. It's just like, hey, I can make new tunes. What the hell? So I decided to keep my challenge at 50 60's and then have 60 60's as like a stretch goal. You know how they do on like Kickstarter and stuff? Yeah. So if 60 60's is a stretch goal because I don't think I'm actually going to make it in time. I don't think I'll get there, but I'm still going to try. Because that's what we do. We give it a red hot go and do as well as we possibly can. So I'm definitely going to have 50 60's. That's as done and dusted as far as I'm concerned, because I'm going to have 2 evokers and they're going to be numbers 49 and 50 respectively. Beyond that, I've got 5 characters that are at 59.9, which once I've got my evokers done, that'll be 51, 52, 53, 54, 55. Then I have a level 1 character and a level 60 boost sitting on my account, so that'll be 56. So I know I'm going to get to 56 out of 60, but beyond that is anybody's guess. I do not know where I'm going to end up landing. But, I mean, I do have until February for Lovers in the Air to get them done. I get that, but I don't really want to be leveling through old content trying to get tunes to 60 when Dragonflight exists, right? And is accessible on live where my progress is saved. Beta's nice and stuff, but like, come on, man. Firstly, don't want spoilers. This is a spoiler-free channel, just FYI. But also because, you know, I might get some random rare drop and then I can't keep it, so that's not fun. So that's what I talk about when I'm talking about all these ridiculous numbers. I have goals, they are large, and we are trying our bestest. 50 is awesome for farming. 50 is amazing for farming. Like, holy cow. And they were pretty evenly spread across classes, armor types, completely, like, even across covenants, like, all that kind of... So, yeah, it's, there is a spreadsheet. Exclamation 50 60's. FIFTY 60S is the full command. And it'll give you a spreadsheet that shows you all my tunes. It's a little bit out of date. I haven't updated this one's level at the moment. I think she still says that she's 45 or something. This is Danakaya. She's the hunter closest to the top of the spreadsheet. But apart from that, yeah, that's my full list of tunes. With all their datas, all their bio info. But yeah, I'm pretty proud of how far I've come. Super proud of that. Still got a bit to go, but we'll just see. We'll just see. Hello, SG. What's your 1 to 50 leveling guide? I don't have one. I am terrible at guide writing. I tend to follow other people's guides. I use Zygor, which is over here, for leveling. I also use Zygor for a lot of other things, not just leveling. But that's my go-to for that kind of stuff. I'm not a speed leveler. I do a lot of it, but I don't do it quickly. So yeah, no, you do not want a guide written by me. It would be rambling and crap and no one would understand it. So I would definitely recommend you check out other people's guides, because they are much better at this than I am. That is for sure. My guess is 69 60s. You can't have that many though, Berry. I'd have to pay for a second account for that, and I'm broke. I can't do that, it's impossible. Hello, Fuse, welcome back. I'm doing very well today, thank you. Hope you can say the same. So I'm having one of each class of 60, but was on the fence when I found your channel yesterday is what's pushed me to commit to it. Oh, amazing! Oh, that's so good, Crow. Best of luck. I hope it goes really well for you. Hope it zooms all the way along. Step 1, download and sub to Zygor via my link above. Step 2, follow guide in whatever zone you want. Step 3, profit. Yeah, it is. So Zygor has, there is a free Zygor add-on. It has a handful of limited guides, and then you can pay a subscription to access premium guides. That they, you buy the guides and they plug into the free add-on, basically. I understand that that's not possible for everybody for various reasons, and that's totally okay. There are 2 suggestions that have been made to me in terms of add-ons that are like just add-ons without extra guides to plug in and stuff, which first of all is Azeroth Autopilot, sometimes referred to as AAP, Azeroth Autopilot. That is a really good one, I've been told, for speed levelers particularly, because it has the most optimum path. It doesn't have, like, you can't just kind of go anywhere and just level with a guide that you can pick up. It's got one leveling path and you have to follow that one. But that's, that's fine for most people. They want the most efficient path, so that's great. The other one, I've never used it myself. I have been told a lot about it, but I've never used it myself, so take that as you will. The other one that has been recommended to me just recently, like in the last week, was WoW Pro. I've never heard of that before. To be honest, it sounds like a botting program. If it is a botting program, don't use it, good lord. Don't break toss, it's not worth it. But if it's not, if it is just a leveling guide, then that might be one worth looking into as well, depending on your personal preferences. But I have exactly no knowledge of that one at all, so I do not. All I know is the name of it. So yes, those are some recommendations that have come from the community. I had a friend with no gender and so much editing knowledge. Barry, you deserve to be paid. People deserve to be paid for their work, and please refer to previous statement where I say I am broke. Like, I don't like, especially like, if it's gifts and personal things like that, that's one thing. But when you start talking about things that are to be used for content creation, things that are being used for my business, for which I have an ABN and stuff like that, I feel like that if I'm going to be making money from it, it needs to be paid for, because that's just, if I'm going to expect people to pay me for my services, then why should I not pay people for their services? It's one of those, like, the moral remember, lawful good. So yeah, I do, look, I adore you, and one day I will absolutely probably commission you to do some stuff, but at this momento, unfortunately, but that's okay, we'll get there. It's not impossible for full-time fare. No, it's not impossible for full-time fare, but I'm not full-time fare yet. WoW Pro is a website and add-on with a leveling guide. Oh, brilliant, Jai. Thanks so much for that. Amazing. I have more information I can add to my spiel. That's perfect. Thank you. Okay, reasonable, but what's that legal term where you only pay if you win lawful good? I think you're looking, usually it's commission. Like, if, for example, a real estate agent gets paid when they make a sale and they take a percentage of thing, do you know what I mean? That kind of thing. So it would be something along the lines of, I will design you something to put on a merch t-shirt and you will send me 10% of the profit from all the sales of that particular t-shirt, kind of thing. That's, yeah, commission is, I know, but then, because then in the art world you talk about commissioning something is just literally paying for a piece. So it's, unfortunately, same word, totally different meanings because of different but yeah, I think that's what you're talking about. If not, I've just ranted for no reason. Well, I mean, is there ever no reason for a rant? Ranting is just fun sometimes. Welcome to Fear Stream. I have also actually forgotten what this is in reference to, Barry. Oh, as in, like, you're talking about, hang on, good at editing, hang on, no, I have no idea what you're talking about with the editing thing. I mean, I could always use editing help, but I don't know why in this particular circumstance. Never no reason. I've used it once, not for long. It's like the Wish version of Zygor. Well, it's one of those things where you get what you pay for, right? It's going to have limited functionality. It's going to have maybe limited numbers of guides, like Azeroth Autopilot with the one path right the way through, right? Rather than just picking a zone and going for it. But it's because, like, when you have monthly subscribers, you can afford to spend some time working on the thing that they're paying for because you are making an income from it. If it's totally free, if you're getting no contribution toward it whatsoever, sometimes people can't afford to, say, take a day off work unpaid and work on this thing because there's a new patch, because they can't afford to do that. They need the money to pay their bills and shit. So it makes sense, like, you know, get what you pay for. But if you can't afford to support a creator, that's understandable. There are free options available, which is good. What just happened? Where am I going? Mogran Logger. I just skipped just sort of in and out of the bonus objective zone. That's what happened. What am I in combat with? About to be in combat with this bloody thing. No? Okay. I can't fly. I don't know why I'm not... grumble, grumble. Can I... Yeah, that worked. It's commission, and you also have services based on a cure system where you only pay if the problem is fixed. Yeah, it's like the whole, like, you only pay legal fees if you, like, you know, if you no win, no pay. That's a commission thing. Like, they end up taking a percentage of your winnings. Like, if you go to court and you win your case and you get paid out 10 grand, they'll take a set percentage of that. And usually those kind of things, firstly, they'll be incredibly selective about what cases they take. They will only take cases that they believe they can win, because otherwise they lose the money for the work. And the percentage they take is quite high, because if you don't win, you don't get paid. So you got to make up for those ones, because even if they only take cases they are certain they will win, information comes out they weren't aware of, and they will lose a portion of cases. So you've got to, you know, subsidize each other, kind of thing. But yeah, that's more information than anybody needed. So yeah, commission is essentially what we're talking about. It just works differently in the artist industry. Good evening, Fia. How are you going today? Many dings so far? Yeah, a couple. We're not doing too badly. This tune's 47 now? Yeah, 47, not too bad. Talking about a guide. Oh, the leveling guide. Yeah. Yeah, no, honestly, there are so many leveling guides out there already that are phenomenal. It'd just be me trying to add to a saturated market. I wouldn't be the best on the market, all that kind. Even if it had the beautiful editing skills, it just still would not be as good as what's already available. So yeah, nah, it's okay. Not worth. Not worth. Good evening. How are you going today? Meditating. Guide. An insane number of guys, UX isn't quite. Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. That's cool then. Oh, it's good that they have a lot of, like, varied stuff. That's wonderful. First week at work after 3 weeks off. First day seeing you after the pack. Lovely fear hug. I've been told. I have been told. Fantastic. UI loadouts keep resetting to the default one. Kind of annoying. That is interesting. I wonder if it's not logging off properly and it's not, like, saving to the saved variables file properly. There are a lot of issues. Like, I was on the Zygor forums today because I'm having issues with that mailbox thing. Like, I can't choose to go and find me the closest mailbox. So I made a post there, and as I was looking to try to see if there was an existing one already, because I don't like to make a new post if there's already one I can just sort of add to. And while I was looking through posts that sort of seemed similar, there's a lot of issues, and the Zygor authors have actually been in contact with the Blizzard devs, because, you know, some of the larger add-on creators do have that kind of communication, and Blizzard have basically said, yeah, the UI is scuffed. It's the essence of it was that they added some additional code between PTR and live that was untested. Like, it had been tested internally, but it hadn't been tested on, like, a PTR. It hadn't been publicly tested yet. But they added it in, and it because it wasn't public, the add-on authors didn't have access to it. But it doesn't, like, the add-ons aren't flubbing it. The add-ons are sending valid queries, and the UI is saying, "Were?" So, yeah. Essentially, it is the base UI, it is Blizzard's fault, but there is nothing add-on creators can do about it. It's not like, oh shit, there's this new stuff. It's literally, even if they try to fix it, the UI still isn't understanding what the add-ons are actually trying to do. So from what I was reading, they are hoping that with Wednesday, there'll be some adjustments, but no guarantees. But yeah, look, it's super interesting. They've never done anything this large with the UI before. There were bound to be some oopsies. I don't think anyone wanted oopsies this big, but it happens. It is what it is. And now they've just got to work through it and try to get it sorted. Can't enable disable my add-ons either. Oh, that's a bit weird. That's a bit weird. That sounds to me like a move them all out of the add-ons folder and then start putting them back one at a time and seeing if something in particular breaks it. Or if you have some kind of error pop-up box, having a look through that and seeing what exactly is throwing the errors, if you're getting any. Because, I mean, like, even when you reach out to Blizzard, the first thing they're going to ask you to do is disable all add-ons, right? So, might as well, if you can't disable them in-game, you might as well just move them out of the folder. You can always put them back later, no biggie. But, moving them out of there might be a good first step. Want to come try for the bat mount or pet? I'm in Revendreth and can summon. Beautiful. There you go. Wonderful offer there, Seeker, if anyone wants to take you up on it. When I say this, I know I'm speaking out of ignorance. I had always viewed Zygo as one of the gold seller type and against Blizz rules. I've seen it as selling an add-on. It's only seen you using the service for many years, but we look into it more. I'm now considering getting Zygo for Dragonflight. Look, it is definitely, they have found a loophole. Let me be very, very clear about this. The add-on toss very specifically says you cannot charge for an add-on. Zygo are not the only ones using this loophole. Doesn't make it right. You know, it's the whole if your friends were jumping off a cliff. That's, you know, that doesn't necessarily make it right. However, I only pay for things that I genuinely consider worth it because my income is limited. I use Zygo every damn time I log into the game. Every time. Except when I'm leveling in a brand new expansion. So for me, it's very much worth it. The loophole with that is the add-on is free, and the add-on is free. It's completely, totally 100% free. When we do like bonfires in Midsummer, or when we've done candy buckets for Hallow's End, I get a group of community members in a raid with me, and everyone has the free version. Everyone has gone and gotten Zygo for free. And then I have premium, and so I load up my premium guide and I use the group sharing, the guide sharing, to share it to everyone. And then it only steps forward when everyone's done the thing. You know what I mean? So, like, it's a beautiful way of doing it. Only one person in the whole last raid needs to have a premium to be able to guide share. It is still in beta. There's a few hiccups here and there, but it works pretty damn smoothly. So the loophole there is the add-on is free. You are paying for extra content that slots into the free add-on. There are so many people who do this now, especially around stuff like Weak Auras. Weak Auras is totally free, as we all know. However, there are hundreds, I would hazard a guess, of content creators like myself who are really, really, really good at this stuff, and they make their own Weak Auras. They make up LVI settings and all that kind of stuff, and they sell those profiles. They lock it behind Patreon access or that kind of, like, you can essentially subscribe to get access to their settings for a free add-on. They're not selling the add-on, they're selling stuff that plugs into the add-on. So Zygo uses that same loophole. Yes, it is a loophole, 100%, and I will never, ever, ever deny that. However, being a loophole means it's not against TOS, which is, if it was against TOS, I wouldn't use it. It's that simple. I do not break TOS. It is not worth me losing my account and losing my income. It's just not worth it. So I would never do something that would break TOS, and I would never ever advise you guys to ever. In fact, I actively advise against breaking TOS because I just know it's not worth it. But yes, there's my little rant on that. It's good fun, hey. Look, people be clever. People be tricksy sometimes. But definitely not speaking out of ignorance there, obviously. Like, it is very, like, when you go and have a look at it, it's very much, you know, this is an add-on, here, pay us. It's definitely not, like, they don't do a fantastic job of marketing it the way I've discussed it. Hi.
Breaking toast bad, okay?
Yay! You touch the strawberry ones and I kill you.
Okay,
Quality
fair.
Street. It's my Christmas tradition and I'm so happy. Thank you very much. Did you see the giant box on the bench?
Yeah, I'll make some soon.
No! Okay. Are you alright?
Yes. I've had a long day, okay?
Yeah, I know. Are you alright? Sure. Reinstall warehouses aren't the only problems. Right. So, I don't know if they've fixed it, but last week I was having some issues, and on the WoW forums there were a few posters that recommended running the scan and repair tool, except it got stuck in a loop. It did scan, find stuff to repair, and then it couldn't repair it, it'd bug out, and it'd reset. And it wouldn't let me play until I scanned and repaired. It said the installation was corrupted. So the scan and repair tool was breaking the installation. If you are reinstalling, do it clean. Wipe it and reinstall it. Obviously, you can move your add-ons out and stuff like that, but just as a, I don't know if they've fixed it, so save yourself the effort and hassle of, why isn't this working? And just kind of, yeah, do a completely, like, gone and back again. It's, yeah. I'd hate for you to spend hours trying to figure out what the hell was going wrong like I did. Quality Street. Hell yes. Hell yes. Strawberry and orange. I like the fruity ones. I had a fudge and this is a hazelnut. They're 14 at Woolies. I'm kind of sad they don't do the tins anymore though. I have so many of the metal tins that I have like supply, like crafty supplies and stuff in. The plastic boxes just aren't as good. But yeah. Quality Street's the bomb. And I kind of like that I can only get it at Christmas because it makes it kind of special. They've had them for months, but they were sitting at 28 bucks a box. And I'm like, no. They dropped to half price like a month and a half before Christmas. So here we are. Tiring being that awesome. I know you were talking about jazz. How do you like it? Quality Street is the bomb. They're just really, really good. I want to go grab some squids in my room and hit them in the bed. They must not know the spot. No. You must protect that secret with your life. How is Zygor for helping you collect things like pets? Can the add-on read what you have collected and point you on to where to get the ones you're missing? No, it's not that fancy. What it can do, however... Do you see how they've got ticks? The tick marks are the ones you have. So it can't, like, figure out... It can't, like, you can't go into your, what's it here? And they used to have little Z circles on ones that had guides, but that disappeared a while back. But it might also be because I'm using Rematch and they, like, clash. But so it won't figure that out. But what you can do, if you go browsing like that, you can see, like, I've got Bog Hopper, Beak Barrier Hermit, but I don't have the Abyssal Eel. Wait, that one says I do have it. Improper for your character. Oh, it must be purchased an Alliance character, that's why. Terra Jelly, Protro Tickles, etc, etc. So, yeah, it does, in a way, let you know if you've already got it. And also, if you load something up and it goes brrrr, right through to the end, well, you know you've done it, haven't you? But, yeah, it's not super, super, super fancy like that, but it's good enough for me, I reckon. Because usually I'm the one, like, I go through my DFA list or something and I determine what I want to farm and then I go find the guide for it, rather than using Zygor as my what should I get tool, if that makes sense. Oh crap, that wasn't the right button. Yeah, something now and then makes it all special. Yeah, so for $30 was like, oh yeah, oh yay, nope, yeah, no, you never ever ever buy them full price, ever, ever. Not worth it. Decided they dropped half. They always do. Always do. First week of November, every single year. They introduce them around the 1st of October at full price, and then around the first week of November, they drop to half price every single year, like clockwork. And then just after Christmas, usually Jan 1st-ish, if they have any stock left, it'll be rare to find stock, but if they have stock left, it'll drop to $10. I like my quality straight. I know how this works. That's all Woolies, by the way. Usually Coles is roughly the same as Woolies, but I don't know about other types of retailers. Not being silly. ATT random Zagor equals fixed don't know what to do. That's it, hey. That's it. Although the ATT tooltips are really good at pointing you where to go as well. Ref, Yeo, Ak, V, Anon, If, Nan, and Ikult. Congratulations to all of you on your bonus ship. Well done. Oh, excuse me. Flying rug. Bonk. And I can go turn that in. Ooh, what is my upgrading? Oh, my gladiator. Fun no more. Golly, that sounds like a complete gnomish language. I have an hour to play. What should I do? Maybe try to get a pet? Yes! Come kill the bat. Yes, do that. Go get yourself a mount, unless you've already got it. In which case, don't, I guess. Oh, dear. So I'm just leveling what's it again now, aren't I? Perfect. Scanner repair request was launched, recognized when I was already installed in the directory I say it's in. Yes. Well, if it's not recognizing you have an installation, no wonder none of your shit is working, Fel. Like, that's step one. If it can't recognize it, then you've got a bigger problem. Then, like, your UI not being able to turn add-ons off and on again, that's all a symptom of the fact that it's not being recognized. It means your shit's broke. You need to just go in there, shift-delete, wipe it off your system, and reinstall. Where are you going? No, this way. Thank you. There we go. Much bigger problems if it can't understand where it's installed. Much bigger. Okay, last one of those. Into the building we go. Okay. Texture clipping! Woo! This should be 48, I think.
Brother, what have you done, brother? You have allied with enemy invaders, Duratan. You've chosen your side.
Oh, excuse me.
Not see it? The Iron Horde destroyed Draenor. My visions show me otherwise. See your reason, old friend. You must stop this lunacy. War is not a time for reason. Lieutenant, deal with them.
Such a peaceful leveling stream. I like this. The calm before the storm, and the explosion of thunderous everything that is Phase 2 and Dragonflight launch. So exciting.
Commander, I will meet you ahead. I must join Raka.
Oh dear. So I have a bunch of quests ready to turn in. As soon as I start turning them in, it's just gonna be ding! Ooh, I hydrate. Wonderful. Thank you. Tea is hydrating? What are you talking about? It's good to argue over a video game. I mean, look, how many times have we argued over video games here? Like, granted, ours have been more debates than arguments and stuff, but like, it's a thing. It's a thing. I hope they can sort it out though. Always good when the little ones learn to sort things out without parental involvement. It's kind of cool. Main ingredient in tea is water. Exactly. Exactly. 100%. I mean, is it one of those kind of, I can imagine it's sort of a bit of a bittersweet thing when they do start sorting out their own tussles and stuff, because like, on the one hand, yeah, you don't have to mediate, but then also like, they're growing up and don't need you quite as much anymore, and so that's sort of an interesting feeling. Figure it out or kill each other, either way quite good. Good. Oh my goodness. That's hilarious. Do not make me cry. I'm sorry. I was just like, because I'm not a parent, you know? Like I can sort of extrapolate feelings, and I can kind of logically understand that might be a thing, but I don't know if that's just my brain feeding me romanticized stories, or if that's genuinely a thing that a person might feel, you know? So it's, yeah. I do apologize. I didn't mean to upset you. I promise. Yeah, getting big. Oh dear. Oh dear. What would be really worrying is when they're old enough to watch me. They're never allowed to get to that age, because that's just not. Correct is a thing. Okay. All right. Here we go. Come on, give us the 48. There we go. Piss off, Migraine. Don't care. I mean, older squid comes in. Oh, it's Fiamma again. I'm not going to argue with that. I'm not upset about that at all. I'm not upset about that at all. What is your name online, mummy? None of your business. You should tell them it's Nunya. And wait till one day they understand what that means. Or a headset out, of course, and you say it out loud. Oh dear. I need a bigger reagent stash in the bank. I have entirely too many mats from too many zones. It doesn't fit anymore. I've started putting my stuff in the guild bank so that all my crafting alts can access it. But I also have like a personal guild bank I can use, so that's a bit different. I was literally typing that as you said it. Perfection. Good. It's like, yeah, the kids have secret private social media profiles so that the parents can't find them. But little do they know that the parents have secret profiles as well. My posture is fantastic, thank you very much. You cannot absolutely not see my knee because everything's black on black on black, so you're fine. You're fine. My posture is wonderful. Fine. Fine.
Put that knee back where it came from, also help me.
I'll put it back up on the chair where it was before. Yeah, I can do
No,
that.
below the chair. Below the chair, also help me.
Yeah, it is. It is. My God. You're fine. Your headset needs charging.
Bye.
That's what I thought. Oh, God. This is great. This is great. Storage. Hello, Gar. Hope you're doing well. Put it back up again. Yeah. Well, like, it's all because of the lighting and stuff and because of the texture of this fabric. You can't really see where it overlaps and stuff. It's kind of, well, maybe you can. Maybe it's too small on my screen, but, like, it's kind of cool. So, looking forward to Christmas. Treat myself to bubble tea when everything box. Oh, my God. I haven't seen that one. They must have introduced it after, must try milk bundle, bubble tea lovers gift box. It really is unfortunate that so many of the sales and freebies and blah, blah, blah are like, they don't work with the affiliate codes. Like, I understand why. I get it. I really, they can't afford to give a cut and a discount and you know, all that kind of, all on top of each other. But still, it just sort of sucks. It just sort of sucks. Is it a Black Friday thing? Oh, you got good. You got it. Okay, cool. I was like, ooh, is there a new package? Because they have like the milk tea and then the bubble tea and then there's like a starter kit that they had. I'm not sure if they still have that one, but they have like a selection of the best-selling fruit and milk teas. But yeah, look, going through and giving everything a crack is a really good way of like narrowing down what you like and what you want to repurchase. Jas and I, whenever we put an order in, we alternate stuff. We don't always get the same stuff, just to get a bit of variety and things in there. But yeah, it's good. What is the knee? I know, it's the knee. Where is this one due for chat? I need to say it, but yeah, that's it, that's it. Jas just knows. Uh-huh. Like, I mean, when talking about the discounts and stuff like that, always, always, always get yourself the best price. Of course. Like, I totally understand that. And if they have a code that's going to give you 30% off and you can't use it with my code, use the 30% off code. Save yourself some money, right? If you're feeling particularly generous, you can always use those savings to sub or cheer or donate to to any channel to support creators and stuff, sure. But like, it's sort of, I don't know, because especially when you get to those kind of websites, and Bubble Tea Club's not one of these ones, but there are some websites out there that they always have a sale, but it's always code-based. So you have to choose, do I want the 20% off, or do I want to use the affiliated code to support a streamer? Do you know? So it's kind of, it's a tough, just like, it's not a difficult decision for consumers. They're going to go for the cheapest price, but it is tough for someone like me who, you know, spends all this effort and time and energy creating this content that pushes people through to a website only to have them not use my code because there's a better one available where I'm sending them. It's just a bit shit, you know? And I know that's very much a first world problem. I get it. But I think it's something worth considering, especially if you are a creator who is looking at joining affiliate programs. Keep an eye on the company you want to affiliate yourself with for 6 months or so, and just see how often they do sales and how often it says exclusive of other codes or does not work with other codes or whatever, you know, because it's it can really make a dent in your earnings, like a really big dent. You can put a post up and make 7 or 8 sales. And it's like amazing, and then you make 0 commission from all those sales because they've put in a different discount code once they get there. Yeah, it kind of sucks. And so then you're making content for a company for free, which is not ideal. Should we do USA, UK, Canada? Unfortunately, we don't ship to these countries at the moment. What? I thought they... For Bubble Tea Club, they do. I think they have a different website for them though. I think they have a limited... They used to ship from the bigger website, it was just really expensive to do it. But they have a smaller international website, I thought, unless they've shut that down for a little while. Shipping policy. Australia, delivery to... they must have... Oh, shit. They must have shut it down. That's so interesting. I wonder why. Interesting that they've got UK listed there though, because they were doing USA and Canada and they were working on the UK. I wonder what's happened. That's so curious. I didn't know that. Well, shit. Oh, bugger. Because they absolutely were shipping to the US and Canada. They had a separate website that had a much, much more limited selection of products, but the shipping was really good. They must have had some kind of, like, something must have changed and it wasn't affordable for people anymore, and so they shut it down while they look for better options or something. But I know in one of the recent investor emails they were talking about the international expansion, so there must have, yeah, something must have happened. They had this whole list of, like, bullet point list of things that they were going to talk about, usually with the investor emails, because I've invested. When they went public, I bought a couple shares. And they, usually they'd have like a whole big email detailing like paragraph by paragraph what was going on. But then this time around, they just had this really short little bullet point and then a link to a video. And I'm like, I don't want to sit here and watch a video. Give me a printed report. Like, this is, no. So I didn't have time to watch it, and so I didn't. But yeah, there must have been something in there about what's happened, because that's not a good, like, especially to investors, it's not a good look, shutting down your international operations. I would imagine it'd be something to do with logistics and trying to make it as efficient as possible. And they couldn't afford to maintain whatever they were doing while they looked for a better option, maybe. That sucks, because shipping got super expensive. Possibly, bubbleteaclub.com. Just check that now. Still says free US shipping. No, this is Patrick. Well, no, it's the bubbleteaclub.com.au website. In their FAQs, it says if you're looking for shipping to New Zealand, use bubbleteaclub.co.nz. Shipping to USA, UK, and Canada, unfortunately, we're not shipping to these countries at this time. So it must just be from that website. So their other one does work, does it? bubbleteaclub.com rather than .com.au. Nope, bubbleteaclub.com is mobile GPS navigation, apparently. Someone else took over the what's it? Oh no, it's BBT Club, that's right. They couldn't get Bubble Tea Club because somebody bought it out from under them. bbtclub.com. Yeah, free shipping US $49.95 and Canada and UK $59.95 or £59.95. But it's there. It still exists. Where's the FAQs? And shipping info. Yeah. US, Canada, and UK. It's just a different website. There is no express shipping option. So what do they got under fruit tea kits? Mango, lychee, peach, strawberry, passion fruit, grapefruit, pineapple, grape. Holy shit, they've got like the whole range. Windmelon, green apple, kiwi. They've got almost the whole range, not the entire. They're missing lemon and yogurt and guava, but they've got everything else there for fruit tea. What about milk tea? Original, taro, Thai, honeydew, strawberry, matcha brown sugar, matcha, chocolate, coconut. I don't think they're missing any from there. Yeah, they've got almost the whole range up there now. That's awesome. So it's bbtclub.com. I think I might have to update that thing. Give me just a second. Let me update that command so I can pop that in there. Actually, if I reopen close tab, just double check that I can actually... get a referral link for that. I mean, people can put in the code as well, obviously, but yeah, it seems like it works. Also updated my link for the other one too, which is cool. It just made it a slight bit shorter is all, which is nice. And then it's bubbletclub.co.nz. Just make sure that's right. Yeah, okay. Perfect. Perfect. It's a bit messy with the 3 bloody links all in one like that, but it's better. Analysis, check BBC Club, yeah. Returns, mail. Interesting. .com.au, yeah. Post on the US website. Keep your direct link. That's okay. Look, the stuff is there, and they are shipping to US, Canada, and UK. It's just that you got to do it through a different website. But luckily, it's not a limited selection of products anymore. It's actually like they've got all the stuff, and that's awesome. Almost all the stuff. They're missing the newest releases, but considering that they're also completely sold out on the Australian website, it makes sense that they don't have them on the other one. Yeah, I feel like bubble tea for me. Apparently, it's not really a thing in the Netherlands yet either. Really limited ways of getting hand right. Yeah. Yeah, bubble tea ingredients. If you've got access to stuff like Amazon, it might make it a little bit easier, but it's not. Yeah, it's and especially as a business, you know, like Bubble Tea Club as a business, they need to expand to the largest market share areas first. I would imagine that eventually they'd love to take it global, but it's also a lot of their products have shelf lives and are like fresh in a way, so they have to make sure, like, if they're going to get it from Taiwan to the Netherlands, for example, so that it can be, because if they're, depending on where they're shipping from, if they have UK, Canada, and US all on the same website, usually that would mean that they're shipping to all those locations from the same warehouse. So it, like, yeah, it's, logistics are really hard. Logistics are really, really difficult to manage for companies expanding globally. But look, fingers crossed, something will make its way to you soon. Just gotta hurry up and wait, unfortunately. Oh, I'm in combat, right? This country's a sketchy about shipping food items too. Very, very true, yes. Absolutely. It's not like one's known for being behind on things like this. Give it kind of months to catch on eventually. Every coffee and tea shop around me, just start asking until they're given and start making it. Ah, dear. Oh dear. Well, hopefully you can find something. I know that once Bubble Tea Club kind of took off, there are so many, like within months, there were so many brands doing similar things. So many of them. But yeah, they're not the same. Excuse me, they're not the same. But that's okay. That's okay. Every so often I see one of my like content creator buddies doing like a gifted post for one of the other, like for one of the competitor companies. I'm just like, oh, okay, sure. When I find something that's good, I tend to stick with it. In the US, you don't even get bubble tea at coffee and tea places. You get them at Asian restaurants. Yeah, that's the same here. You don't get bubble tea, like you get them at either bubble tea stores like Gongcha or Cha Time, which specifically is like Boost Juice, or like a smoothie place, except they do bubble tea, or as like a small, like a limited menu at an Asian restaurant. Same thing, same thing. That's my last allied race to 50. Ah, congrats, Lane. Well done. That's such a huge milestone. Good on you. 6-year-old is singing the lumberjack song. What is a lumberjack song? Oh, that one. Interesting. Okay. Curious. Where'd that come from? I'm assuming you're asking a similar question. Grandma, gotcha. There you go. At least you have an answer.
Show them no mercy.
Keep your guard up.
Where's my Healy circle? Thank you. Gimme.
We cannot hold for much longer.
We must give the wizard more time.
15 more seconds. Oomph.
It is finished. I must rest a moment. The flagship is up ahead. I will join you there once I regain my energy.
Prices don't seem to be too bad on this stuff either. The bubble tea stuff, yeah, no, it's pretty reasonable, especially when you consider how much a bubble tea costs. At Gongcha, you're looking at anywhere from $6 to $8, depending on how many editions you want, if you want regular or large or whatever. And the same kind of thing from Bubble Tea Club. If you're buying a 5-pack, it's going to cost you $3 to $4 per serving. And if you're buying more of it, if you're buying the larger, you know, the 20 packs or the 40 mix and match packs. So the 40 mix and match, you can get 20 of one flavor and 20 of another, so that you're not like stuck in the same. Yep, you got a little bit of variety there at least. And then you're looking at like $2 to $3 a serving. You're just prepaying and getting a massive saving. So yeah, no, it's very, very worth it for me because I drink so much of the stuff. It is a bit to invest up front if it's something you have very, very occasionally. But it is also like if you plan to have some kind of gathering at the end of a 3-month period and you can use the rest of it up kind of thing, it's, yeah. But no, it's, it is good quality too. That's the big thing. It's good quality stuff. It's not just like, it's not cordial, it's syrup. Like it is thick and sticky, and if you leave it on the rim of the screw top, you will not be able to open it because the sugar will crystallize and you will be screwed. Like it's proper stuff. Yeah, it's good. It's good stuff. And the tea's amazing as well. Like when you open the bag with the tea bags in it and just, oh, it smells so good. So good. There was a while there where the black tea bags kind of almost had a chocolatey kind of smell to them. Oh, so good. And they're so big, they're like little cushions. Because when you make tea, like at home, when you're brewing tea, you use so little tea for a little 250ml cup, right? But when you're making bubble tea, first of all, it's large. You're looking at like 600 to 700ml. Plus it's iced. And when you ice stuff, your taste buds have more difficulty tasting it. So if you're particularly with tea, like the recipe for iced tea, double. If you would usually put 1 tea bag in for a hot tea, if you're gonna make it iced, you put 2 tea bags in. And then, you know, extrapolate from there. So if you're doing, you know, a 750ml tea, that'd be 3 tea bags, but it's iced, so it's 6 tea bags. So it's 6 tea bags in one giant pillow of a tea bag. It's super cool. I like it a lot. They're fun. South American sweet tea is a way of life. Well, it's like sweet tea on crack. Sweet tea plus like flavored syrups and powders and things. Fun fact, your body's kind of shit at tasting anything that isn't body temperature. That's it. Which is why, yeah, cold stuff needs to be so much more flavorful. Which is why icy poles and the like are made with syrups rather than like juices usually. Because the juice just doesn't have enough flavor. Cool though, huh? It's also why when you make a milkshake and try to freeze it to make ice pops, it just tastes like milk. Because you need to put double the flavoring in. My big 2-litre jug for iced tea, I put 16 teaspoons of tea in there because it's loose leaf, so 1 teaspoon for 1 250ml cup of hot. But 2 litres of cold, 16 teaspoons of tea in a 2-litre jug. This stuff is dark, like it's dark. That's got lemon juice in it as well, which is why it's cloudy. But it's clear when I make it. It's clear when I make it. I was gonna make very image for you about tea bags. I'm gonna behave. Wonderful work, Ness. Good job. Proud of you. Okay. Let us survive Black Hand's onslaught. I don't remember this being so early in Talador. I know there's still a battle going on, but I figured I'd keep leveling because I don't really have much time to wait around. Look at all those units. Holy cow. Anything else to be considered? Shooting the blue cabinet, if you remember. I do. It's kind of my memory may be trash, but sometimes some things just stick. That's hilarious. Oln, Roof, Beg, Cute, Barus, Betzig, Gway, and Stig. Congratulations to all of you on your bonus shit. Well done! Well done. Ooh, boss chest. Yay for sticking. Oh, wait. Yeah, nice. Throwback. I know, that was like a while. My lord. Time it has been flying. Oh, wow. This is an interesting map. Round outside, round outside. Let's start here, I think. Let's go here. Beautiful. Oh, hello. Error. Error. Wait, discover the flat path. Did I not do the scouting maps? Wrong. Here we go. Dangers of Draenor. I didn't. Bloody hell. Alright, that's fine. There we are. Oh, is the trivia coming along? Is it the same for you? Things that aren't supposed to stick just will never be forgotten for yeah, yeah, that's exactly it. Trivia. Yeah, no, that's not been a thing on the list. I'm way too busy. Way too busy, unfortunately. However, I am thinking of transitioning from would you rather to more of a, like a this or that kind of thing. It just broadens the horizon a little bit more. Like rather than, you know, would you rather have pineapple on pizza or no pineapple on pizza? It's kind of like, you know, this or that. It's Hawaiian or meat lovers, or, you know, tomato or barbecue, or that, you know, it makes things a little bit simpler and potentially more interesting. Potentially. So there are a couple of little things I'm thinking of adjusting like that, but just to kind of make my life a little bit smoother. So many new content to go. Oh my god, my lord. So many. Pandas eat 30 kilos of bamboo a day. It's almost exclusively what they eat. That's amazing, hey. It's, you know, that's what happens when you have a digestive system built to digest it, hey. No pineapple. Meat lovers. Tomato. Look, meat lovers, yes. I would absolutely take meat lovers over Hawaiian now. I still like pineapple on pizza, but I prefer meat lovers. You would take tomato over barbecue. Okay, noted. Next, yeah, I can't give them all to you now, Seeker. You gotta engage with them on social media. Well, I've gotta put them on social media first, but still, I will get there one day. Barbecue chicken, there's a barbecue sauce, not tomato. Sweet corn, pineapple, red onion. Oh, yum. Only on pizza, okay. Okay. Candy or chocolate, sweet or salty. Garlic or ginger. You know, like, I think it'd be really interesting because a lot more of those would have pretty even 50-50 splits, I think. You know, it's, yeah. Salty garlic. I like doing Hawaiian pizza with barbecue sauce. Me too. Like, there's the sweet barbecue and then like the sweet smoky barbecue with the pineapple. It just works. It works. I mean, barbecue sauce works with bloody everything though, so, you know. Caramel sea salt chocolate, so sweet and salty at the same time. That's my problem though, Mara, is that so many places that do like salted caramel or salted chocolate, they don't put enough salt in. It's not meant to be salty, but there has to be enough for you to actually be able to taste that it's there. There's no salt, obviously, and then it's actually salty, too salty. But then there's this part in between, there's enough salt that just enhances the flavor, which is, you know, nice sometimes. Then there's enough salt that it enhances the flavor, plus you can taste that there is some salt in there, which is personally where I believe it should be. And then there's like too much salt. But yeah, I like the ones where there's a bit of, like, the salt is sort of melted through everything so that it enhances all the flavors, but then you have the little crystals every so often. So you have that change in texture, you have the burst of saltiness every so often. I think that, for me personally, is where the right spot is, but not many brands do it like that because it's too risky. It's not, you know, like, who wants salt in their chocolate? Well, me. You know, it's one of those tricky ones. The reason is that there was a bigger panda species that ran the current smaller pandas off their land and had to flee up the trees. They eat so much bamboo. Interesting. Interesting. What's your unconventional chocolate pairing? I don't think I have one. I think chocolate pretty much goes with everything. It's just a matter of, like, is it milk or is it dark or is it, like, you know what I mean? I'm pretty sure that chocolate pretty much goes with everything. But what are yours? If anyone has things that they think are unconventional, I'd love to hear them. I was waiting for this one to be the one that explodes. I can never remember where that one is particularly. That 8 years ago, me and my girlfriend met, she cool shit like this. Panda info, beautiful. Love that. Amazing shit that doesn't matter but gets stuck. Oh yeah, for sure. Oh no, isn't the point to just enhance and not taste the salt? Well, yes and no. Personally, I feel like if salt's gonna enhance the flavor, why aren't you putting it in anyway? Why is it called salted chocolate when salt just should be in everything anyway to enhance the flavor? If you're gonna call it specifically salted, it should have additional salt. Not much, but just enough that it's actually detectable. At least that's my opinion. Usually it has to really taste like salt without being too salty. Tricky to get it right, it would seem, for my favorite chocolate bar. Amazing! What brand is it? I mean, I probably can't get it here, but I don't care, I want to know anyway. But yeah, look, that's just my opinion, of course. Like, everyone is 100% free to have their own thoughts and feelings on salted chocolate or salted candy. But yeah, that's where I come down on it, because yeah, it's... If it has salt on the packet, I want to know that there's salt in there. And not just my brain going, yes, I can definitely taste the enhanced flavor. There must be salt in. No, not good enough. Not good enough. Then there's your crunching on salt. Yeah, look, sometimes that actually really works. Sometimes it works beautifully. But it is a delicate balance, yeah. Really delicate. I love the whole pretzels, chocolate, and peanut butter thing. Ooh, yes, absolutely. And salty peanut butter. Oh, I can't do the, like, you know, the natural peanut butter that kind of separates in the jar and you gotta stir it and stuff. That part doesn't bother me at all. That's fine. But it's not salty. It's too neutralizing. I need a bit of salt in there for it to kind of just to amp up the flavor. But yeah, the natural stuff doesn't tend to have enough in it, I don't think. I had chocolate covered grasshopper. Ooh, interesting. That texture must have been so cool as well, weirdo. So cool. I like dipping 60's into Nutella. Oh, like the corn chips. Oh, interesting, interesting. Mayo and onion sandwiches, no button, just on bread. Oh, no butter, gotcha. No, what's wrong with it? No, it's fine, Jai, totally fine. It's the typos that happen in our brains before it gets to the keyboard. Autocorrect by your brain. Nutella and pretzels, I'm gonna chocolate covered pretzels, best thing ever. Not sure if you know the brand. Tony chocolate vanilla is what it's called. I haven't heard of it, but it sounds kind of funky. Those at local gourmet grocer. Oh, they're pretty good, nice. Awesome, chopped grasshoppers are tasty. Now I want 60's and Nutella. Which flavor? Cheese? How do we feel about like corn chip flavors? Because whenever it comes to like chip flavors and stuff like that, I'm always a go hard or go home kind of, like plain doesn't usually cut it. It has to be a particularly special salted chip of any kind for me to actually like enjoy it proper. So I'm like a supreme, you know, corn chip flavor person, or like atomic tomato or barbecue, light and tangy, all those kind of really big sort of flavors. How do we, like, what are your go-to savory snack flavors? You know, like a triple butter explosion for popcorn, microwave popcorn instead of just butter. Who the hell? Nah, triple butter explosion. Actually, no, that's a lie. Jas and I discovered recently at our local, there were microwave popcorn bags that were cinnamon flavor. I most certainly did eat the whole bag in one sitting. I mean, I know you're supposed to technically, but I did not share. I did not share. It wasn't even cinnamon sugar. Actually, it might have been like cinnamon donut or something like that, but it was cinnamon and it was so good. So good. Hello, Lukey. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Thank you so much for joining us. Never thought about why I didn't like natural peanut butter till now. You nailed it. Thank you. You're so welcome. You're so welcome. But yeah, like, I don't mind having to mix it. I think the texture is fine. Like, it's a bit sloppier than you know, your whipped style sort of peanut butters and stuff like that. And that's all fine. Like, I don't care that it's sloppy or mixy or anything. It's the salt. It's the salt. But what that does mean is that if you do want to have that natural kind of, or that natural nut butter style thing, is that you can use it and then just crack a little bit of salt over the top and it corrects it perfectly. You don't need much because it's not a salty taste. It's enough, you know, it's enough. Easy way to fix it, especially if you end up with one in your possession somehow and you're like, oh, now I have to use this. Just add a crack of salt. Easy peasy. How good's that? Good afternoon, Crom. Welcome back. I am doing quite well. I hope you can say the same. Welcome home from work. Obviously just a regular ones. Not a massive fan of nacho cheese Doritos. Fair. Fair. Excuse me, only ever eat corn chips with my chili con carne. Understandable. Plain chip guy, maybe a bit of salt and vinegar. Interesting, interesting. Love the cheese supreme ones. 2 favorite chips, cheddar sour cream and all dressed, but it's really hard to get that here because it's a Canadian one. Ah, gotcha. When I ask this question is more directed at chat, as I hope someone will have an answer. Does anyone know a good map add-on that can be resized? Are you looking for an add-on that will allow you to resize the map? Is that what we're getting at there? I believe you can with LVY, but I know LVY is massive. So if you're looking for one specifically for the map, unfortunately, I don't know. But as you said, hopefully chat will be able to figure something out. But just wanting to clarify what you were after in particular might help. But yeah, the phone cinnamon flavor popcorn. I know. Jumps on the internet to see if I can get that here. I had it. It was at Woolworths. I don't remember what brand it was. I don't think it was home brand. But I don't remember what brand it was. I'm sorry. Just sort of naturally, by Red Chili Company when it was tasty. It was a tomato. Ooh, yum. Yes, tomato and herby. It's the vinegary flavors that I really like in chips and stuff. Like you look light and tangy, and they had like they had tangy tomato as a limited edition thins flavor for a while, and I bought entirely too many bags of that. Atomic tomato, barbecue. They're all vinegary and not spicy, not heat, but of spices, you know, spicy as in of spices. Those are my go-tos, yeah, for sure. Mr. Six hates spicy food. The lightly salted flavor aren't spicy enough.
Forgive my deception.
Into Omega Map. Remember Cartographer? Oh my god, I remember that one. Jesus. Gosh, that takes me back.
I have expected him to vaporize you. You dispatched him quite handily.
Leotrix Maps does that, doesn't it? Possibly, I'm not sure. Fear, have you tried tubes? I have. There's not enough flavor. The flavor's too mild. If they amped it up and put maybe triple the powdering on it, yes, 100%, that's the right flavor. There's just not enough of it. Yeah. I like my big flavor. Maybe my, and this has been for years. This is like, I'm still, knock on wood, still COVID negative, so it's not a taste buds thing. It's just, I like big flavor, and I cannot lie. So yeah, it's, but yeah, no, tubes are delicious and amazing. There's just, they don't taste enough. But yes, if they sold like extra flavoring packets, yes. Like sell it in like a little Master Foods jar, yep. All over that, I'd take it. MSG and all. Give it Mega Map a look. Do you know if it's been updated for 10? All dressed as like a vinegar barbecue type server. Sounds delicious. I knew I was using cartographer last night. Brought me back. Oh my goodness. Far out. That is a throwback. Hey, that's really cool. Not at the moment. It seems recently. Game version 9.2 says website curse watch. Using maps to resize features been disabled. An issue with the UI. Well, if one of them's been disabled, you may find that the other ones, even if they have that feature advertised, it doesn't currently work. But I mean, it's worth a crack. But you might find that you do just have to wait for the UI to be fixed. There's a bunch of known errors from Blizzard's API for UI specifically. What with the new, like they've never redesigned any like the UI like this, so it makes sense. But it's been throwing a lot of add-on creators for 6 because they can't do anything. They can't fix it because it's a bug in the actual base. Bring back the extra flavor sachets. Oh my god, yes. Oh, and shaker fries at like Macca's and stuff. God, I miss that shit. That stuff was so tasty. So tasty. Say Miss Sheila is a bad thing. Are you allergic? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm just, I know, and I know it's not actually a bad thing. I know it's just it's a chemical that makes our brain think tasty. Like it's not a big deal. But yeah. It's fun to meme sometimes. I had an email that my final package was arriving as well today. I had 3 packages ready to be delivered today. It was like on board for delivery, and I have not had another notification. Parcel on board courier vehicle for delivery. If it's a courier, does that mean that it might be... Load. Hopefully Jess isn't in the middle of something important when the doorbell goes, because I feel really bad about that. Let me figure out what the other snackers can't deny when a band comes out with an epic new taste. I'm sprung. Love it. Love it. MSG is bad for you or something. No, it's actually not. There was a whole thing about it. And I mean, obviously, if you're allergic to it, yes, it's going to be bad for you. Don't eat things you're allergic to. Welcome to the internet where we have to say things like that. But from what I understand, there actually isn't a problem with MSG. It's not actually bad for you in any way unless you are allergic. It's just a scary, chemically type name. It's like when they tried to say, oh my god, there's an ingredient in Subway bread that's in yoga mats. It's like, yeah, it's a thing that makes it fluffy and squishy and stuff. It doesn't mean you're eating yoga mat. Like, there's a bunch of other differences in the chemical, but yeah, it's one of those type of deals. It's one of the old scary tactic things. As far as I'm aware, I could be wrong. There might be additional research that has been done or whatever, but the last I heard, it's actually not bad at all. It just has a bad rep. Brand. Oh, that's okay. Perfect. Monosodium, my glutamate any day. The whole MSG is bad for you has been disproven. MSG, as my wife likes to call it, the flavor maker. That's it. That's it. I'm gonna tell. Said that it was big cereal in America that spent a lot of money on it to make it seem bad. Why does that not surprise me? Oh dear. Why not just get in on it, use the cheap chemical, put it in all your foods and get everyone addicted? Like, why spend billions of dollars fighting against it when you could spend millions of dollars on it and just use it? But anyway, racially motivated thing, yeah. Yep. People be tripping. People be tripping. In fact, what most people think is MSG reaction is actually just eating high-fat foods, getting dehydrated and hungover. Yeah. Information for all. Hangover. I've had one of those twice. Wasn't that Mentos? Oh no, wait. It was the Fresh Maker Carry-On. Oh lord. They renamed it Accent Seasoning here because all the hate against Jesus. Because umami in cereal isn't a thing and MSG is pure MSG. I mean, umami cereal would be actually really cool. All cereal seems to be sweet or flavorless cardboard, right? So, like, what about people who don't like sweet stuff but want an easy to have, easy to eat breakfast? Maybe, like, I mean, especially in Asian countries and stuff like that, they do have a lot of, I mean, yes, bacon and eggs and stuff, but that's hard. You gotta cook that shit. There are some savory options for breakfast in Asian countries that are fairly easy, but a lot of them still require cooking. So, like, I don't think an umami cereal would be terrible. The only issue would be with it clashing with the flavor of the milk. But even then, I reckon there'd be a way to do that. Because, like, the sweet and savory contrast thing is such a big deal now, especially. I reckon it could work. That'd be really cool. Oh, I'm curious now. Like, imagine Doritos bringing out a breakfast cereal, you know? Like none of you would eat that. MSG is pure umami, yes. Yeah, it is. Sorry, I did understand what you meant, but I read what you said instead, but I got what you meant. Sorry, Barry. I got pure MSG here. I wonder how it'd go. Yeah. Savory cereal. Salt milk! Yep, stew is a thing. Yeah, stew is a thing. I think if you use like an almond milk or something else nutty, like MSG would actually work well with that in cereal. I'm gonna have to put this through the test. This would be so interesting. Hello, Jeff. Welcome back. Welcome back. Hey, Doritos, are you watching? Yeah! Just crush up a bunch of Doritos and pour over some almond milk. Done. Give it a test. Report back. For science! I think that'd be super interesting. Like, hello, I enjoy food talks, as do I, Daz. As do I. Or 3 Doritos, some of them. Maybe. Or maybe we need a third person, like a third separate individual, like boost trains or hype trains. I like my cereal with Greek yogurt. Ooh. I'm not, okay, I use Greek yogurt in my overnight oats, but it's because there's other flavorings. Greek yogurt by itself is too sour for me, I think. It's just too much. Like a spoonful of it or whatever is fine. Like if I'm mixing stuff and then I like lick the spoon when I'm done, because of course you do. I'm doing food prep for me. Who the hell cares? But if I'm doing that, then sure. But I don't, like if I sit down with a tub of Greek yogurt, I cannot do unflavored. It has to have some kind of flavoring in it, whether or not I've added it myself or if it's like as an ingredient and stuff. Greek yogurt is too much for me. Interesting, huh? Interesting. But like if I pop in like, if I have a thing of frozen blueberries and then I put a quarter of a cup of Greek yogurt on top of it and then I let that defrost in the fridge overnight. So in the morning I get slushy, sloppy, frozen, squishy berries with Greek yogurt and then I stir it all through. Perfect. Like I don't need much sweetening. I don't need much at all. Just that little bit is enough. Because, you know, frozen blueberries are naturally incredibly sweet without any added sugars, which is great. But by itself, I just can't. I just can't. Obviously not a milk or cereal person, then again I'm more a crunchy muesli than a cereal person. I almost always make it with Greek yogurt, then add in some nuts and sultanas, possibly banana. This is entirely too much effort. I have no spoons for that. That's too many spoons. Overnight oats. All the way. Overnight oats all the time. But no, ooh. Oh, there you go. So if I am a milk with cereal person if the milk is going to take something extra on from the cereal. Crunchy nut cornflakes. I am, in fact, a crunchy nut. And I always will be. Crunchy nut cornflakes are the bomb. Fuck your clusters. No. Crunchy nut cornflakes are the bomb. Are the bomb. But it's because the milk takes on the honey. Cocoa Pops, Fruit Loops, all that kind of, but I mean, you know, not as great. I know Crunchy Nut Cornflakes are also not great. They're literally drowning in sugar. But that's kind of, it has to take something. If I'm going to have like half a bowl of milk left afterwards and the milk just tastes like milk, just want milk that tastes like, anyway, it's just not, like why? I might as well just drink the milk. Or eat the cereal dry. I do that as well sometimes. Which I am totally okay with. Yeah, okay, learning things about fear. Honestly, cereal is a dessert food. Oh, hell yeah. You are not wrong. It's like, I mean, the types of cereal we have these days are, yes. You've got, you know, your Special K, and you got your Sultana brand without adding extra sultanas. But it's not, yeah. I don't do that often. I have really good sleep. I have a very important work meeting. I need to be sharp for most days. It takes me several hours to even work up the mental capacity to think about making breakfast. This is why I meal prep. Like, so half a cup of oats, half a cup of milk of your choosing, quarter cup of Greek yogurt per day, and then add your flavorings. So what we do is we do enough for the both of us for a whole week. So for one person, if it's 7 days, that's 3.5 cups of oats. So it's 7 cups of oats total. You get a big mixing bowl. Or sometimes I've actually done it in a sauce, like a big sauce, like a casserole pot thing. It's just bigger, you can mix more. 7 cups of oats, 7 cups of milk, 3.5 cups of yogurt. And then I take, you know, you go and you get like the 500 gram bags of like frozen fruit, mixed berries, summer fruits, strawberries, raspberries, blueberries, whatever, whichever one takes your fancy on any particular day. Dump that, let it melt a little bit, sit it on the counter for a bit or in the sink and just let it get a little bit soft, not completely mushy, just a little bit soft, enough that you can put it in the food processor, blitz that up so it breaks up enough so that you don't get a whole ass chunk of strawberry, one entire frozen strawberry in your oats. Like blitz it up so that it breaks up enough and then stir that through your pot and then dish it out. Or if you don't have enough like meal prep containers, put it into one big container and then every morning you just get the container out, get a fucking ladle, scoop out a ladle of overnight oats, get your spoon. You're done. I love overnight oats and the possibilities are endless. You can do fruit-based stuff. I've gotten not shitty jams like the Cotties kind of jams. You need like a proper jam that if you put it in the microwave, it won't burn. If you put shitty jams in the microwave, they kind of get sticky and they turn into glue. But if you get like a proper jam, it melts in the microwave. So you take it out the jar first, put it in a microwave safe bowl. But like I've put a whole ass jar of jam in there if I'm looking for something really sweet, like for a week, if I just need that sweet hit. I've done like half a jar of peanut butter. Again, melt it down in the microwave and stir it through. Doing that, I like to add a little bit of a drizzle of honey on top because peanut butter and honey is like one of my faves, but you can leave that out or you can stir it through. Chocolate, you can put, you can just put cocoa straight up in there. I would advise adding maybe a little bit of honey if you are doing cocoa or other sweetener, just because cocoa itself can be quite dry and bitter if you don't have some kind. But depending on who you are and what kind of milk and yogurt you're using, there might be enough sweetener in there to tame that. And if you're adding, if you're doing chocolate, you can also do things like add some orange essence to make choc orange, or mint essence to do choc mint if you're a kind of person who doesn't associate that with toothpaste. There are so many flavoring options for overnight oats, so goddamn many. You can add a couple of tablespoons of chia seeds if you want some extra protein. You can add some goddamn protein powder if you want a real big thwack of protein in the morning. Like there's just coconut flakes, desiccated coconut, crushed nuts. Like it is like that base recipe of oat milk yogurt. The yogurt makes it creamier. I've found that if you add milk, sometimes it gets kind of just sloppy. Whereas if you add the yogurt, it kind of has some more structure to it and it kind of, it's creamier and thicker and richer. Fills me up a bit more. Plus you get, if you're doing Greek yogurt, you get the protein and stuff like that. Not much more. Regular yogurt does have enough protein, but if you're wanting more, it fills you up for better, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, it is the cheat sheet. Like overnight oats is the cheats way of doing meal prep. And it's just, if you're not a breakfast person, but you want to be, do it. I promise you. It's, I mean, unless of course you're allergic to any of the preceding items. Don't eat shit you're allergic to, guys. Don't be daft. Don't be daft. All right, this one. Dessert foods, life. Let me some crunchy nut cornflakes. Yes, Crow. Yes, it's honey, so natural sugar is good for you though. Yeah, but too much is still too much. Coffee for breakfast, fantastic if that works for you. Doritos breakfast cereal isn't too out of the ordinary. I know. Look, I mean the promotional types of things that people do, right? I have blue original milk with my cereal. I have it like warm 1 minute. Probably controversial. The warm milk enhances the taste for me, like Cocoa Pops. Blue original milk. I don't know what that means. I don't know what blue original milk is. Blue milk like on Star Wars. Doritos Captain Crunch cereals, the same company, owned by Pepsi. Yeah, but they're not. It's not literally good Doritos crushed in a bowl though, Erica. Come on. Crunchy Nut and Frosties are also two of my favorites. The Squid one loves peanut butter and honey sandwiches, but they can't have them at school. Yeah. Can they have like peanut butter oats at home and then go to school doing the breathy thing, or is like, because obviously you can't tell them to hold their breath, or is that even like a no-no? I don't know. I don't have kids. I don't know what the rules are like these days. Meal prep Monday. Well, I do meal prep like Saturday, Sunday usually, because Monday is like the start of my week, the work week kind of thing. CQ6 is someone with a nut allergy in his class. I thought that most schools have just banned nuts in general so they don't have to think about it anymore. Is that not a thing? Or is that just people panicking on Facebook? I'll give the overnight oats a try soon after prepare the grocery order. Don't have anything for it in the house right now. Of course. Oh, you're so welcome, Mario. So that's what I'm going to be doing for Dragonflight. So I've planned not to stream on the 28th, right? Monday the 28th. Because I wanted to have a rest day before the shenanigans begin. I was umming and ahhing about attempting to do a cooking stream. Like a meal prep stream where I go through and make all the stuff for the 2 weeks that I'm taking off so that I don't have to think about where food is coming from. But I don't know how, like I don't have the setup to do it well, and I don't want it to be shit. Plus it'd be during Subfest, so like that would also be a good idea to have a bonus, but like I'm just so afraid of it being trash, you know? I'm so afraid of doing bad content. because it's a big deal. So I don't know. Thoughts and feelings. Where would you draw the line? Like, where do you think that maybe it'd be a bit too shit? What parts of stream are essential for you? Like overlays and stuff, or stream readers, or good lighting, or good camera quality? Like what is the go? Info me. Tell me the things. Full fat milk. I don't like skimmed milk. Oh, that's what you call full fat blue. Interesting. I've never heard that before. I wonder if that's like a regional thing. That's so interesting. Hello Des, welcome back. We'll have peanut butter for breaking. Okay, try to avoid giving them nuts at all if we're leaving the house. To be considerate, of course, yeah. Because we have friends with anaphylaxis. Oh yeah, no, not good. Not good. Doesn't sound stressful. Really enjoy that game and enjoying all your streams anyway. Aw, that's so kind of you. That's so kind of you. We get groceries before the madness. Food stamps are really late until the 17th. Well, that's still before the madness. Like, the madness doesn't begin until the 29th, 28th, 29th, depending on your time zone. That's a good while. Mostly for me, just positive attitude, welcoming vibe. The community makes a stream, don't care all that much about overlays and stuff. Yeah, but when it's something like Subfest, actually, no, that's a really good point. If I stream without having the EXP bar during Subfest, I can be disqualified. So I'd have to see if I can actually make that work to begin with. That could be the deciding factor. I don't want to get disqualified. That would suck. Blue milk, like a blue steak. Blue steak is just like one step more raw than rare. So are we talking blue milk as in like unpasteurized? In Sweden, blue milk is almost fat-free. I think it's like 1% fat or less. Interesting here, full fat is red milk, blue milk is 2%. That was where my brain went. Perhaps full fat milk have a blue sticker over here. Oh, I thought the milk itself was blue, Daz. We just call it we don't call, like, so in Australia, we have full fat, we have skim, and then you soy, almond, oat, blah, 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 blah. We just call it what it is rather than color coding it. Like if you say, hey, do you want, like, what kind of milk do you want? It's not blue or red or pink or purple. It's full fat or skim or, do you know what I mean? Like that is so strange. I've never heard anyone refer to a type of milk by color coding it before. That's fascinating. That's so interesting. Oh. Now I'm hungry. Skim usually has a red lid, doesn't it? I don't even know. I don't buy fresh milk. I buy UHT because it goes bad otherwise. I don't use it fast enough. Full fat, 100% fat. It just like slops out of the thing.
Most importantly, you just want milk that tastes like real milk.
I know, right? Yay! Look, our cups are out for delivery too. It just won't, like, it's on a courier, and it won't arrive.
You smell interesting. Perfume?
Yeah, I am wearing perfume.
That's what I can smell now.
Yeah, it's, what's your feet?
Yep.
That's the one. It's good, isn't it? I really like it. That's actually what I'd consider purchasing. Yeah, it's really sweet. The perfume I'm wearing is called Wild Vanilla Orchid from a brand called Floral Street, and it kind of smells like flower candy, and I like it a lot. Thank you for the bubble tea! Oh, so good. It's been a while since I've had a fruit tea. Right, okay. Over to here. Full cream skim highlight blue is usually associated with the full cream. Okay. Yeah, no, I've no idea. I literally buy UHT soy. That's it. So UHT, if you don't know what that means, it stands for ultra high temperature. Basically, it's cooked to remove any bits and pieces or kill any bits and pieces that could make it go bad, so it's shelf stable. You don't have to put it in the fridge until you open it. So we have it sitting in the pantry, and then when we run out, we can grab out a new carton, crack it open, use it, and stick the half-empty thing in the fridge. It takes a lot longer to go bad, and because we don't drink milk, we don't have cereal, we just use it for our overnight oats, we can use half a litre stick the other half a litre in the fridge, and it'll still be good to put into the next batch next week of the oats. Thank you! So yeah, it's, ow! The bowl is hot. Yeah, UHT is my go. I used to go so far as getting the little 6-packs of UHT because I used it so infrequently that I couldn't even keep half a litre in the fridge. So I'd literally use like 300 ml at a time. But I do use it more often these days, especially now that I can, like, soy is not 7 times more expensive. There was a, like, when soy first kind of took off, it was so expensive compared to regular milk. But now there's so many different types of milk, they're all reasonably the same price. Because, it's just easier, I think. Canberra, New South Wales, the ACT has black caps for Canberra milk. BRB, fantastic, all about the colour of the caps. Oh, can we give him? He's wonderful. He is wonderful. Best friend, housemate, head moderator, pocket tank at times. Wonderful human. Don't drink milk, so if you're never buying it for others, they tell me what colour they want. UK is the boogie red. Interesting. Yeah, people just like, I mean, I'm just so used to asking for a, like if I went to a coffee shop and asked for blue milk in my chai, they'd probably look at me like I'm on drugs. Charge your headphones, that's it. Vitamin D milk here. All milk is red label cap, 2% is blue, skim is pink. Not allowed to sell unpasteurized milk here. Yeah, there are a lot of places where they're not allowed to, and do anyway, but different subject matter. But yeah, no, we're the same. We do have unhomogenized, where you crack the bottle and it's got the cream in the top because it separates and the cream goes to the top. That's fine. Unpasteurized is no bueno. I don't actually know if you're allowed to sell it in Australia, but I would never purchase it anyway. There's just too much data out there telling me it's dangerous. Yeah. It's raining ultra heat treated. Oh, yeah, potentially. I mean, same. Yeah, I always thought it, I was always told it was ultra high temp, because it goes through an ultra high temp to make it safe, but ultra heat treated also makes perfect sense. I wonder if they picked that because it had, interesting, usually lactose free, lasts up to 3 weeks. Yeah, it's really, really good, hey. We buy it too, the boys drink so much of it. Because you can't fit it all in the fridge. Like, being able to keep it in the pantry just opens up the space-saving capability, you know? Jess, you didn't wanna... He didn't. I haven't even eaten it, I just touched the bowl and it burnt me. Ultra high temperature pasteurized here. Oh, there goes. So milk is still ridiculous price. 2 litres for $6. Okay, so I buy a litre for 95 cents. A litre of UHT soy, and it's like 90, or maybe it's not 95, maybe it's like $1.10 or something, but like that, and that of course is Australian dollars as well. But yeah, no, we, we've had a lot of price increases in Australia lately around food and things just because of shipping things across the country and the cost of importing bits and pieces and stuff like that. But honestly, excuse me, Australia is one of the luckiest places in the world for food. Like, we have so much open space where that shit can be grown and processed, and we don't, like, I learned online what a food desert was because we don't really have, like, when you look at what a food desert is in somewhere like the US, we don't have that here. There are no real pockets where food is just so hard to come by that you have to live off canned veggies and there's like 2 veggies that are available to you in the can. Like, it's just not a thing. We are really, like, obviously every country has its problems and there are some ways that everyone has their issues and stuff, and but in terms of food, Australia is a really good place to be if you love your food. Always have Devondale UHT in the cupboard because kids go through so much. Because we go to Aldi for a lot of our shopping, it's just the Aldi brand that we've got. But yeah, and I do the soy because like they do also have cow's milk and a whole bunch of other ranges and stuff. But for me, the taste of soy milk, it does taste different. It absolutely does. But the taste of it, I think, goes really, really nicely with the flavor of oats. Like it amps up, they work really well together. And I I don't know that I'm lactose intolerant. I don't think I am actually lactose intolerant, but I have noticed a link between eating or drinking. Like if I have a really, really big milky bubble tea and I drink it relatively quickly, my belly gets really upset. Really upset. If I drink it slower, it's okay. If I have too much cereal, I get upset. Ice cream, yeah, it's a bit hit and miss depending on the brand. So I just figure, bugger it, if you know, even if I'm not actually lactose intolerant, soy milk has never made my stomach feel wonky. Like, I just don't have the association there, so. Hey presto. What brand is that fair? The Alzi one. Yeah, it's double the price, can't wait for half the size. Far out. Soy milk goes for the higher end stuff. Oh yeah, and there is a difference. Like there is absolutely a difference between like your low end and your higher end stuff. But because I'm using it as an ingredient rather than like putting it on cereal and stuff, I feel like it makes less of an impact, if that makes sense. But that's just my own personal tastes as well. Develop lactose intolerance most humans, because we have breast milk. A lot of us, not all, and that's totally fine. Fed is best. But humans we're designed for a bit to live on milk and then to wean off it. So a lot of people have, like, you read the studies and stuff like that, a lot of people seem to find that they develop a lactose intolerance later in life. Well, 25, 26 is later, but, beyond childhood into adulthood, which is really interesting. But some people don't. Some people are totally fine with all types of milk right the way through life, and that's, that's well and great. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that, people develop it as they get older. And I mean, I'm probably, like, if I am lactose intolerant, I'll be in the same boat. I don't know when it happened, but it's not like it affects my life in a massively negative way or anything. I know that if I choose to eat this entire wheel of brie, that I will put up with cramps later. That's just how that works. I can make that choice as an adult. If I think I can put up with the pain, then I will do it. If I don't, then I won't. Also, crumbed camembert with cranberry sauce. I'm so looking forward to those kits coming out from Aldi, and they always come by during Christmas. You get like 2 wheels of crumbed camembert and 2 little like sauce dunky things of cranberry sauce. Oh, so good. I absolutely have sat there and eaten both wheels of crumbed camembert with both tubs of cranberry sauce in one sitting, and definitely not regretted it later, but probably should have. It's just such good stuff. And so good. You scrape all the cranberry out of the container and dump it on top of the hot cheese, and it all gets all melty and sloppy and messy and yum. Non-infant things, we aren't meant to have milk apparently. But like, come on, it's tasty. So versatile. Try that one from Aldi, it was kind of gross. The crumb camembert, interesting. No, I really loved it. I enjoyed it like a lot. But I mean, each to their own, of course. There are a bunch of Aldi cheeses that have won awards and stuff like that, but even then, just because some cheese snob says it's delicious doesn't mean you're gonna like it personally. I, for one, hate blue cheese, so there's that. But yeah, it's, I really liked it. It's alright, Barry. If you get sent any, I'll take it. We'll do a trade. We'll find something I have that you like and we'll exchange. It was cramps. I'd be happy eating more. Yeah, look. My body's haywire enough that most symptoms I end up getting anyway, so don't care. Jeez, Phoenix still super sad my brie turned out funky. No, don't be. It's been a while. I remember you saying it was a while since you'd done it, and look, it was really tasty. It was a bit much for me. It was a little bit much, but I'm not usually like a funky cheese person, but in terms of funky cheeses, it was damn good. It was a damn good French cheese. It's normally so good. I was disappointed after lugging it across state lines. Oh, it's alright, next time. Aldi's doing a sale here with this at the prices back to 2019. Holy cow. That's pretty awesome. I'm making me way too hungry. I was gonna hold on and I'm making banana bread with panda today. Audio only, yes. Remember, in audio only, you can still jump in chat. You just can't see what's happening on screen, which honestly, at this point, it all looks the damn same. How many tunes have I put through Gorgon now? I imagine me being sent things. Like, look, you. Did you see the suggestion I put on your wish list? Did you see the suggestion I added to your wish list? Or suggestion I sent to you, I guess. It doesn't just add it because I say so. Maybe it should. Maybe you're in her domain now. That's right, that's right. Get in here to get something to eat. I know, I'm so sorry, Crow. It happens a lot. We chit-chat food here like a fair bit. A fair bit. So my dimension would never. Next time I'm bringing your macarons. Yes. Yes, I need a... Oh. What I need to do... When I move to Melbourne, I want to road trip it. Because that way I don't have to put my PC and all my setup on the back of a truck. I can put it in a car and, do you know, it makes me feel a little bit safer. And then road trip it down, and I need to make a stop off in Sydney because I need to get my hands on a goddamn box of Zumbarons because I miss them so much. I miss them so, like his Vegemite Zumbarons were just the bomb. The absolute bomb. I didn't add it, yay! Amazing. I'm glad you liked it. But yeah, I thought it was a cute, because it's got a range of plates so you can kind of experiment with a few different designs, and there's a couple of funky colors, and yeah, I thought it'd be cute and fun. Cute and fun. I mean, the kitchen's like 10 steps away. If I turn around, I can still see the screen. Just can't type without walking over. Probably do. You could type from your phone. Oh, yeah, no. Not with your hands, me, though. Yeah, and I don't think you'd want to trust, like, Siri or something to be making the chit-chat for you, because that would be dangerous. Sleepover at Seekers. You don't live in Sydney, woman. Yeah. Oh, Lord. It's right. Book you a night away from the kids. We'll go get like a 2-bedder apartment or something and just like go out, do fancy meal, stuff our faces with Zumbarons. Sydney has changed so much. Like when I visited for the Wrath Classic launch, it got to the point towards the end of towards the time that I needed to leave to go back to the airport. I started kind of feeling this creeping sense of dread. Like it was really odd. I don't think I've ever felt anything like it before, but it was like, oh cool, this has changed. Oh cool, that has changed. Oh wow, lots of things have changed. And then it just started creeping up that, excuse me, it started feeling really uncomfortable, how it was the same but not the same, and I just had this heavy feeling in the pit of my stomach, and then it was just out of nowhere, my brain was like, leave now. And I was like, okay. Okay. So got up in an Uber and got the hell out of there. But yeah, it was a weird feeling. I've never felt that in my life. Really super odd. It's a great drive. See, the problem is I don't drive. So it'd be Jazz driving the whole way. Plus the price of petrol now. I mean, I know it would actually be cheaper to ship everything down and then fly. I know it would be. But there's so much stuff that I'm not sure I could trust. It's my income, you know, it's my business. I'm not sure I could trust that on the back of a truck. I just, and then if there's a delay or something, worst case, I can go and buy a folding trestle table from Officeworks or something and set up a shocking setup just to get going with the streams once I got into the new place and got the internet connected. But it just, you know, it's an uncomfortable thought having something damaged. And yeah, Hello, Yana, welcome back. What are 20 packages attempted? Yes, oh my lord. Camera's on the way, right? Yeah, look, kind of. Once we get a bit closer, I'll sit down and plan out a route, but yeah, it's just kind of, it's in the what about sort of stages at this point. Get food out and go home full and play games, yes. Sydney has first campers between Sydney and Melbourne. Yeah, it's kind of like a junk out to the coast. there are a couple of stops along the way that would work really well. Like I know roughly I know the route from Melbourne to Sydney. Because I don't know where to go and stuff, but I know of the route and a few of the bits and pieces along the way. And I know of a few of the bits and stops between Brisbane and the Queensland border. But between the Queensland border and Sydney, I'm a little bit lost. Like, I don't really know much of what's there and stuff like that. But it'd be a case of, like, staying at motels and stuff along the way. There's a few, you know, bits of family here or there and a couple of friends here and there, that kind of thing that I could kind of stop in and say hello to, create some content. This is my life now. But do it in like smaller chunks. So, you know, sit down, have breakfast, drive, stop, have a proper lunch, not just a roadside snack, have a proper lunch, and then drive, check in, have dinner, explore the area, go to bed. Wake up, have a proper breakfast, and then get back on the road. I'd do it over like a 3 to 4 day thing, maybe even longer. Because it takes the stress out of it. Plus, if I'm backloading my furniture and stuff, that's probably going to take a week and a half to 2 weeks anyway to make its way down to Melbourne. So it doesn't really matter if I take a little bit longer to journey, because my stuff isn't going to be there anyway yet. But yeah, I've thought about, I do this, I'm a planner. I'm a planner, so I think about these kind of things, but I don't have any set in stone plans just yet. Because that's, yeah. Knowing my mother, there's also probably a chance that she'd meet us somewhere at the Victorian New South Wales border with the caravan and camp with us or something. Because she's like that. It'd be hilarious. With record, fears changed in that time too. Of course! Yeah, of course. It's been years. Like, I think it was like 7 or 8 years or something. Like, a lot has changed, but so have I. So yeah, no, for sure. Lies, great drive. For jazz, I know. Which is why I really want to make sure it's a chill, kind of lots of stops along the way. Give lots of breaks and stuff, because I know that's a big thing for him to do. What about a horse? That's why I moved to Queensland last time. I'm busy stuff up. Yes. Yeah, there's definitely, like, if you have those kind of resources, it's definitely a good way to do it. Hello, Bad Jelly. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today. Hope you're doing well. Moving up here, one of the streamers I watch has an Alexa in the living room. People do the bits too. The best with it. That's hilarious. See, all my sound goes through my headset, so it wouldn't trigger it anyway. That's really funny. That's really funny. Oh, hydrate. Oh. Cool, so that had perfume in it. Wonderful. Perfume smells really good. Tastes like shit. Oh no. Yeah, every year does. It has it's the 18th anniversary gives 18%. 17th anniversary gave 17%, etc, etc. It's a cute little thing. Very fun. What are you drinking? Why are you drinking perfume? No, I had my tea from before, but when I sprayed the perfume to let Jas try to figure out if that's what he was smelling on me, the very, very imperceptible breeze from the aircon pushed it towards the screen and it settled into my glass. Yeah. It wasn't intentional. As I brought it up to drink it, I was like, this smells different. And then I tasted it, I'm like, oh, that's fine. It's fine. It's not gonna kill me. Eventually. Awesome. Brisbane's a nice place. It's just not where my family is. That's all. Oh yeah, it does. It always does. You've learned a new thing. It always does. Funky, hey? saying whelp, I assume. Yeah. Oh, whelp. Yeah. I was teasing. Ah, gotcha. That would explain it. Have I gained another day worth of progress yet? No. Still on November 8. Even with that tune at 50. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Mini whelps. Handle it! Yeah, that's it. I don't think that this package is being delivered by this courier today. Unless they're coming like real late. This spreadsheet is still tracking level 1 as level 1. Yes, because it is still level 1. I know that is, I know it's gonna jump me ahead, but I want to catch up as much as I can before it jumps me ahead. Plus when I flip all those 59s to 60 as well, it's gonna, it will push. It will push. But yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be fun. Really late deliveries later. Yeah, this one's from Sendel. I've been getting a lot of stuff via Sendel lately, which I don't know how I feel about. I mean, I'm guessing they're at least somewhat reliable, otherwise these companies wouldn't be using them. Like, they just, if they had too many oopsies, then they'd just stop using the company. But, it still makes me feel a little bit nervous, because it's not, like, it's a new one, you know? I don't know. You drop a few days. I will, but, like, I don't know how many, and I don't want to test it to see how many. I just want to get there and be like, hey, good. Yeah, I'm a weirdo like that, but it's fine. It's fine. Weekends, weird times. Ooh, freaks me out when there's a doorbell ring after 7. It's like, who are you? Why are you here? Oh, package. Yeah. They aren't. Oh, they're not new? I mean, okay, so when I say new, I mean like since roughly the start of COVID. So like, you know, like coming up on 3 years, because the last 3 years have not meant jack. So, you know. Oh, they're not reliable. Oh, okay. I don't think I've had, I've seen a lot of it lately. I don't think I've had any issues with them. I'm trying to think. I think maybe I've had one that's been like, wait a second, what is this? But I guess that's also like a sample size bias thing. Like if you've only got, you know, if you've got 6 packages from this company and only one of them is busted, and then you get 80 packages from Australia Post, but 20 of them are busted. You know, it like, yeah. You get that bias of, well, there's not that many failures, but you've also not had that many packages. Central is just the Uber Eats of deliveries. No, Uber is the Uber Eats of delivery, is the Uber of deliveries now. They do parcel pack, they do courier services. You can, instead of having them pick you up and take you to a place, or pick a friend up and take your friend to the place, you can book an Uber to pick a parcel up and take it to a place. Yeah, Uber is the Uber of couriers now.
What is it?
Ah, dear. Become that old codger. Hey, I've been that old codger for years now, so it's totally fine. Totally fine. I'm also new. Yeah, exactly. Good night, Jelly. We'll see you next time. Have a good rest. Uber does walk you home now too. Which makes me so uncomfortable to think of. I mean, I understand, but also isn't the point of having someone walk you home, it's being somebody you trust? And if it's a random stranger, I mean, I guess depending on the person, I don't know, that's just, I can see why they'd offer it, but I don't think I'd ever take it up. I don't think I'd do that. Isn't Sendel crowdsourced? I don't know, is it? Australian-based company which provides courier services within the country, focusing primarily on small to medium-sized businesses and online retailers. It claims to be the first courier company in Australia to offer fully carbon-neutral services. Okay. Point, and that's another point for Sendel. If they are actually fully carbon-neutral, FAQ, how do I get a crew to Sendel offer express? Pick up, can I send? First carbon neutral delivery service securing carbon offsets through our partner South Pole. About Sendle. I'm trying to find where it does the certified B Corporation, Australian Force for Good. Talented people find your perfect role at Sendle. Okay, let's have a look at their job thing. Because if they actually have job posting for a career, then it's not going to be crowdsourced. Customer happiness champion. Piss off. Okay, they don't have any actual career whatsits here. But they do have a big thing that says like their diversity stuff. 51% female, 3% non-binary, 46 male, 68% people of color, 24% LGBTIQA plus is what they've got. I don't know, yep. 2% transgender, speak over 20 languages, 50% of our leaders and managers are women, 20% of the executive leadership team are women, and 29% of us live with disabilities. So that's kind of cool. I like that they've laid it all out like that. But I'm trying to find if they're like, if it's a what is Sendler rights? What does that mean? Every delivery is 100% carbon neutral. Low price is guaranteed. Free parcel pickup. Pickup's guaranteed. Cover with the Sendle cover policy. Where is my parcel? No nasty surprises. Contactless delivery. No delivery rights. Need to get in touch. How Sendle works. Does it... We tap into big business delivery networks and make them available to everyone in Australia. I don't know what that means though. Low career pricing, no hidden fees. Some will cover billing, platform integrations. Read more about Sendle. That's the page I was on before. It gives me no information. So I don't know if it's actually... like all of them are contractors. I don't know if that's the case, but from a how they want to run their business perspective, whether or not that's how they actually run their business is a different question. But the fact that they're saying, like the fact that they're showing this is how we want to run our business, it doesn't look terrible. Yep, they made it home safe. Murderer, probably. Doing something cool there, making playing. Work how fast? Yes. Yes. Okay, I was wrong about Sendle. Must have been getting mixed up with something else. Yeah, possibly, but I mean, I haven't found anything that has specifically said that's not the case. I just haven't found anything that says it is the case.
Really a setback, a stepping stone to a much larger plan.
Although, that being said, if they were a contractor-based thing, usually they'll have a big button, work with us, at the top to like sign up as a career or whatever. So that I would say indicates it's probably not the case, but yeah, interesting. Interesting. How are you liking the talent system? I really like that I don't have to think about it. That there's a starter build for every type, every spec, and that when I get a new talent point, it glows and says click me, and then I click apply changes, and I don't have to think. It's good. I'm not a, like, that's not the way I tend to play. Like, I'll just copy and paste other people's talents and stuff like that, so I'm glad that that's easy to do. Yeah. Do 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 do. Hello, Meaty. Last time I got from them, pass was 2 weeks late. I had to chase them up to find pass was 2 6. Oh, interesting. That's not great. That's not great. Well, this is an order I made 3rd of November. So we're 11 days out, and it says it's on board for delivery today. It's estimated to arrive today or tomorrow. So we'll see if it actually gets here tonight or if it ends up arriving tomorrow, which I like, yeah. I'm kind of expecting this late at night that it's on the truck, but the truck ain't coming here till tomorrow. Hello, Ventu, welcome back. V, Zam, Silver Molly, Caln, Paul, Kikai, and Cade. Congratulations to all of you on your bonus ship. Well done. Boss defeated. Aw, that's really nice. I got a res. The shaman here where I died resed me. It's really nice of them. Alright. Skins. I see skins. Let's go get skins. Sneak it up into the air so I don't die. Night delivery for streamers. Who works all day? Yeah. Well, tomorrow is my day in the office, so. Oh my god, Seeker. Oh my god. On a scale of 1 to influenced, I have just 1, finished my bubble tea, 2, eaten a quality street chocolate, strawberry, naturally, and 3, pulled my triple butter explosion popcorn out of the microwave. Oh my lord. So you need to tweet that and then send me the link so I can retweet it and be like, look, sponsor me. Yep. That's hilarious. Battle is not in progress, stop lying. Oh my goodness. That's classic. You've been influenced. That's it. That's it. Speaking of influenced. Oh, the banner just went away. I was gonna say, save your resubs, save your bits. Subfest is coming. If you want to make me eat things that are gross and draw silly things on my face and stuff like that, save your things and make them go off during Subfest. Get us some EXP and maybe send Fear to TwitchCon EU next year. Wouldn't that be ridiculous? Winter's coming. Subfest is coming. Yep, Subfest. Summer Subfest, in fact, is coming. Banana bread is in the oven. Yas. Banana bread is so tasty. Thank you, Dupe, for dropping that command. Will do. I will. It's on my list to do tomorrow, so I will. I'll tweet it when most of my followers are active. Something engagement optimization. Just do yas. You're full-time fair. Drop me the follows. That's how we do it. Seeker do the thing. Seeker immediately does the thing. Influenced. Yeah. I'm getting good at this. Hashtag full-time fair. That's it. What? I meant good mod. Uh-huh. Sure you did. Sure you did.
Baby tonight, baby tonight.
Actually, muscle memory this way. I know, right? It's a bit that way, hey. Speaking of muscles, I had an email from a supplement company wanting to, quote unquote, sponsor me.
I am a paladin. Oh.
But I have a feeling they are misusing the word sponsor. I think what they're trying to do is get me to sign up for their affiliate company, like their affiliate code thing, which... Look, if they make stuff that's actually going to help me achieve my health goals, not muscle goals, like I don't have those, but like fitness goals and stuff, sure. But you use that, like, you keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means. So I emailed back to ask, is this a sponsorship opportunity, i.e. set payment for set deliverables, or is this an affiliate program, percentage commission based on sales? And haven't heard back because they're a US-based company. But I don't know. I feel like they target people who have smaller followings because they think, oh, they're gonna be so thankful. So amazed that a company's reaching out to them and stuff. And they do. They absolutely get hundreds of people signing up for stuff that way because they go, oh my god, a company wants to work with me. No, a company wants you to make free content for them. Like, but yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. Beefcake, yeah. No, what I was actually looking at of theirs, they've got a couple of, like, of course I always, like, no matter when, like, if a company approaches me, I go and do research because, like, there's no point even asking them what they mean if it's a company I never want to work with, right? So I did some research, and I'm not really into, like, protein powders are good if you have a lot of difficulty getting the right balance of macros in your diet and stuff like that. Always be guided by, like, a doctor or a dietitian or something like that, obviously. But it's like something weird on my gum, and it was right next to the implant, so I was a bit concerned, but I think it's just a piece of broccoli. But no, right, so I was looking at some of their products. I'm not really a person, like, I'm not a protein powder kind of person unless I have had protein powders in the past when I thought I was a protein powder kind of person, and I just ended up using them up by mixing them into oats and stuff like that, just to, you know, extra little thwack or something in there. But they do have, I've used pre-workouts before, back when I was doing pole in the gym, and they really did help get me over the line. Like, if I was, if I had a particular trick that I'd been trying and I just couldn't quite nail it, having a pre-workout seemed to help activate those muscles that I needed to a little bit easier and got me into it so that I could feel how it was meant to feel and everything, so that then later without the pre-workout I could get back into the trick, you know? So it was like, if I was going into a class where I knew I was going to be learning a ton of new stuff that was like a level up, then I'd take a pre-workout and it'd work quite well for me personally. Again, medical advice, all that kind of stuff. Some of those pre-workouts have some pretty gnarly ingredients. I always did my research on what was on the tub and spoke to my doctors and stuff like that and got the all clear, because I do have a lot of medications I'm on and I don't want anything to cross-contaminate. But then also kind of supplements that help you sleep and stuff like, this particular company has those kind of stuff, like health and supporting and wellness stuff, rather than just workout stuff, if that makes sense. So I was like, this does look kind of interesting. But before I go any further on this, I want to know what you're actually offering me. I'm not just going to put all my personal details in a form so that you can make me an offer. I need you to tell me up front what the expectation here is. And if they don't, then I don't go forward with it. But yeah, it's a minefield out there. Minefield. Full of your dreams, more like supplement. Yeah. Record a mod lock if someone drops 100k point. Oh my god. Where were you 4 hours ago? None of that. No, if I know, it's like, Yeah, they try, and it's because I have a smaller following on it. Like I have enough of a following on Instagram to be worthwhile, but it's small enough that they probably think I don't know what I'm doing because they haven't gone through and realized that I have a decent Twitch following. Just because my Insta's not quite there yet doesn't mean I'm not quite there yet. So yeah, it's nah. I really enjoyed your stream launch. It did well. Wonderful, Crow. I'm so pleased to hear that. Rest well. We'll see you next time. Macros, trinome, sequence to enhance. That's it, right? That's it. Sponsored dental floss. Jesus. I tried to get in with Invisalign because I need Invisalign medically for the next steps in my dental work. I actually tried getting in with Invisalign. And they like, I tweeted about it at one point and they DM'd me. And I was like, yeah, okay, cool. And they're like, oh, here, yeah, fill out this link. And I'm like, that one only says, like, that one only lets me put in US addresses. I'm from Australia. Do you have an Australian form? They're like, oh, no, we don't work with Australians at this point. And I'm like, fuck. But I, like, which kind of sucks because I know Dark Mech has the Invisalign banner and I have a feeling that's because he has that through, is it BBDG? Yeah, but he's part of a stream, like he's part of a team. And so the team would be sponsored, so he has a banner because he's a part of the team, and then he'll get a cut of that, but only because like he gets the cut from the team rather than from Invisalign specifically, so it's a bit kind of, oh, but that's right. You know, it is what it is. Can only do what we can do, and if they have restrictions that they want to work within, then they have to stick to that too. Invisalign is here, I know. But they don't work with Australian influencers. They don't work with the people who are getting it. It's their business choice. Maybe it's too difficult trying to do international payments and stuff like that. Who knows? Who knows? This is fun. Is it an accent thing? Oh, I have no idea. I think honestly it's just that they don't have an Australian office. That the whole thing is headed up in the US and it's too hard to do international stuff. They will contract labs out here to make the form, like to make the trays and stuff. They won't have like an Invisalign lab in Australia, or even if they do, that lab won't have its own legal team and finance division and stuff. All that'll be handled in the US, and it's too hard for them to do international payments. Like, there are a lot of companies that just don't work outside of the US. It is what it is. It's just something you kind of learn and you have to deal with as an influencer not in the United States. Sorry. I'm sorry to say what you said about the talent tree. Huh? Sorry, Des, I don't understand what you're asking. Yeah, there's not much you can do about it, hey? Like, I mean, you can argue with them till you're blue in the face, but if it's company policy to not work with people outside of the US, then you're done. Like, they ain't gonna budge. Little baby influencer from Australia ain't gonna do shit. There are other products like it, not sure if they're Aussie-based or do that kind of promotional work contract. Yeah. Yeah, there were a couple of bits and pieces that I was looking at. There were a few different things and things that could have been potential opportunities that kind of fell through here and there. But in the end, my dentist specifically has said, we want you to do Invisalign. And I'm not going to go against a medical professional's recommendation because of a contract. Like, that's like, because it's not a cosmetic. If it was a cosmetic thing, hell yeah. But because I need it for medical reasons, I'm less like, you know, I'm gonna go with the people who know my mouth inside and out. I think that's a pretty good place to draw that line, personally. But of course, each their own. Yeah. Maybe they missed your answer about the talent tree. I meant to say, sorry to say, I missed what you said about talent. Oh, there's a starter build. I like that. I like that I can copy and paste other people's shit because I don't care about talents. I just use a build that is recommended. There's a lot of companies that don't work in the US. They're here, but don't worry. Yeah. Oh dear. Yeah, keep the professional advice. Absolutely, go. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, if it was just a cosmetic thing, sure, but I also wouldn't be spending this kind of money on something that's just cosmetic. $5 grand for the, yeah, delightful. But yeah, no, it is. There's a tooth that needs to be moved out of the way because it's shifted into a gap, so they can't fit a crown on there anymore. There's a tooth that needs to be pulled out from my jaw slightly. There's a whole range of issues with that I'm going to use Invisalign to fix. However, because you can't just get a small section for 2 teeth or whatever, I have to get the full set. So while we're in there, we are going to fix up a few little cosmetic things, just because it doesn't make it cost anymore. So I might as well get maximum bang for buck. So I'm really interested to see, firstly, how long it's going to take, because I know I've got my appointment with them just before launch to sit down and be like, okay, this is where we're at now. Here are some artist renditions of where we might be at the end of this journey, and here is how long we think the journey's going to take. So that'll be really interesting to see. But also, before we start the trays, they're going to do some whitening, so that I get one of the benefits up front, and then watch as my teeth shift, which will be interesting too. A colleague from the US who's posted out here for about 6 months. Their payroll area back in the US couldn't understand why they were working here on the 4th of Is the company going to pay them to fly back for a day? Good lord. Good lord. Oh, hydrate. Maybe it's good dental surgery, 2745 pediatric. Oh, yeah, Those numbers are pretty much bang on what I paid. Except obviously not pediatric dentist. It was an oral maxillofacial surgeon. Jesus. 2-3 weeks, make him, but probably slower since it's nearly Christmas time. No, it's, I've been told that my appointment, when is it? It's not this week. I think it's the week, like literally the week before, launch. Yeah, no. Yes, 21st. Monday. Next Monday, so a week from now. A week from now I go in to get all the stuff sort of checked over and the final contract signed and all that kind of stuff. And then after that, I've been told it's going to be 2 to 3 weeks, yeah. But it depends on how many trays I need as well, because they want to set, I think the idea is that they set you up with all the trays to start with. They don't print them, because you only wear, depending on what you're moving and how you're, what's going on, you may only need to wear each one for a month or even 3 weeks before you shift to the next tray. To you do a little bit of shifting and then you put the next tray in, which does a bit more. The next tray in does a bit more. Obviously, I'm guessing you already know, considering you know the time frames and stuff. But for everyone who doesn't, that's how, with braces, you tighten them, and then the teeth shift over time, and then you go back in and you have them tightened again so that they continue shifting, and then when they stop, you get them tightened again, and it keeps shifting. Whereas with Invisalign, because they're trays, they're like a retainer, you put it in and it's uncomfortable, and over the space of a week or a few weeks, it gets comfy. And then you take it out and put the next one in, and then they get uncomfortable again, and it shifts them a little bit more, and then you take it out and put the next one in. So you have a series of trays. And from what I've been told, I'm going to get at least most of those trays up front so that I can shift them on a specific schedule, so I don't have to have a dentist appointment at this time precisely to get my next set, kind of thing. But yeah, they won't know. They've sent all my scans and stuff off. They're not going to know until next week how many sets, how many trays I'm going to need and all that kind of stuff. and how long it's going to take, but I'll get all that info next week. And then, yeah, it'll probably be a couple of weeks before I get a handful of trays and get started. Go in, get the whitening done, and then start eating plastic. All for teeth I lose by the time I turn 13. Is there 5? Serious medical risk. Yeah. Jesus. Oh, God, Zika. All the hugs. I know that must be so scary. I could not compute that we worked it. Yeah. Chat. Brush your teeths. Yeah, really, honestly. Some people, like me, have genetic predisposition to shit going wrong. And that's, you know, it just makes it all the more important to get stuff handled. And when issues pop up, when you have a small fissure, or when you have a hole or a cavity or whatever, get it fixed. Do not let it become a goddamn root canal that then fails 5 times, meaning you need to get the tooth pulled out because the bone is infected underneath it, and you need a bone graft plus an implant to make the tooth look like it exists again. Like, it's just not worth it. So much money. It's so, especially in Australia, it's so goddamn expensive. Look, all fun times. But yeah, so just like do the thing. Take care of your teeth. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. I was gonna do it. Ended up not going through with it. Fair. Yeah, I if it was just a cosmetic thing, like my teeth are like fairly straight. I'm not unhappy with my teeth. I mean, I'm unhappy with the color, but that's separate, you know. I'm not unhappy with the alignment of my teeth. But there is a medical requirement for me to, like, I will lose these teeth if I do not get the Invisalign, and then I'll have to pay the same goddamn amount, maybe even more, to have them replaced with implants. So it's worth it for me, but yeah. It's a whole thing. It's been fascinating though. So interesting about like what they can do, and seeing the 3D scan of my teeth inside my mouth and stuff. It's funky. This if your mouth boost gives really deep fissures led to a bunch of cavities. Yeah. And like that, it's one of those things where like it doesn't matter how much you brush. Like you could be the best toothbrusher in the world. Sometimes shit will still go wrong. But the earlier you catch it, the better chances you have of it not costing $1 million fucking dollars. 5 times. Yeah. Well, it kept failing because I have so many predispositions to shit teeth. The filling on top of the root canal would come loose and come out. Like it just couldn't hold on. No matter what I tried, like no matter what we did, it did not hold on. And so it got to the point where they were like, look, we can, because I could never afford crowns. I could never afford the crown. And so I had it filled, but never crowned. Not once. Because I couldn't afford it. How many thousands of dollars later for a bone graft and an implant. But, so eventually they said, look, we can retreat it. We can put another filling in it, and then we can crown it. However, the natural tooth that is left is below the gum line. There is a less than 50% chance of it taking. Now that because every time they do a filling or a root canal or whatever it happens to be, they have to prepare the surface of the tooth, which means filing it down, getting it all roughed up and stuff so that there's something for the filling to grab onto, right? So because they had done that so many times and they just filed away at my natural tooth to give it something to grab onto, there just wasn't anything left above the gum. It was all below the gum line. So they said it's less than a 50% chance of success. We will fill it, we will put a crown on it, and there is more than a half chance that within 2 years it will fail, and you'll have to take the crown off, and you'll have to get an implant anyway. So I just said, fuck it, let's do. I don't want to accidentally swallow $5,000 worth of dentistry when a crown pops off. I know crowns aren't that expensive, but the whole package altogether was it's a lot. So I just said, all right, let's do it. So I couldn't get an extraction in the chair because of how deep the tooth was. So I went and had surgery. Complex extraction, bone graft, cleared all the bone out, and then packed it full of bone and stitched it up my gum. And then 4 months later, checked it was all healed, it was great, and so then we booked in for the surgery number 2, where they cut me open again, or cut open the gum, and popped in the implant. Let that heal, that worked well, and so last Wednesday, I went in and they screwed in my new tooth. My tongue still goes there. Like, there's a tooth there now. I've had a little metal disc sitting there on my gum for like 6 or 7, 8 months now, because there've been a few delays and stuff like that. So, like it was March actually, so yeah, 8 months. 8 months between having the healing abutment put in. So yeah, I've had a little metal disc in my jaw for 8 months, and now it's a tooth and it's weird. But yeah, it's been an adventure. It's been an adventure. 6 fillings, metal capping on 5 teeth, possible other prophylaxis coating. Yeah, root canals are so well worth. Just rip it out and deal with the gap. Because of the infection that was in the bone, I would literally have lost so much bone. Like, I couldn't feel the infection because there was no nerve left in it because of the root canals. The root canal was successful. The packing on top wasn't. I couldn't just leave a gap there, considering how much my teeth have shifted just from having a slightly broken tooth. My teeth would have been all sorts of fucked up if I'd left a gap, unfortunately. It's just, like, for me, not worth it. My bite is already misaligned, and that's just from having an implant, like do the healing procedure from the implant and my teeth shuffled in closer. Like, it's a problem. I couldn't just leave a gap. Yeah, not everyone's able to do that, unfortunately. Hello Gains, can I ask, we have a challenge of 48 out of 50 heroes. The challenge is 50 60s, so 50 level 60 characters. I am at 48 out of 50 of those, so that's my progress. Just to clarify the little miscommunication there. But it's for collecting. It's for mount farming, it's for transmog hunting, it's for doing all those like completionist stuff, because the more toons you have, the quicker you're going to get those kind of things, because you can throw a whole army of characters at it rather than just 1 or 2. If you've got 1 chance per day, if you've got 1 character, that's 1 chance. You've got 50, that's 50 chances in a day. Far more likely to get it on that first day. Cross it off the list and move on. That's exactly what the dentist said, yeah. Explaining the squid is an excellent diet, I also know how to don't. I had a literally eliminated once on the dad's big special birthday, and the dentist said, oh, don't worry about it. It's genetics, having trouble cleaning them out, yeah. Yeah. And that's the thing, right? You feel like, oh my god, I've done so many horrible things, and then the dentist is like, well, actually, when I was talking about how horrible my teeth were, and that how I felt really self-conscious, and how I had so many cavities, and blah, 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 my dentist was like, look, I mean, yes, you have a lot of cavities, you have a lot of, like, fixes and stuff, but so many of them are actually really teeny tiny. You've got, she was like, your teeth are actually in really good health. They're a lot better than a lot that I've seen. It's just that when things go wrong for you, they go really wrong. And I'm like, oh, good. So like, if I don't get something touched up immediately, like if I don't get a tiny little cavity patched then and there, like, it'll turn into a root canal in the space of 4 or 5 months kind of thing. Like, it's a mess. Well, okay, not that quickly. She did say that, like, as long as I stick with my 6 monthly cleans, they will pick up things on time. So I'm imagining she more meant, like, 7 to 8 months and I'll be in, oh crap, territory. But yeah. Mind the Gap UK thing. Mind the Gap is not a UK thing. Mind the Gap is it's also an Australian thing, specifically for public transport, getting off and on trains and stuff like that. But it also, when we're over in Singapore, the announcements over the loudspeakers also said mind the gap. It's very much a thing of anywhere there's a gap people don't want to fish you out of, they will tell you to mind the gap. But yeah, learning. Oh man. Hydro step, I think is what it is. Oh, cool. Interesting. Can a man get a tinnitus by those root canals? I'm not sure if anyone of any gender could get tinnitus from those root. I don't think so. Like root canals are for teeth, and tinnitus is an issue with your hearing. I mean, yeah, I don't know. You'd have to ask a professional, but that wouldn't be a gender-specific issue, I would imagine. Toasty. I haven't heard of that. I mean, look, who knows? Because everything's bloody connected. I mean, especially the whole ENT, you know, ear, nose, and throat, tends to be fairly connected. That's why there are ENT specialists. But it's like, if you are concerned, like if you have to have a root canal and you're worried about tinnitus, then it'd be a good question to ask your dentist. If you have had a root canal and then have developed tinnitus, it would be a good idea to ask your dentist or your GP. Because a GP would be able to, like a general practitioner or a regular doctor, would be able to refer you to an ear, nose and throat specialist who would then look into your ears as part of their specialty, because that's where the tinnitus happens. But yeah, that'd be a question for a medical professional, specifically one familiar with your medical history. Tinnitus for 10 years now and no one knows how to fix that. It's not fixable, they say. Some is, some isn't. Maybe you have the kind of tinnitus that isn't fixable. My father has had tinnitus for approximately 50 years now, because when he was younger, he was pumping up the tire on his bike, like his little push bike. When he was about 10, he's pumping it up, and it's squeeze it. Why is it not? Like, what's going on? And then he feels something brush against his ear and kind of goes, what's that? As he turns, it bursts. It turns out there was a split in the tire, and the actual, like, the loop inside had split through the gap and was swelling. And then as he kind of turned, it burst right next to his ear. And so he's had tinnitus in that ear for 50 years. It's permanent damage. It's not something that surgery can fix. You can't replace an eardrum, that kind of thing. It is what it is. But he said that you kind of just learn to, because it's always there. It's like your nose. You can always see your nose, but because it's always there, your brain just kind of tunes it out. So eventually he said that it never went away. Like if he pays attention, he can hear it, but it's not something that interrupts his day-to-day life because it's just always kind of there in the background. But yeah, look, there's definitely types of tinnitus that can't be fixed. But yeah, if you're talking to medical professionals about it, that's all you can do. I'm just trying to kill this before it gives me too many hallucinations. Who else is looking at their own nose right now? That's it. Should be Kono, Lav, Jesse, Equa, Jag, Upman, Gly, Keln, and Betch. Congratulations to all of you on your bonus shit. Well done. You're welcome, dude. You're welcome. Okay, I'm just gonna sit here for a second because I've got 9 stacks of this hallucination, and if it goes to 10, everything goes wacky. So I'm just gonna let that tick down for a bit. Can't you cure that? I assume it's a poison. What does that? Is it something I have yet? It wasn't, like, usually when I can get rid of something, it glows in a certain way, like the border's a lot brighter to let me know, like, hi, you can fix this. And it wasn't glowing, so I don't know. Weird talent. Probably be over here somewhere, wouldn't it? There you go. Cleanse toxins, removing all poisons and disease effects. It is indeed a talent. That's fine. Paladin. That's it.
Paladin.
Oh, Lord. Bubbles. We clear everything. I know, but like you can only use that not very often.
I'm not a paladin.
So I'm currently playing a platin. Platin! Done. It's now a platin. Ah, stews. Now forever be known as platins. Exactly. Exactly, that's how it works here. One person makes a typo and we all remember it forever. And it's not always me making the typo. Refer coas. Because of how you spend more to have it. Ben, what are you? No, you shan't. I'll take it off you before you manage to do that. Tee-hee. Tea. Look at all the beautiful Link Seeker. I went a bit batty. Nice beautiful links. Hey, socials. That's it. That's it. Actually, I need to go do Ontogen. Every time I get lost and confused in Oribos, I think of a sea and go west. That's really funny. There's the portals into the west. I love that. We're just gonna open, when I open the map, there's a bit that goes out further, and that's where the portals are. Excuse me. That easily influenced. Good. Perfect. Oh dear. Achievement unlocked. Go away. Thank you. I'm bringing it. I was looking for the exits. Oh no. Yeah, Ouroboros, like all of those kind of circular, they need really big, like, I felt like Ouroboros didn't have large enough landmarks for us to kind of like it was definitely tricky to navigate. Valdrakken, on the other hand, is very large and very spread out, and I mean, I'm sure we'll get used to it, but my lord. Although, actually, to be honest, it has been such a long time since I've actually learned the layout of a capital city. I think my brain has just run out of, I think I've run out of hard drive space. Because, like, even Zandalar was, I always got, I mean, the little, like, the bit at the top, the temple, totally fine. The rest of the whole goddamn place, I could never remember which direction I had to go to the, like, profession area and stuff like that. I always had to open my map and check. I think my brain has just run out of space. Go away or only come to get murdered. Yes, that's it. That's it. You touch me, I murder. Is the thing. Is the thing. That always gets me confused. The doors to the rooms are so similar to the arches lead to the outside. Every time I think I'm heading the right direction, I end up somewhere. Yeah, that's it. There's not enough miles, like landmarks, for you to kind of figure out where you're going. The thing that gets me most in Ouroboros every time I step through the little platform here, yeah, the fight master. I run an almost complete circle because I went the wrong way for her. Yeah, yeah. Again, not enough landmarks. Not enough landmarks. Now I'm not gonna listen to Stormwind. Reason I don't play Horde. Storm is the only city I know. That's hilarious. Oh no, I'm forged. I have to unpat. Other cities don't exist. Leader needs to roll home. Happy sleeps. Rest well, Seeker. We will see you next time. We will see you next time. I don't think I'm gonna get this tune to 50, but I got one tune to 50, so that's a start. That's a start. That was a nightmare. Horde zones are generally a nightmare to navigate. I'm one of the reasons I can't play Horde. Interesting. See, I know my way around most of them. It's just, like, there are some problems. Just a couple here and there, you know. It's just the newer cities that my brain, like Shattrath, totally fine. Dalaran, totally fine. I get turned around with Horde versus Alliance, but that's my own fault. Like that's different. I know where the portals are. I just have to remember which faction I'm playing currently. But yeah, the more recent ones, like even like Warspear, I have to kind of. The profession trainers for this are just so like kind of spread out over the place that I usually just talk to a guard and ask them where the profession trainer is, just because it's easier that way. It's just faster. But that's because it's supposed to be like a war camp. It's not meant to be an organized city. It's literally a war camp. So that's understandable. But yeah, beyond that, no. Beyond that, no. Umbrellas, a couple of mid-one character. Maybe this should be good. Where did he go? Oh no! Oh no. Interesting. I'm definitely much more Alliance than Horde. I'd take Zambler over Super Maze Borealis any day. Borealis is so spread out everywhere, and so many things are like inside little buildings here and there that you cannot find the entrances to, because there are 7 doors to every building, but 6 of them are boarded up. Like, it's just crap. I don't like it. I don't like it, but that's fine. That's just me. Just doing some question and core theatre to drag Bruce along with me to get a cheese. I choose the lead stuff. Staying around to the corpse I drain ammo from skin the beast actually. Couldn't you just like move on and he'd follow you and then double back? I mean, but that's like most NPCs that follow you around. You gotta kind of finagle them around so that you can access what you're trying to access. The other bit of course is if you can slash tar whatever and then interact with button. If you've got that bound, that's what I usually do with that stuff. That exactly, yeah. That's my problem with it, but that's not, you know, not everyone feels that way. I get it. Oh hey, delightful. 47. News from Talador.
What you got, boss? Come back if you need me.
We're not going to be spending much time in Talador before it... I mean, we'll come back to Talador after Chromie time gets extended, but still. You're leaving your tunes at 41. I was getting them to 41. Then Jack let me know that the calculations were 41 for just quest XP, but it was 43 for questing and killing. And you can't really do most of the quests without killing, so technically it should have been 43. So I got them all to 43, but I don't have enough time to just not level them. I don't have enough time. So, like, I don't have enough time to leave them at 43 and then get them all the way to 60 after the patch hits. I don't have time. So I'm using the time to just, you know, go with whatever's highest and push it higher. I'm not going any higher than 50 though, because I don't want to do Threads of Fate again. I'd like to get back into WOD and keep pushing them through that to 60, but we'll see. So I've got 1 at 50 now, and then this one's at 47, and then I've got 2 at 43. No, that's a lie. This one was at 43, so I've now got 1 at 50, 2 at 47, and 1 at 43. I'm definitely making progress, aren't I? Like, this is not, I ain't slacking. I ain't slacking, that's for sure. Maybe because I've done Borellis on several different tunes now and kind of know my way around. Yeah, of course. You know the bits where you go. Interesting. I just managed to wrangle him off the corpses. It was by moving like 20 feet away. Yeah, NPCs are all like... Yeah, unfortunately, that's just what they're not very smart. Their AI is a bit crap. This is a reminder, if you've been sitting down for a while, can stand, you should do that for a while. Not a bad idea. Stretch out those legsies, get yourself a snack or a drink. Certainly an idea. Oh, excuse me. Oh, a stretch. Fear doesn't start. I just most certainly don't. When I have goals and they are in view, push it. We're gonna get there. Maybe not all the way to 60's, but we're definitely gonna, not for lack of trying. Not for lack of trying. Oh, look at Barry looking out for us. Good on you, Barry. Agreed. Agreed. Look, I'm not patient, I'm stubborn. Spirit of Berry, yes, you hydrate yourself. That's it. It is kind of tricky to believe that, like, less than 3 weeks ago, these tunes didn't exist. Like, smashing it. Absolutely smashing it. It's a good feeling, you know? Setting yourself a goal and then, like, going and getting it. Really nice feeling. I do my tea is finished normal hot tea because vanilla's been behind the bubble tea hype. Shall make some more. Side note, banana bread in the oven smelling so nice. Yes. Yes. I mean, okay, so you can like finagle your own bubble tea depending on what you can get in terms of toppings from your either local or online retailers. Coconut jelly is like, you also need a thicker straw to get the jelly through the straw. But those are, like, thick straws are easy to get because a lot of people are selling them as smoothie straws as well now, like a reusable smoothie straw that you just clean out with the little pipe cleanery thing. Super easy to get your hands on those. Then you need tea, like iced tea. Any iced tea will do. You can brew it yourself, you know, make the tea and then ice it. Or you can purchase, like pre-purchased bottled iced tea, all that kind of stuff. Then ideally you'd have like a fruit syrup, but understandably that might be a little bit tricky to get your hands on in small consumer quantities. You might be able to find yourself a 5-litre jug, but I don't know if that's what you're after. So if that doesn't work, a couple of things I would recommend is a little tin of passion fruit pulp. You can strain the seeds out of it, and then you can heat it up and dissolve some sugar in it, and it makes it essentially a passion fruit syrup. And then you can stir that into your tea. Alternatively, you can use cordials, fruit juices, that kind of thing, just keeping in mind that you'll likely need a fair bit of it, so you'll be diluting the tea if you're using juice or cordial. Some of that ultra concentrated cordial where, like, you know, one part cordial to 9 parts water rather than like 4 parts water might be, like, it'd definitely be better. It still won't quite be syrup, but it'll you know, get you closer. And then you got your fruit tea. That's fruit tea done. It's the toppings that are the tricky bit. So coconut jelly is kind of one of the standard ones. Tapioca pearls are a standard, but I don't tend to do tapioca pearls with a fruit tea. I prefer to do them with a milk tea. And considering we're talking fruit tea specifically, coconut jelly is one thing. A lot of places will do it in like thin, long rectangles, but you can get it in like cubes as well. Some of the bigger cubes won't fit so well through a straw, but you can try. you can always try. And if it doesn't work, you can just eat the rest of the jelly because it's actually quite fibrous and semi-decent for you, depending on how much sugar is in the syrup it's stored in. You could make it yourself. You can actually use like packs of jelly, like Jello, and just make it super concentrated, or add some extra gelatin to it to make it kind of thick, to make it so that you can cut it up, basically. Because then you can chop it into your own jelly, depending on how DIY you want to make it. But then there's also stuff like if you wanted to do tapuka pearls, you can often get them and then cook them up. You can also do like pudding, get a little supermarket tub of creme caramel dessert and toss that in your thing, although again with the fruit that's probably a little bit wonky. It's probably better for a milk tea. But yeah, there's a whole range of, a lot of places now are selling popping pearls as a cocktail ingredient because they're fun and they burst in your mouth and they're full of sugar, right? Yeah, so delicious. So you can often find them as like a cocktail ingredient that you can just drop in the bottom of your tea, and they fit quite well through the thicker straws. So I know it's a lot more effort and work than getting a kit and making it, but if you are super keen on trying it or approximating it, those are some of the tips that I'd probably start with and then sort of adjust and figure it out from there. If you wanted to do milk tea, what I would recommend is brewing up. I tend to do black tea for milk tea rather than green or another. I tend to do green for fruit and black for milk, but a lemon black tea is banging too. So it's you know, depends on your personal taste. But black tea, double strength you brew. So instead of 3 tea bags for 750ml, use 6. Double your tea bags, and then when it's all brewed up and you're happy with it, powdered milk. If you've got access to powdered creamer, that is literally what they use at bubble tea shops, is sweeter powdered creamer. But if that's not something you can get access to, then you can use powdered milk. Because what that does is it doesn't water down the tea flavor, but you need to be careful with how much you add, because if you add too much, it will just taste like milk. And then, of course, you add your sweetener, add your pudding, if you've got your pearls, that kind of stuff. But yeah, the powdered milk is the way to do it in terms of making it milky without watering down the tea. But yeah, just kind of add it a heaped tablespoon at a time, stir it all in and give it a taste and see if it's creamy enough for you. Milk tea usually isn't super milky. It's not really creamy. It does tend to be a little bit watery. So if you keep adding powdered milk to the point that it's creamy, you'll probably lose most of the tea taste, most of the tea flavor. And then you can add, if you've got chocolate syrup and shake it up, strawberry syrup, caramel syrup, whatever the goddamn hell you want, because milk tea comes in so many ridiculous flavors. But yeah, it's good stuff. Good stuff. I wish Blizzard would be able to program NPC AIs if you can't age and come at like 10, 20 feet away. What the problem though is if they stay 10, 20 feet, what if they're standing on top of the other, like, they're just, yeah. It could get too complicated and just add too many issues. Like, what if you want it to behave this way, but all of the contradictory AI bullshit makes it do something entirely different that you wouldn't expect? And it's just, I think the AI behavior is pretty much fine. It gets a little hiccupy here and there, but it's mostly fine. Please don't put poppin' pearls in your cocktails. Why? Black for milk and green for fruit makes a lot of sense. These are all the tips. I'm going to try and remember it. Wise asked for it in Discord. Or watch the VOD. So just write yourself a little note with the date and the timestamp, and you can go watch the VOD if you'd like. You can see the training for yourself. Absolutely. Well, I mean, that's what I used back before we had at-home kits and stuff like that. I used to try making it myself. And a lot of my attempts failed miserably, and that's how I learned most of these. Don't do it like this. Try this instead. But then once I did get the at-home kits and I could actually taste the ingredients individually, it made sense why a lot of my attempts didn't work. Yeah, it's good. It's good. Sugar and alcohol, a really bad mix. The cruise generally tastes so gross and get you super hungover. But I mean, like, all cocktails have a buttload of sugar in them. Vast majority, unless you're having like a gasoline whiskey cocktail, it's like cocktails already have a buttload of sugar in them. I mean, fuck, even like vodka cranberry or like Midorian lemonade or that kind of like any kind of mixed drink also has a crap load of sugar. Most alcoholic drinks have a lot of sugar in them. I mean, I've had alcoholic bubble tea that has like the alcohol and then all of the syrups and then all of the jellies and popping pearls and stuff like that. And like yeah. I'm gonna add more with this from a bartender, not firsthand. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like right. So I've been to events. Like I've been to like special events at bars and clubs and stuff where the women in attendance were literally drinking vodka waters because it had no calories, got them drunk and kept them hydrated so they wouldn't get bloated the next day. I feel like taking sugar out of cocktails is just taking the fun out of, like, the only reason I drink alcohol at all is because it tastes good, and if it doesn't have the sugar, it tastes like shit. So, like, I feel like that's kind of, I feel like the whole don't add sugar to your alcohol, and this is not directed at you, Barry, it's more directed at your bartender friend. I just feel like that's kind of elitist. You must enjoy your alcohol purely, and don't add this shit because it's going to make you feel like trash and you should absolutely have it in this particular way. No. Like, I'm not going to do that because it tastes like arse. But, like, I don't know. I've never, I mean, sugar makes you feel like shit anyway. You get sugar hangovers even without the alcohol. And you get, like, sugar is really, really bad for you in a lot of different ways. So, I mean, of course, but so is alcohol. Alcohol is literally poison. Like, so it just, I don't know, that just feels kind of redundant. I don't know, like, I feel like we might as well just kind of say don't drink alcohol and don't eat sugar. Because both of those are going to make you feel like shit anyway. You know, I like, and this is definitely not meant as an attack or anything. This is me playing through what's going on in my head. But like, yeah, no, I would not drink booze if it weren't for the sugar because it tastes like shit. And popping pearls are fun. Not my first choice of topping, but they are fun. I prefer some things that are chewy. Because with the popping pearls, you kind of just smash them against the roof of your mouth and they're gone. You know, I like to have something to chew on. It's weird, I know, but yeah, interesting. It's like a delicate balance, I think. Or an old wives' tale. Oh, maybe. But I mean, like, it does make sense. If it is an old wives' tale, it makes perfect sense because sugar does not make your body feel good. Or it does for a short period, and then it makes it feel like trash. And alcohol is poison. So putting two things that are not good for you together in a cup is likely not a good idea for your health. Like, that is totally 100% valid. But also, I like sugar. I'm just gonna say it wrong. It was more like, don't dissolve sugary sweets into your vodka like the professional. Oh! Like the homemade fucking, like the gummy bear vodka and all that kind of bullshit. That makes sense. Yeah, like don't try to dissolve, don't soak gummy bears in vodka and then chew them for a candy drunken hit. That makes perfect sense to not do that because it also, like, I'm sure there's probably nasty shit that grows in there and stuff too. But like, do you remember when people would like shove musk sticks in bottles of vodka and stuff to kind of try to flavor it and things? It's like, no, just go buy musk vodka. It exists. Yeah, that makes so much more sense. Yeah, for sure. Oh my God. Did the seltzer craze ever happen there? What is seltzer? I've heard the word, but I don't actually know what it is. Because I know, like, we have things like tonic and stuff like that, and I always just thought, like, tonic water and seltzer were the same thing. But I don't think they are. Something tells me they're not the same thing. Oh, it is just soda water. Because I know that recently there's been a bit of an uptick in, like, hard seltzer, which is basically like a fizzy drink in a can. Like, it's kind of like somewhere like a cross between a cider and a beer and a tonic, gin and tonic kind of. It's like it's in a can and it's fizzy and it's alcoholic, but it's not beer, it's not cider. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I've actually had one. seltzer water and alcohol, like White Claws and stuff. Is White Claw not just a beer? Yeah, I don't really drink much, and I certainly don't drink beer. So anything I haven't heard of, I just assume it's a beer. But no, I think like we do have seltzers. I mean, Australia has a phenomenal drinking culture. It's a national problem. Like it's an actual proper problem. Alcoholism is a huge issue in Australia. Like a huge cultural problem in Australia. So if it exists, we have it, I guarantee. It's just that I don't really pay much attention to it because I don't really, like, I mean, if I'm out somewhere, I will have a drink. Like I'll have, if I see a cocktail list at a restaurant and there's something on there that's like really tasty looking, I will have a cocktail with dinner. But I don't tend to drink at home, and I don't like go out seeking it or anything. Like yeah. Tonic soda water is the grossest thing. I actually really like it. I know. Like there are the Fever Tree tonic waters. They've got a whole range of them, and they come in like there's a green one and a blue one and a pink one and I think like a yellow one. They're like really pale versions of those colors, and they're all slightly different, and they're designed to go with gins that have different botanicals in them. And I like my gin, and the Fever Tree tonic water is actually quite nice. It tastes better with the gin in it, like with the appropriately matched gin, but it still tastes pretty good by itself, but they are full of sugar. They don't taste like they're full of sugar because they're bitter, but they are full of sugar. But I don't mind. The pink one's my favorite. It's quite tasty. Vodka gummies, why not canna gummies instead if you're going to do lollies that frack you up? Because cannabis is illegal in Australia, Diablo. In vodka is not. Someone once tried to replace lemonade with soda water in a recipe, and I was like gagging on. Well, there's like, if you're trying to do switches, you need to like, the flavor profiles still have to be presented, like they have to be represented. Lemonade is sweet as shit. Like it's packed full of sugar. So if you're going to replace it with something, it has to be something else that is sweet. Like you'd replace lemonade with like raspberry and you'd get a different flavor profile, but you'd still have all of the major senses represented kind of thing. But yeah, no, you gotta, like, it's a balance. Loot, Zig, Fade, Bois, Bewan, Kures, and Ford, congratulations to all of you on your ownership. Well done. Well done. Because they can't get canna gummies in Aussie land. They're literally illegal. So yeah, we don't do that. Don't break the law, kids. If Dirty Basis is paying, I'll drink. Gotcha there. That's it. But yeah, if it's a like a whole event thing like that, then yeah, absolutely. But I don't tend to, like, there's a reason I was such a goddamn lightweight at PAX, is because I haven't drunk really in like a year and a half. That's okay. Actually, I'm gonna flag this as the last battle, because it is! Yeah, alcohol's also quite expensive. But yeah, I'm a big fan of, like, I quite like cocktails, but it's because it's like dessert in a cup, you know. You've got all these different flavor profiles that a mixologist of some kind has sort of put together because they know that this will work with that, will work with this, will work with that. And so you get this mix of carefully curated flavors in a mouthful, and it's really tasty. Like, but that it's less about the booze and more about more about the flavor profiles and stuff for me. If I go to a place, because a lot of the time if you get a cocktail menu, right, and you'll have say 10 cocktails, then there'll be a mocktail menu and it'll have 3 of the 10 and the booze has been substituted. Like they'll take out Midori and add like a melon syrup or something, you know, to kind of to keep the same flavor profile but take the booze out. So if I go to a place where it has a cocktail menu and then it has a mocktail menu, but the mocktail menu is actually different flavors, and there's one on the mocktail menu that I like the sound of better, then I will absolutely order that. It's not about the alcohol, it's about the fun in, yeah. It's about the tasties. It's about the tasties. It's like a drink. I know. I'm gonna use alcohol-free Copperberg Lily says. Copperberg are doing alcohol-free? Shit. I quite like Copperberg. Copperberg and Recorderlig are like so good. I like that they do similar flavors, but then like different ones. Like as in like it's the same flavor, but they taste different. Like the Recorderlig strawberry and lime is really heavy on the lime. It's really zingy and fresh and refreshing and da-da-da-da. But then the Copperberg strawberry and lime is like strawberry jam. It's thick and drippy and luscious, and yeah, I really like how the two kind of compare depending on what kind of mood I'm in. But if Copperberg are doing alcohol free, I might have to check them out. Get a couple packs for Christmas. There's no doubt wherever I end up spending the day, there will be booze, and maybe I won't be in the mood for booze. Yeah, sometimes my meds play funny as well, which are not fun, but that's a couple of new medications I've added. Nothing bad, just a couple of new medications I've been testing out for different things, and a couple of them are big no-goes, like absolutely do not take with alcohol. It will fuck you all the way up. So having some alcohol-free options, because Australia is the kind of place where if you go to a special event and you don't have an alcoholic beverage in your hand, they go, "What, you're not drinking?" So yeah, if I can at least take something that looks like booze, that'll leave me alone, it'll be good. Let's just check at 650. Ooh, that's reasonably priced too. I'll have to give it. Thank you for the recommendation, dude. I'll have to check it out. Copperberg's good shit. Like, it's good stuff. I love a good cider. They're elderflower and... Okay, there's a brand that does elderflower and blueberry, and there's a brand that does elderflower and lime cider. And I know it's two different brands, and I don't remember which is which, but they are both delicious. Bartender friend once told me, if you ever look at a menu and go, Jesus Christ, I don't know what to order, find the one that has elderflower in it and order that. It is such an easy flavor to match with so many different things. It's really, really hard to bugger it up. So it's always a good bet to go with the one that has elderflower in it. This is a person because their Copperberg is pretty decent. Air stuff, nice! Oh, that's awesome, damn. Thank you, I appreciate the input. Yeah, I'm not completely alcohol free, but I'm also like not, you know, like I'm not strictly sober, but I don't really drink very much at all, if that, but yeah, so it's kind of, I am labelless. Woo. Kind of hard to explain sometimes, so just easier to say like sober, but I'm not though, so it's, I don't know. I like those for half a bottle and they become sweetness overload. Yeah, that's why you have like half, or you pour half into a glass and top it up with like soda water or something. That's what soda water is really good for. Instead of drinking it by itself, using it to cut through stuff that's too sickly sweet for you, while keeping the fizzy. Because if you just water it down, it loses all the fizzy. But if you try to water it down with something like lemonade, then it's still sticky sweet. So watering it down with something like tonic or soda water, specifically if you can find a slightly sweeter tonic water, slightly, so it matches the flavor but doesn't like overwhelm it. Really good. I mean, it is a mixer after all, right? If you just mix it into something where it's not the dominant flavor, it works quite well. But of course, you know, you don't necessarily go out seeking that. I mean, it's like, you know, if you have people around and they leave a bottle in the fridge kind of thing, it's a way that you can use it up rather than just pouring it down the sink, because, yes. I can both, but they're very sweet if I say that. It's sweet AF, honestly, anyone that does to me, I put through the deep guilt train. Yeah, sometimes I don't have the energy. Sometimes I just don't have the energy to kind of lay that on them. Plus the whole, you know, confrontation thing is sort of uncomfortable, especially depending on who the gathering is with and stuff. Yeah, sometimes it's just not worth the extra pain. I'll flag it with HR and move on. Juniper, yeah. That Pavlova gin though, my lord. I need to get my hands on a bottle of that, I reckon. That was tasty. Like, I mean, like, again, I don't drink very often, but that is something that I would absolutely have a bottle on hand for special occasions. Living down in Melbourne, family come round, would you like a fancy gin? Yeah, that's it. Hello, Loz, welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Don't know what you have available in Oz. I can recommend the Pretty AF beer. It's a favourite for me. I hate beer. But great recommendation for anyone who does drink beer and is looking, excuse me, for alcohol-free versions. Beer is not good to me. It's too bitter. It's too dry and too bitter for me. And that's okay. But yeah, there's a lot of, like, there's a whole section of my local Woolworths that has been converted. Like, there was a couple of bottles, like, you know, if you went down the end of the drinks aisle, there was some alcohol-free wines that were, like, kind of intended to be cooking wines, but still, like, you could drink them if you were in a pinch kind of thing. And now it's become, like, this whole massive shelf full of alcohol-free options, which I really, really love to see. Like, it's just... it's that signifier that, you know, this is okay. This is a valid choice. You are allowed to not have booze and live in Australia. I really like to see it. Really, really good. Hosted Discord, dances the regular couple of extra red lamp, 16.50, alcohol free for $10 shiba year. Well, I mean, that's the thing. It's the alcohol bit that's expensive, right? They're having to brew it and maintain it and blah, 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 blah. But if it's alcohol free, you take all that work out. Hey, presto. Cheaper. I knew I had to drive home from a Halloween party recently, bought the alcohol-free stuff, and it tasted great. Amazing. And that is also good, like, if you know, you want... because, let's face it, there are a lot of flavors of cider out there that are super refreshing, and so much more refreshing than, like, a lemonade or something. There's something about it that has... it's a different flavor profile, and it's a thing, right? And that's fair. That's totally understandable. But sometimes you can't. And so having the ability to have that similar flavor and mouthfeel and all that kind of stuff, but be alcohol-free, that's great. The more options we have for choice, I cannot see that being a bad thing. Being able to choose yeah, it's good. It's good. 10-hour shift at work. Oh no, Loz! I hope you get some good rest tonight. Commander Julia, yay! I'm glad to hear it. I did investigate quite a few options when I went sober. I drink very, very occasionally now, but I do appreciate the mocktails. If things available, yeah, UK has a similar relationship to booze as Oz. Yeah, it's not healthy. It's not healthy. It's not healthy. And not just from a physical perspective. Like, it's the mentality around it all is unhealthy. That's not to say that anyone who has an alcoholic drink every now and then is not, you know, like, that's not at all what I'm saying. I'm not saying booze is evil. It's just that the culture around it in Australia and apparently the UK as well, the peer pressure side of things and the expectation that if there's a social gathering, alcohol will be imbibed, all that, it's just, yeah, it's not the healthiest thing in the world. So the more options we have to, you know, take a break if we want to, or to have a different option in case you're the DD or whatever it happens to be, like, I think, yeah, I don't think that more choice could be bad. I still remember when we first started seeing, like, the Heineken Zeros and stuff like that, and it was like, holy Jesus, where is this coming from? And then all of a sudden, whoosh, the floodgates opened, and all of a sudden we have all of these options, and they're available on grocery store shelves, because of course they can, because there's no booze in them, so it's just literally fizzy drink, like, that's all it is. It's very cool. Very cool. Oh, I'm looking for boxes! I'm supposed to be killing that. Okay, good. It's fine. It's fine. I'm trying to find the glowy boxes on the ground. No wonder I couldn't find any. Chasing the wrong bloody... what's it? It isn't healthy, and our whole social connection is built around the pub. Bloody isolating when you stop. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. And I still remember there was a Halloween pub crawl I went on. I agreed to go because, you know, a bunch of friends and it was going to be amazing and awesome. Halloween pub crawl. And a week and a half prior was when I found out that my liver had shut down. And that I was like, they took me off all the meds to try to fix it. And I was told no alcohol for a minimum of 3 months. I was like very, very strictly had to monitor what went into my body that my liver would have to filter out because I was very unwell. And so I went on this pub crawl and no alcohol. Because if I did, there was a chance I could end up in hospital. And every single person, one by one at random different points throughout the night, why are you drinking lemonade? Let me get you a drink. No. If I drink, I'll die. Stop it. And the further the night went on, of course, the drunker everybody got and the more insistent people got that I should be drinking. It's a pub crawl. Why aren't I drinking? Because my liver's not working. Aren't you glad I'm here for the company? Because, like, I'm not here to just get sloshed with you. I'm here to actually, like, appreciate. But yeah, it's, most of them were pretty good. Like, most of them, once I kind of, and, you know, drunk people don't always comprehend what you're saying, clearly. So once I kind of sort of took them by the shoulders and went, I cannot drink for medical reasons, they kind of went, oh, shit, that sucks. What's wrong? My liver's shut down. Oh, another round. And then they go and get a drink of themselves. So it wasn't like they were belligerent, but some of them did take a proper, like I had to kind of look them in the eyes and explain, I'm not drinking, for them to understand. But yeah, it was an experience. It's be a drink. I know, yeah. It's like, I am drinking. It's just a lemonade. It's still a beverage. I was drinking water at the beginning and too much, so I started, because then at least if it was bubbly, it looked like I was having a G&T or like a vodka lemonade or something like that. But yeah, it was a time, and it sucked because all the pubs had really tasty drinks on the menu, and I'm like, I want to try all of these cocktails, and I can't. Also, that would have made me totally broke, but that's fine. Very sad for that one, Coke and grenadine. Dear. But yeah, they know I don't, like, people know I don't drink dark spirits though. Like, clear or bust. But no, the fizzy drink works because they see bubbles and they assume that it's boozy because you're at a pub or whatever. So that works enough. But yeah, it was a crack, hey? Not to mention not drinking, you must be pregnant. Yeah, it's just because I have a uterus and the only thing I am good for is housing life. Sure. And appear on the outside to have a uterus on the, what's it? The Tumblr screen cap that popped up on Reddit the other day. Here, let me color code my child so you are aware of what their genitals look like. The response in all caps, well, when you put it that way, it's like, yeah, this is fucking gross. Look, if you want to put your kids in pink and blue, like, no judgment whatsoever, but when others insist they should be wearing pink because they're a girl, no. Did you know that there is a product that is a baby-safe glue for attaching bows to children's, like, to babies' heads when they don't have enough hair for the clips to grab onto? Did you know that is an actual product that exists in our world? I mean, I had a headband when I was a baby, but like glue to stick bows on because when there's not enough hair for the clip to grab onto yet.
What can I do?
Welcome, friend.
Because how else are they going to know it's a girl? Oh, Lord. Humans are weird. Humans are so weird. So weird. It's isolating and annoying if you don't drink because you've lost too many hairs in the bottle. Yep, absolutely. I mean, it's isolating and annoying regardless, but it definitely adds an additional layer of pain to it when it's, you know, there's a specific reason you're choosing not to partake. Yeah, for sure. Agreed. Agreed. Only reason you can ever legitimately not drink is pregnancy. For fuck's sake, don't get me started. Yeah. Yep. Maybe, Dem, have you ever used that? Like, oh, why aren't you drinking? Pregnant. Like, only acceptable to, like... Oh, fuck. Just throw it out there and be like, yeah, that's it. That's it. Oh, no, I refuse. If their hair isn't long enough to attach a bow to, then they don't need a bow in it. Correct, but yeah, that is a product that exists. So just, you know, enjoy a little dose of this is what humans do. Pretty much guarantee people who choose to glue a bow to their child's head addressing that girl in pink. Oh, they absolutely are, but that's not obvious enough, dupe, you see. They must also have a bow, because that's what girls wear. Bows. But more content, how you make them cute for Instagram? Oh my lord. Oh my lord. I may have. I love that. Good. Good. Ah, oh, humans are batshit. Like... It's amazing, isn't it? The variety of humans that exist on this planet. And the sheer, like... spectrum from utter, absolute idiocy right the way through to actual genius. Like, it's just... It's kind of amazing that all of that can exist within one type of creature. As a 44-year-old single person does make people do a double take. Good. I'm glad. Maybe they'll think twice about asking it the next time. God damn. Isn't he wondering if people would get more upset if they're not drinking? She was holding a Foster's kid. I live in Brisbane now, Erica. I live in Brisbane now. It's got to be 4X. I don't drink beer at all. Like, it just, I don't like it. But,
Please help.
The people who realise I'm from Melbourne and ask if I like VB, it's like, no, honey, no one in Victoria drinks Victoria bitters. Like, that's not how that works. Oh, you don't like beer? Have you tried also a beer? Or you don't like coffee? Have you tried also a coffee? Yep. Yep, it's great. I know they mean well, and it's a person who has a passion for something, who really, really likes something, wanting to share that pleasurable experience that they've had with you through recommendation. I understand. But when I say I don't like beer, I mean all the beers. Oh, but have you tried mango beer? Yes. Have you tried lemon beer? Yes. Have you tried gingerbread beer? Yes. Have you tried chocolate stout? Yes. Have you tried all of this other crap? Mostly, yes. There is one beer that I have ever tried where I kind of went, like, it's not too bad. But that was because it tasted more like a cider than a beer. And if I was going to make the purchase, I would probably choose the cider over the beer anyway. So, like, you know, it was close enough to a cider, I would choose the cider anyway if that was the flavor I was after. So, like, it's, yeah. But I know people mean well, and that's why I can't get too sort of... I always preempt it, like, you know, I don't like coffee. Yes, I don't like mochas either. I've tried. But it's... And so I always preempt it because I know what's going to happen, but it's because people are passionate. It's because people are passionate. It's like, you know, if, oh no, WoW's not for me. 10 years ago, I would have absolutely said, oh yeah, but maybe you just didn't like the class. Maybe, have you tried a different class? I play a mage because it's something I'm passionate about. It's something I love that has brought me so much joy over my life that of course I want to share that happiness with other people. But now I'm old and crotchety and I'm like, yeah, no, that's fine. Go find your fun elsewhere. Intended to pull the I'm pregnant card if I ever got pressured into social drinking. I should have pulled the you're a dude card, but you know nothing of how screwy genetics can be. Can you see my penis? Like, even if you can see my penis, can you see that I don't have a uterus? Do you have like MRI vision? Yeah. Yeah, it's fun times. But also a beer doesn't taste anything like beer. Maybe to you. Have you tried root beer? So I believe that root beer here is sarsaparilla. Because when I think root beer, I think ginger beer, right? Because ginger is a root, but it's not the same. I know it's not the same, but that's what my brain does because we don't have root beer in Australia. It's just not, that's not what we call it. I believe the closest simile is sarsaparilla. No, I hate it. It tastes like earwax. It tastes like sugar, like it tastes like sweetened earwax. Gingerbread beer. Yeah, it just tasted like ginger and like a strange kind of yeasty flavor along with the bitterness. It was not for me. I mean, I imagine that people who enjoy beer would probably really like it if they also enjoy gingerbread, but it was not for me. The whole point of gingerbread isn't the ginger, it's the cinnamon, so they got that wrong. These people need to say, what do you not like about it? I don't like that they do. You're absolutely like, what is it that, and like when I have those kind of discussions with Kraz about beer, because he's literally a brewer, and he was the one who got me the beer that he said he thought I'd like, and he was right. He was as close to right as he could have been, given it was still a fucking beer. But yeah, so it was like, and he's like, okay, what do you like? In things that are not beer, what do you look for? And I'm like, sugar. So, you know, fruity flavors and all that kind of thing. So he kind of worked within that and found something he thought I'd like. He was pretty close. It still wasn't good. It wasn't great because it's still beer, but it was as close as I'm going to get, I think. But yeah, that's you're absolutely correct, Barry. Like, yeah, for sure. Just like nobody in Australia drinks Foster's cider rules. I do like a good cider, especially the weird, like, apple cider is nice, pear cider is nice, but when you get into your strawberry and limes and your elderflowers and I had a passion fruit cider and so, I like interesting flavors and stuff. I like like marketers love me because all they need to do is be like new on the label and I'm like, ooh, like the raspberry Mars bars and stuff like that. You know, I'm a sucker for that shit. I like trying new, interesting flavor combinations that I haven't had before. It's like, it makes me happy. So yeah, it's definitely a thing. But yeah, so interesting ciders are fantastic. I had an amber stout once, only beer I've ever enjoyed. No idea what it was. Oh no! Oh, that sucks. Root beer for the win. No, favorite answer to people saying, I'm surprised you don't like this thing I love, have you tried, is I don't want to, but please tell me about your favorite thing. Yeah. Yeah, that's beautiful. I like that. Root beer is different to SARS. Well, as someone who likes both SARS and root beer, I can see they're similar. Well, that's the thing. When I Googled root beer, like, root beer. Root beer is a sweet North American soft drink traditionally made using the root bark of the sassafras tree, Sassafras ibidum, or the vine of something, something, something. Maybe that's why I thought it was SARS, because it was the sassafras thing. I'm trying to find the word Australia to see if there's like a... Some herbs, spices, other ingredients. See also, that's not helpful. Root beer Australia name. Yeah, so when I type in root beer Australia name, I get Bundaberg root beer sarsaparilla, Schweppes root beer sarsaparilla, Wimmer's root beer, Bundaberg root beer sarsaparilla. So yes, they are the same thing. Like, the commercial producers are calling them. I would say traditional root beer is probably different, but commercially brewed and packaged root beer is basically the same thing. In America and the United Kingdom, for example, you will find Bundaberg root beer on the shelves of supermarkets, whereas in Australia and New Zealand, you will find Bundaberg sarsaparilla. Difference between root beer and sarsaparilla. From bundaberg.com. Even though these brews do not share a name, they are the same, both crafted over 3 days using real licorice root, sarsaparilla root, molasses, and vanilla beans. In fact, no matter what the brew is called, it was brewed right here in our hometown of Bundaberg, Australia, to the exact same recipe. They are the same. They have separate and distinct history, apparently. But they're the same thing now. They've evolved over time into the same thing. Right, so sarsaparilla was made from the sarsaparilla root alone. But the root beer was made with sassafras, but sassafras has been banned because it's been found to cause serious health issues. The vine was banned by the American Food and Drug Administration for commercial food production in 1960. So sarsaparilla was made from the sarsaparilla vine, root beer, roots of the sassafras tree. Now, because sassafras is deadly, they changed it to sarsaparilla, and they're the same bloody thing. Cool. Glad we cleared that up. I think that's maybe the 3rd or 4th time we've had that discussion on stream, because I swore they were the same. And they are now. They weren't, but they are now. What happened? Oh, inventory's full. Shit. Oops. Root beer is awkward. Yeah, probably not gonna like root beer if you don't like sarsaparilla. Have you tried for? No, I've been resisting the raspberry violet crumble. Resisting like hell. Raspberry, I was like, yeah. They're not bad. It's not like raspberry. It's more like Mars bar. Oh, it's pink. It's not like it's this, yeah. It's not as like, it's not super fruity and tart like I would hope that a raspberry thing would be. It is still just very like fake sugary raspberry flavor. So I mean, it's still tasty, but it's, yeah. Tastes very similar. I used to think they were the same. I actually got my hands on it in the US. Various root beers taste different too. It's the Bundaberg flavoured ones. Well, Bundaberg brews them, to be clear. They're not just like, yeah.
When you are ready, we will follow you into
But they have like the whole history of the both beverages laid out and stuff like that. So true, even depends per country. Getting your root beer in Netherlands, the same brand I visit relatives didn't taste the same. Yeah, that's because often if they're a big enough company, they won't brew in one place and then ship all over the world. They'll have different, like Bundaberg, obviously, because it's based in a town called Bundaberg. It's very much like preserve the thing, but when it comes to bigger company, like think of like a Coca-Cola or McDonald's and stuff like that. McDonald's Australia is going to make the bread in Australia with Australian ingredients, and they're going to make the beef patties in Australia with Australian ingredients because it's cheaper and easier to do that than to make them in the US and then ship them over. But in the US, they use US beef in US factories. They use US ingredients to make US bread as the buns. And so it's going to taste different because you're you're making it using literally different stuff. It's never going to taste the same. But then when you get to the smaller companies that make stuff one place and then ship it everywhere, that's when you're more likely to see similar tastes and stuff. Is Bundaberg Australia's champagne? It bloody well is, yes. And it fucking deserves the label too, because Bundaberg drinks are delightful. They are so good. So good. You know, they call it Bundy's if it comes from a small town in Australia. Pretty sure that's where the Bundy rum comes from too. Although I think the rum has been... I think they do the rum in the different places now. But the Bundaberg, the brewed drinks are all made in Bundaberg. Yeah. They've got quite a few different flavors that are all absolutely amazing. They're all brewed rather than like... However, like, it's not just flavored water. It's actually like they add the stuff and they brew it like you would brew a beer or a cider, but it's non-alcoholic. But there's one particular flavor that's quite difficult to find sometimes, and that's their lemonade, like their old-fashioned lemonade. Think like Solo, like the yellow squash. Yeah. You can find it, like, it's really easy to find in a supermarket, like in a 4-pack or whatever. But finding it cold, like if you go to a fast food restaurant and they have a whole range of Bundaberg drinks there, they'll have the ginger beer, they'll have passion fruit, they'll have all that kind of stuff. They will never have the goddamn lemonade. Never. It is so hard to find single bottles of the chilled lemonade ready to consume. So hard. So whenever we find a takeout place that has it, you bet your butt Jess is getting one of those. Love them all, like the one that tastes like just like pina colada. How good is it? Oh my lord, so tasty. That pineapple and coconut, just so good. So good. Legit amazing. Joss, Silverhood, Afun, Querg, Eshai, Landa, Nomana, Airco, and Gem. Congratulations to all of you on your bonus ship. Well done. We are finished with that little bit.
Of course.
Yeah, the pina colada Bundaberg is delightful. My favorite one is still passion fruit though. I mean, the ginger beer is baller. Also, the Christmas edition ginger beer where they add cinnamon. Have you met me? I like cinnamon. They do a Christmas spiced ginger beer Christmas each year, like roughly around Christmas each year, and it's almost like, it's kind of like ginger beer with vanilla and cinnamon added to it. So good. They'll be back soon. If it's not already, dupe, I need to go hunting. I need to go hunting. I know, right? Look at me go, selling all the stuff. Singerist actually helps. Yay! Well done, Mara. Well done. That's hilarious. Oh dear. Alright, I'm going to finish this little section because I think after this it ports us back to Talador, but I am so tired. I am zonked. Should I have a peek tomorrow when I go shop? Ooh, yes. You should. Hey, the stamping kit that I put on your throne list, do you have it as crowdfunded or do you have it as a one-off purchase out of curiosity?
Don't let this nuisance anywhere near the cannon.
This feels bad. Oh lord, yes. Always. Hello, Yori. How you going? Out of stock everywhere. Of course it is. Of course it is. It's alright, I'll actually go in and check on the shelves because they might just have such limited stock that they're not bothering to like put it online or whatever. It's good stuff though. And Aldi usually gets stock of it too. It's as a one-off because I'm terrible at asking for money from my community. You don't, this is the thing, you don't have to. All you need to do, you switch it to community gifting because that way not one person doesn't have to pay for the whole thing. Because I know it is a bit of a pricey kit, but it's got a lot in it. It's a starter kit, you know, it's supposed to have everything you need. So instead of having to pay the whole lump sum from one person, you might have a range of people toss in $5 each. And if you make it your featured gift, it'll sit up the top with like a progress bar and everything. But I mean, obviously you only do that if you like really want that. If there's something else on your list that you'd really love to have, then you should do it with that. Set it as your featured gift and set it as community gifting because people are more likely to kind of go, oh, this is what Barry's trying to work towards. I can't buy it, but I can chip in. Works well. Works really well. That's how I got my new phone. We did a 36-hour stream. I didn't create another character to start leveling. No, I did not. Yes, you did. You're lying to me, Yori. Hard to find regular Pepsi here in the UK. This cheap Pepsi Maxes took over. Only fast food places and corner shops have them. Wow, interesting. I mean, we still have the like the sweet versions of everything, but I've been trending so like I've been moving towards the Maxes and the no sugars and all that kind of stuff. Personally, I have enough sugar in my bubble tea that I figure if I'm gonna have something else additionally to that, then I probably should be better about it. Yeah. Hey, Wolf, welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Ooh, what's that quest on? Hello, Rage. This is Zygor. This is the one over here. Is Zygor. I've been using it for a very long time. Super helpful. Thank you, Yuri, for dropping the thingy. Honestly, I've had thrown for months and like one person has used it auto command. Gotta put it on a timer. Chatbot timer. Make your bot tell people because then you don't have to. I feel awkward about asking people to give me presents, and so I just make the bot do it instead. Super helpful. Can't remember the last time I've seen Pepsi Max. When I did grocery shopping on the weekend, literally 2 days ago, they had Pepsi Max, and they had the Pepsi Max with lemon as well, which is definitely not bad. That's a quest I think it is. It is. It's very useful. Very, very useful. If I ever break 5 CCV again, come on. Come on. Depending on the bots, you can set it to only like. You can be like post a message every 5 minutes, but only if 3 people have spoken, so it doesn't look like a wall of bot. So it'll wait. Like if it hits the 5-minute timer and not 3 people have spoken, it'll wait for a 3rd person to speak and then it'll post it and then start the 5-minute timer again. Really useful. I mean, I don't know if all the bots do that, but I know mine does. Spaces things out of it. Yeah, CCVs, concurrent views. Go away. Go away! Piss off. Okay. This is the spot that I stopped for rested, and I'm at 49 and almost a half. Not bad. Not too shabby. Update my spreadsheet. Update my spreadsheet. Update the spreadsheet. Ooh, 9th of November. Nice. Got a day. Except as I can't forever get it triggered. Oh, that's okay. That's all right. Look, if it doesn't, it doesn't. If it helps, that's what matters, right? As long as it helps you. Alright, chat command timer thing. Now that I figured out how it works. Yeah, look, setting this shit up takes time. And you'll forever be tweaking it. Many else out my content. You are a good content creator. You create a safe space for people. That's all. It's, you know, that's your goal, and you succeed at that. Nothing wrong with any, like, your goals are different to my goals, and that's totally okay. You succeed at your goals, and I'm succeeding at my goals, and everybody's happy. Everybody is happy. I'm sure you will. If you want to. That's the other thing. If you're comfortable where you are and you're enjoying yourself, then that's all that matters. Loadings every day. Thank you, Mara. Live stream. Thank you for being here. Oh my god, I need to sleep. Evoker's hype! I know, it's ridiculous. I can't believe next stream we are going to be leveling evokers. What the actual hell happened? What the actual hell happened? Stu Awesomeberry, you are. Very is awesome. Always like when acronyms don't actually match the letters, like how Eve has the PCU since we concurrent player. Is that because it's translated from a different language? I wonder. Like, was it originally in a different language and that's just the good lord, the English translation? I found a lot of the time that's what happens. Probably Icelandic company. Ah, there you go. Yeah, concurrent viewer, yeah. That's it. That's it. Where? I think maybe we go here. Maybe, we'll see. Alright, I need to, yeah, we're gonna go here and I'm gonna give them some unfortunate information. Alright, good. Schedule. Note how it says leveling. That's what we're doing for like the next week. To the number on the back of a credit card. Yeah, of course. Of course, PDQ, few package shelf displays. That's like, oh my god, Sand!
Samuel.
Thank you so much for the gifted subs. That is so generous of you. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Congratulations to everyone who got struck by the sub bomb. Thank you for your generosity, Sand. Very kind of you. This one is UTS is neither coordinated or universal. Yep. Oh my lord. Coordinated universal time, aka UTC. I wonder if soft drink sales spike when a new WoW expansion comes out. I don't think there are enough WoW players to make like global soft drink sales spike, because there are so many different types of people who drink soft drink that aren't gamers specifically. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It'd be interesting to see though. Interesting to see. I am finishing up because it's like 20 past 10. By the Samuel. That's it for your special. I know. I'm working on it. So leveling. Good. Let's drop the raid command. Man, Mountain Dew variant. Yeah, they didn't do that here in Australia, unfortunately, but that's okay. Grab your copy paste if you do not have the Fiamma Hype emote, either because you are not a subscriber or because you haven't unlocked it using your channel points, both which are totally fine. You can grab the whole, copy and paste the whole message, delete Fiamma Hype and replace it with your favorite happy hypey celebratory emote and drop it into Keggy's channel when we get there. Keg is currently streaming some spooky things, and also Keg has his camera in a very specific place that the overlays from Twitch are covering his face. Join me in telling him, take care of yourselves, be nice to each other, follow me on the social media, and I'm going to see you on Wednesday for some evoker leveling. All the love. Mwah. Bye, guys.
Want some of my...